Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Work and Care. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are with us today. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you're protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference to mute their microphones when not speaking. And now, Lisa, we can see you, so that's terrific. So we're beginning with the Boobap Willem Aboriginal Child and Family Centre and the Yapara Children's Services Cooperative. So I welcome via video conference Ms Thorpe and Ms Brown, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that right? Yep. Okay, thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear, starting with Ms Thorpe.
Hello, my name is Lisa Thorpe. I'm a Gunditjmara Gunai woman, and I'm currently the CEO of Willem Aboriginal Child and Family Centre.
My name is Stacey Brown. I am a proud Yorta Yorta Jaja Warung descendant, and I am currently the CEO of Yapara Children's Service.
Thank you both, and thanks for your time being with us today. Would you like to make some opening comments, Ms Thorpe, to start us off? And I'll invite you, Ms Brown, to do the same.
Is the opening statement just about the situation of the organisation? Yeah.
That would be great.
Willem, it's an Aboriginal word, it's a Wurrung word meaning children's place, and we're only established in 2012, so we're a relative new centre. Our philosophy is to reinforce self-determination and Aboriginal community control through strengthening the children's strong sense of Aboriginal identity and self-esteem as a foundation for lifelong learning, health and wellbeing. So we're much more than just a childcare centre, which is an important fact of who we are. Boop is one of many Aboriginal early years services across the country, and we have a range of integrated services that we find funding from elsewhere. We're actually not we're not considered by the Commonwealth or by funding from the Commonwealth or the state as an Aboriginal organisation. We get funded like any other mainstream service gets funded, and the rest of our makeup, what we do around our support services are funded differently outside of the education and social services, social supports from the Commonwealth. We have a strong organisation that has developed and we have a very strong organisation that has developed and has been progressive integrated services that we own and control and manage on site at the organisation. That is ranging from workforce development to having our own NDIS ECIS on site and actually having a health and wellbeing program, and developed our own transition to school program that goes up to grade 2. We've developed them all on our own accord, and we actually find the way we've struggled for 10 years trying to get funding to wrap it all around together. But where we currently sit right now is still not recognised by the Commonwealth as an Aboriginal organisation, and we can go into that further. So.
Great, thank you for those opening comments. Ms Brown.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the Senate Select Committee today on work and care on behalf of Yapara. Yapara opened in 1981, providing high quality, culturally grounded and holistic health, wellbeing and education programs for children. Yapara is a not-for-profit Aboriginal community-controlled organisation. We offer education and care as well as support services and a range of health and wellbeing programs and services for children and families. Some of these include long day care and kindergarten, but as well wraparound and holistic service support models that are responsive to family and community needs. We have art, music and dance, bush kinder, school readiness programs and activities, on-site specialist services for families, including audiology, optometry, dental checks, immunisations, speech therapy and maternal and child health, as well as family and community wellness programs and activities, hosting a range of family and community events. YAPRA has the capacity to support 60 children and their families every weekday. 100% of the families enrolled are either Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander. YAPRA was established as an education and care setting in 1981 to support these Aboriginal children and families, in particular vulnerable children and families, with the intention of holistic wraparound service models that is flexible, adaptable and responsive, and supports children and families in the early years to assist with school readiness. The philosophy, vision, purpose and values of YAPRA remain the same in 2022. YAPRA allocate a number of placements to vulnerable families and children in care for the purpose of child protection, intervention, prevention, but also for children in care arrangements to maintain their connection to family, culture and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for that description, which I imagine is a very brief description of the broad range of services that you provide. I'll start off with a couple of questions and then pass to Senator White and Senator Askew. I wonder if you could tell us about the main challenges you face as services that are very oriented to First Nations children and their families and community, and I imagine the number of vulnerable children that would be amongst the people you look after, and what are the main challenges and what you would like to see differently to assist you to provide care and support to those families. And of course, we're interested in supporting people what assists getting people into work or into volunteer work, engagement in their communities and so on. What needs to change or what would you like to see happen?
Okay, look, I can go first, Stacey. Do you want me to go first? Yeah. Well, one of our biggest challenges, as I said in the opening statement, is actually how we're positioned as an organisation. And we were funded back in 2009 as part of the Closing the Gap program that happened back then. We were established by the Commonwealth. We actually built the building and we developed programs in 2014. After 2014, the state was supposed to pick up Boop and actually carry forward from the Commonwealth program. It never did. In the state of Victoria, we were never picked up, and so we have struggled for funding from that point on to survive on the CCS and the kindergarten, the state kindergarten 3 and 4 year old money was never going to survive us. It was not enough to actually build a workforce around to take care of the children that was actually needed to what we do, to invest in the workforce, to be able to carry out good programming. The CCS and the kindergarten money was never going to be enough, even in the way that early years across the country is actually funded, is based on working parents. It's all based on either making money and working parents. So it directly goes against anything we're trying to do in Aboriginal organisations or for our Aboriginal families and communities to build stronger communities and have our families access these services. If we look at any other statistical information across across the whole range. You know, Aboriginal people have the highest rates of children out of home care. They have the highest rates of imprisonment. They have the highest rates of unemployment. So across every other sector that we've got all deficits in how our Aboriginal families are participating in society, but we're then expected to participate in early childhood on a money-making process along with everybody else in a setting that we don't qualify in anything else. Or, you know, the bulk of our children that come to Bupul are already sitting at between the highest rate of 75 to 85% of the CCS. So we already have limited access because of a lot of the families either not employed or not in full-time employment, or also not earning high incomes. So it's a real mismatch of actually the ability to be able to have our families. I mean, our concentration is on our Aboriginal families and our Aboriginal children to give them the best opportunities in the first institution outside of their home, in actually how we grow our families and support them to become stronger people, to be able to go into the school system. There is nothing that supports you to do so. When we actually have to apply for the additional childcare benefits, the way that they're expected to actually apply for that, and actually as far as whether it's financial or at risk of neglect, we ensure that our families see those letters and know what we're putting for them, so they are very well aware of actually how people are talking about them and how they're positioned in a space, to actually make sure that they have they're fully informed and actually understand what's going on, so they then can decide whether that is okay for us to do. Or we don't write the letters, outsiders write some of these really bad letters that we actually don't use, or then we can't apply for it because they're not good for the family situation. But our biggest issue is actually how do we build a proper wraparound service for our children to have access for as much as they need based on who they are and their availability to attend, instead of being means tested through a system that actually does not accommodate them. I suppose that's our biggest battle. And one of the other biggest battles for us, it is the main battle, is that we're not seen as an Aboriginal organisation. We know fully on the ground who we are. We know fully how we're being constituted and how we operate and the families that we take in, but the funding does not see us as an Aboriginal organisation. And I've got two examples of that. And the first one is, we're told by the state that we regulate, the Department of Education regulate, we don't fund. And so we never got funding, we didn't get funding from the state. At a Commonwealth level, when we're going through all the processes of the COVID-19 situation, and we were putting submissions into the Commonwealth about supporting us, the money come down and went to Snake to actually, and then was delivered to the budget-based centres only, and we were not seen as an Aboriginal organisation that we received the supports in the COVID period. And we also do not get any transition money or any other supports. When the funding is available for the Community Childcare Fund, is that what it's called, Stace? We did not receive that funding as an Aboriginal organisation. We had to wait until it went around that we received money we applied for it, and we received the funding through low socioeconomic organisation within Thomastown. So the Commonwealth does not see us as an Aboriginal organisation, and that really does hurt us.
Can I just ask you, Ms Thorpe, before we go to Ms Brown, can you describe for us the kind of geographic, where do your service users come from? What suburbs are they in, and how big is your reach? Give us a sense of your geography.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, we're licensed for 80. We take up to 70 children, and they range from full-time to part-time in bits and pieces, and a couple of casuals. But our range can go as far as Pakenham. We've had a family come from Pakenham, and we've actually had them right out to Beveridge. We're situated in Thomastown, which is sort of on the edge of the city. So not quite. It's not far from Preston. But we actually have our families come across all the different councils, whether it's Whittlesea, whether it's Darebin. But like I said, as far as we've had a family from Pakenham, right up to Beveridge and Wallen, and so it is not It is not just in the Whittlesea region, it is all around. Our families will travel to Boopop to actually attend the service.
And can I just get a sense, the problem in not being seen as an Aboriginal organisation is you get a lot less resourcing than you need. And are you getting resources from local, state and federal government, or just state and federal?
We do not get anything from the local council. Our Commonwealth funding comes through the CCS. We get state kindergarten funding like everybody else does. Any other service gets, we get the 3-year-old and 4-year-old kindergarten money, the Commonwealth CCS money, and then we get programming money that we through NIAA for our transition to school program, and we get money from the Eastern PHN. That's the health area, and we get bits and pieces of training money, not very much, but that's our core funding, and we do not get anything specific as an Aboriginal early years centre. It's mainstream funding.
Ms Brown.
I guess this is the opportunity to amplify what Lisa has already talked about, but also, I looked at the SNAKE submission that went in on the 2nd of September, which captured a lot of what the collective issues are in the Aboriginal early years services, and that being the Jobs for Families package, so the CCS and ACCS package, and the limitation of 24 hours per fortnight for our Aboriginal children and families, which has created massive barriers. And that only increases to 36 hours per fortnight from July 2023. So it's not a lot more. We were set up to support the most vulnerable, but the system's limiting the subsidised hours of care for these families. Those who are working unpredictable hours cannot commit to additional hours of work because of the way the system's set up with childcare subsidy and additional childcare subsidy. So, and there's the risk of failing to meet the activity test requirements. Additional childcare subsidy, so the wellbeing, the ACCS wellbeing, which Lisa talked about as well, require individual children to be labelled. So that creates a barrier for our families. They're required to be labelled as vulnerable, and this is culturally unsafe. In some instances, families have refused to take up this payment because of the stigma that's attached to it and the fear of risk of intervention from protective services. The CCS application process is a separate claim for our to family tax, and this is also creating a barrier for families. The limited hours of CCS, delay between childcare subsidy application and this being approved, for our families to understand the activity test requirements. So for YAPRA, we have support people that are assisting families with applying for childcare subsidy. Allowable absences is a massive barrier for all of our Aboriginal early years services, and even with the increase during the pandemic, this has been challenging, especially for children born during the pandemic now having chronic illness. The limitation is impacting families and is not responsive to the cultural needs of our families, including sorry business, attending cultural and ceremonial activities, family time, etc. So this is counted as an absence. Carers of children with a disability should automatically get 100% of care, but there is a discrepancy between the Centrelink system and how they alter their eligibility for approved hours of care. So for me, the recommendation is to remove the activity test, or for YAPRA, and the evaluation of CCS and participation for Aboriginal families. Removal of the activity test would provide major benefits for the most vulnerable families, providing them with greater opportunities to access of additional work and necessary training. But I'd also like to take this time to talk more specifically about the workforce shortage in the early years workforce sector. Lisa and I often talk about the challenges that are faced with, drawing people to the early years workforce. We are losing people working in the sector due to more flexible, attractive, and that more flexible model of working arrangements that are being offered, in other sort of skill sets. The pay rates are poor and Yapra pay above the award, but how do we compete with sectors such as NDIS that are paying $60 an hour for one child? Burnout and salary are preventing people wanting to work in the sector. This year we are finding an increase in workforce shortage due to staff sick leave, which has been excessive with the pandemic continuing, repeated instances of COVID and or illnesses in our staff and kids. There is now another surge in COVID cases. And just this week alone, Yapra have had another 4 staff away with the backfill pool being exhausted. Women make up 90%, 91% actually of the early childhood education and care workforce. The pay is low and traditionally in female occupations, and educators leave simply because they can no longer afford to stay in this sector. Despite being an essential worker throughout the duration of the pandemic, educators are undervalued and struggling for recognition. Their strengths are not mentioned in the curriculum documents. During the pandemic, educators reported on the increased burden with extra time needed in cleaning, health requirements, communicating with parents, rearranging work plans and spaces, supporting home learning and managing their own homeschooling as caregivers themselves, caring for staff and constant hypervigilance. Educators did not feel safe during the pandemic. While everyone else was in lockdown, educators were instructed to continue working and felt their safety was not considered, nor were there any incentives for early childhood educators or frontline workers. Burnout is a major factor for educators wanting to leave the workforce. The demand on educators is too high, the pressure is intense on low staff numbers and the high number of children with the high sick leave turned over that I talked about just before. Our sector is in crisis and we need to stop talking about the ideas and take action towards a total reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Very eloquent argument and a strong argument that reinforces a lot of evidence the committee has received. So thank you both for that. Senator White?
I'm interested in the points that you made about the paperwork and the the stigma of being classified as vulnerable. Have you got any sense, and this is probably hard, but have you got any sense of how many people just give up because the paperwork's hard and the stigma is too much to bear to meet the criteria to participate?
We do find that, and I think for us that's why we have family supports workers on site, because the families would not get through the paperwork, and us reassuring them that we are there to support them, and that even with the additional childcare subsidy, although the bureaucracy requires all of this paperwork to be attached, it's us as a team supporting the family to ensure them that they're safe going through the process. I think one of our biggest challenges at the moment is the stigma of the NDIS application process as well, and the assumptions that some of the NDIS providers have made with our families, which has created a barrier for some of our parents wanting to go through the NDIS process because of the heavy burden that's associated with just applying for childcare subsidy. I do believe that if we didn't have support workers on site at Yapra, that families would just give up and not access service.
And Ms Thorpe,
Can I add to that as well?
Yeah, you mentioned that as well, I think, and also you suggested that, you know, you've had to, I think, fix the letters from some organisations just
Look,
because
I
of the
think-
way
I
in
think
which it.
some of it.
Yep.
Some of the letters coming from outside, like maybe if it's child protection even or MCH nurses, they're quite derogatory letters, and actually you wouldn't use them because it's actually not safe for the families to see them or use them against their name. There is actually, and they have no context in how they write them or even how they because they've got to follow a template and actually, you know, only get access to resourcing if you put the worst case scenario forward of a family. It's also our families are coming to Bullput for the support and around how we support them. So we do a lot of the work ourselves. We actually have that whole thing about supporting a family who's actually struggling in crisis. It's the additional process that we can actually alleviate for the families to be additional childcare benefits, but it's also how quickly it comes in and out and how it can throw families completely out of whack when their struggle's still going on longer than 6 months. Their struggle's still going on longer than what the letter's saying. Sometimes the letters are rejected. Sometimes, and we're not allowed to put them on our own letterhead. We don't do our own letters, but we actually have access to support people to write these letters because we've got an NDIS on site. But sometimes they can't write them. It's the burden of actually getting these letters together. We wear a lot of the costs as the organisation to ensure families can keep coming to Bullput, not waiting on these letters of approval. We know that our families must be able to attend regardless of where there's funding to cover that or not, and especially in a second year of kindergarten, where we can see that and we speak to the families about child's not ready to go to school for lots of different reasons, not based on what the school's saying is school ready. Is actually we do not charge families for a second year of kindergarten. We get the CCS, but we do not, because families will send their children to school thinking it's not going to cost them. So everything that's actually said to a family and about how they access the early years centre and how they access schools is all funding, is all money based. So if they're struggling in a financial sense, or also a sense where you need to send your child to school at 5, it's actually quite a terrifying road for them if things are not in place and ready for people to be able to take place in it. The issue that we're finding at Bullput is about the whole system of the early childhood world is based on making money, not based on supporting families to be able to put their best feet forward to take care of their children and actually have good quality outcomes for them to go to school and for school to recognise the strength of these children. That is non-existent. You know, we work extra hard, and like Stacey said, we do a lot of the behind the scenes work to support our families. It's not even picked up by the CCS. It is not, and it's not picked up by any sort of funding. And it's not, we do need the funding to operate, but we're not driven by the funding to operate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
we can't be money driven. We're never going to make money off our organisations, and we shouldn't be put in the same area that we have to compete in the same way. You know, to actually have full houses of children that we're going to get a good income in. That doesn't work in a national setting. So is that whole process of more children that attend is actually going to bring in more money. That doesn't work. Because our families themselves are not working full time or are actually able to attend centres full time. multiple issues in it.
Thanks. I mean, we've had quite a few submissions talking about, the need to make childcare universal, and that would, the way I kind of interpret that is that you will want to take away the barriers, and so what I'm hearing you describe is, yes, there's access to it, it's limited, but the barriers are so significant that it is hard work, and that without significant intervention by your organisations, you're not going to, people are not going to participate, and it is nowhere near, universal. And removing the barriers would be the way to do that. Am I gathering, that's a quick summation of what I think you've said. Is that how you see it?
Yes, I do see that, and I think I also think there is a really difference in vulnerability. Aboriginal children, there's vulnerability out there, and I remember when I was on the Snake board, there's the whole process about the CCS about vulnerable children, and there's vulnerable children. There's Aboriginal children who are vulnerable, and there's also the Aboriginal children. So there's not vulnerable sometimes. There is vulnerable Aboriginal children plus the Aboriginal context in which these children are is also vulnerable in their own country. So there's two parts to being vulnerable, and actually aligning us to what's happening in the mainstream is wrong and actually will not work. There has to be seen that for Aboriginal children accessing service, it needs to be universal, and it can't be compared to what's happening with the vulnerability in the mainstream.
Yep.
It's extra add-on.
Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Do you want to go to Senator?
you're right.
That's fine. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here, and I'm just mindful that we had the Closing the Gap statement recently, and I'm thinking about the questions I want to ask the department when they come, how much responsibility they take for really getting a good handle on the gap, because it seems like that's part of what you've really been describing for us this morning. And you talked about the difficulty in getting purchase with people to understand what's really going on. So my question really is, well, to both of you, if you can. First of all, can I clarify the recommendations that you gave Ms Brown just before you moved to workforce? You said remove activity trust, and you thought that would get people to work and training. You said reevaluate the CCS as a whole. And what was your third point there?
So yes, it was removal of the activity test, evaluation of the CCS funding package.
Yep.
Highlighted the disproportionate impact of the activity test participation by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families, and removal of the activity test, just that it would provide major benefits to the most vulnerable.
Okay, so there really
families.
were 2 key points, not 3.
No, it's only 2.
Yeah, great,
Providing
okay.
them with greater opportunities to access.
I was just trying to listen to that. And I think that, Ms Thorpe, you've echoed exactly the same sort of concerns there. I was interested in what you said about the ineligibility that you have. Could you explain to me why the gap between what Snake received as federal dollars during the COVID time didn't get to you? Why were you ineligible at that point?
Because when Snake put it forward, and we were working on the ground about putting a submission forward to the Commonwealth about supporting funding, I worked with Stacey, and I worked together on this. We went to Snake. When Snake then went to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth then funded back, they only funded Aboriginal specific services. So it was when it was highlighted really clearly that the Commonwealth did not see Bulput Willem as an Aboriginal organisation. The funding didn't cater for us because we were seen by the Commonwealth. And I think that the issue for what's happening is that the Commonwealth is continually trying to mainstream our services. It started off with Aboriginal money back 10 years ago, but they've slowly phased it out. And if you have a look at the budget base, what used to be called multifunctional Aboriginal Children's Services, now turned into budget base, they're also on the same trajectory that eventually they will be mainstreamed, which we already, as Bulput Willem, are in the mainstream, which we will not survive if we don't have supports around us and actually the exemptions And we've got a whole lot of other centres that will come forward. The Commonwealth is actually trying to mainstream these centres and put them in the mainstream process of operations. It will not work. So, but we already sit in it and we're already struggling, and we come out from day one having to operate in the mainstream systems, but we've actually had to do our best to get resourcing from anywhere else we could outside of the early childhood world for survival.
So how many organisations do you think there are that are in the same situation as you, that are, but basically I hear you telling me you're an Aboriginal service provider, and did you say to 100% of your families? Okay, so that makes me think that you're an Aboriginal service provider, but you don't fall within that category. How many more organisations like you?
Sorry?
How many more
How many
organisations?
more of us? Well, there is, from the 2009, when the money come down from Closing the Gap, there was 38 centres. I don't know how many of them are still in existence. No one has ever gone back and done an evaluation of those centres. So I don't know how many are left out of them. There is also new centres that I know are being developed now, attached to Aboriginal organisations. They will not be considered Aboriginal services outside of the Aboriginal health component of them.
Okay, so
And
the
so-
Nachos would be very aware of what's the shape of this is, because they would be interacting with the centres all of the time. They wouldn't be the only ones. Clearly, you're intersecting with other departments, federal departments, in the way that you interact with government. Are you known to be an Aboriginal organisation by other federal government departments?
Yes, we are. We are, as far as the NIAA, we've applied for them, and then we've actually just now got a little bit of money from the Connected Beginnings. That's just now. That's the Department of Education at the Commonwealth level. We are actually constituted and seen and develop and operate as an Aboriginal organisation. The only funding bodies that don't recognise us as an Aboriginal organisation is the Commonwealth, is the social services in the Commonwealth level.
Okay, so only
And so,
social
yes,
services.
we on the ground can talk about being an Aboriginal organisation and support everything happening on the ground, but when it goes back up the ladder to back into the service system, it is not seen as an Aboriginal organisation. We're seen as a child and family centre. The Aboriginality's been completely removed.
Okay. There may be more questions on notice around these issues, but can I go to something that you mentioned that I haven't heard anywhere else? I didn't quite understand. You said, and I believe it was you, Ms Brown, that the strengths that exist in your staff are not linked in any curriculum documents. What did you mean by that? I was a teacher, just to give you the background, so I've sort of got some curriculum theory on board. Are you talking about the curriculum itself or the intersection of that with Aboriginal culture? I just don't understand what you're saying there.
I think it is more about, educators in the early childhood sector being more so undervalued than anything, and that our strengths as early years services are not recognised as within the broader curriculum. So kindergarten isn't compulsory, which creates a number of issues that we all know about, which again links to attendance rates and so forth. But when it comes to being the more formal curriculum, which is, teachers are recognised as educators and so forth, the early childhood sector, I think what I'm trying to amplify, is not as valued. Our role as educators is not valued.
So can I put on notice for you a question which is kind of a kick back to the curriculum is the syllabus really is the document that's written. The curriculum is everything that's around it. So in the syllabus documents, is there sufficient recognition of the difference, the differentiation necessary to respond to Aboriginality? Do you believe that is the case or not?
I'll take that question on notice.
Okay, because there's a national curriculum, there's also different state curriculums, there's different systemic variations on the syllabus implementation that has a curriculum wrap around it. So I'd be kind of interested in your thoughts on that. If I can...
Can I actually add to answering
yes,
that one
Ms.
as well? at Bookport Willem, we actually, a big focus of it is our workforce development and valuing the Aboriginal workforce. And not only do we value it, we actually are creating our own Aboriginal workforce, because there is a huge difference of actually how an Aboriginal person will come and work into a space where they're looking after their own community children and actually breaking into the workforce, which has been held, by teachers, by educators and teaching at a higher level. And actually the ability to be able to share those resources, or not the resources, the knowledge has been really difficult. And people holding the job positions and Aboriginal people not being able to grow. So Aboriginal people are sitting below, they're sitting at the bottom ladder of working in an early years centre. We actually have been working hard.
Where they already have RPL that should put them really right in the middle as they commence, or even at the top as they commence. Yeah, you think they might know some things.
And how we grow them.
Yeah.
That it should, but they get their certificate through, they get their diploma, and they actually get the same non-Aboriginal qualifications. We're qualified the same way, but when the workforce is so damaged at the moment, and we just lost a whole massive middle management staff during this year, and it left the organisation vulnerable because our Aboriginal people were at a lower level. So we're actually now they're working at a higher level now, filling the roles of senior workforce.
Yeah.
Because because when they left their, you talk about a workforce, you can't take people out of their jobs, but when they leave you and leave the organisation vulnerable, then as people are now stepping into their role and working at higher levels than their qualifications. So there's a double hit for Aboriginal organisations, that our Aboriginal people are working twice as hard and being paid less because they're not qualified as yet.
So this is
working hard on qualifying them.
This is the problem of the non-recognition of cultural knowledge, which happens in the health sector as well. I've certainly seen that in hearings that Senator Seward and I did. And often it's that cultural knowledge that encourages the workforce to come and join the formal workforce. They've already got those skills, and that's why they get in, but there's no recognition of it, and there's no pay recognition of it. There's many more things I want to ask about the intersection with other jobs, with the workforce. We just took some evidence, and we'll be hearing more from retail providers, because that's a huge employer in every community, about the insecurity of work. You mentioned that in your evidence, having insecure work, not knowing what your hours are. How much of a disincentive is that for engagement with getting your kids into a non-universal system as it exists today?
I just know at Bookport we actually ensured, and it was years ago, because having a casual workforce in and out of the organisation was not good for the organisation, and definitely not in the best interest of children to have casual workforce in and out of everything's about attachment, but if you've got a casual workforce in and out and actually not committed to working at one space, you actually have how do you do anything and actually have any be able to develop good curriculum to service the children that you've got at your organisation? You can't do that on a casual workforce and an unsecured workforce. So we actually, and it can work against us as well, we actually have ensured people are in positions of employment, but once again the amount of money we're able to pay our workforce, once we get people stabilised in jobs and in a workable and employable condition, why would you stay in an early years world when you actually can earn twice as much money working on the roads? And actually, I think that's a real issue in the early childhood workforce. We can't compete financially to pay good wages. Our workforce is also one of the highest regulated, and also I don't think there's any other place outside of anywhere that families sign their children over to you to look after them. They don't do that in schools every single day. So, you've got a young workforce that's actually looking after children 8 hours a day and actually paid minimum wages. It does not even equate to anything good. It's actually high risk. It's,
And our families can't take on extra work hours because they're limited to their subsidised hours of care if they're casual. And then our services haven't got the placements to offer these families flexible sort of care arrangements because we already have large waiting lists. So in some instances, even if families do require extra days of access for work arrangements, if they're able to pick up extra work, they're limited because of their subsidised hours of care, which is all part of the activity test.
We heard from the former Premier of South Australia just the other day, who said, like you, that the system is at the centre of everything. We've got a complex intersection of systems with systems. I think you've really sort of fleshed that out for us today, and he really pushed for child-centred approach in the way that, you know, the reform might be undertaken. But the question that he asked, I thought that was really of interest was, do women in Australia, you know, by comparison to those overseas, really like part-time work more than women in other places? And he suspected that was unlikely, and I have to kind of agree with that. But you've described a system that requires women to only commit to the limited hours and a system that responds only to fixed hours. So the intersection between work and care basically live on two separate islands with no bridge between them. That kind of seems to be the system problem to me. I don't even think there's a ferry to get you from one to the other. There could be a problem there. Senator Jana Stewart, who has not so long ago joined us in the Senate, was really instrumental in, you know, really making sure that we got First Nations representation before this committee, and you've done a great job of that. Unfortunately, she could not be with us today, and, you know, she sends her apologies, but I have a couple of questions that have come from her office that I'd like to ask if we've got sufficient time, Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So,
She's home with a baby, which is why she's not here.
and a very worthy investment of time, as we all know. What kind of activities, programs, services, activities are out of the regular scope of business that, like, as in, you know, classified for staff as other duties required? And which of these activities makes a significant positive difference to the lives of children and families accessing the service? And I think that's a little different from what you described with getting your NDIS person in to support with the writing of applications. I think this is like what actually happens on the ground in the classrooms that's going on, not organised.
I think but for me to answer that, it will be all of that behind the scenes work that Lisa's talking about. So breaking down the barriers that may exist with just the CCS and ACCS application process alone. Whoop and Yappa are not in the business of making money. So Lisa have to be resourced in going out and finding money to run all of these extra programs that we run, all of those holistic wraparound services and supports. So all of that work that staff do, not just Lisa and I as the CEOs, but all of the extra work all of the team put in outside the scope of their normal duties as educators. So working with families, building up those relationships where they trust families, all of the health programs that we offer, all of the holistic programs that we offer. So talking with, having the yarns with our families, building up the trust, and then building on that, as in you know, linking our families to services where we may identify that they require extra support. So all of that cultural knowledge that staff do, so knowledge sharing, information sharing, but that cultural expertise that Lisa highlighted before, that isn't recognised within our roles. So, you know, at the teachings that we're putting into the program, all of that, you know, our Aboriginal knowledge that we share with our peer staff is an expertise in itself outside the role. All of the school readiness programs and activities that our educators take on board. developing cultural support plans for every Aboriginal children enrolled in the service is something that we do outside the scope of our role, but I'll let Lisa add a little bit more to some of the additional work that we do.
I think Stacey's covered it all in that sense, but what's the most undervalued process that our workforce is that because they're Aboriginal people and it is their community, the trust that they develop with the families and actually the unspoken, well, they're trusted, and also they have the pressure. This is your community, so the families don't pick up their children and go home to their own home. You don't see them the next morning. This is the community. You're always in the spotlight of being accountable to your community, to your family. The children come into your families or your community families, and so you have an extra layered burden of responsibility. Or maybe not even it's a burden, it's the extra layer of responsibility that they have a care factor about because they're Aboriginal children. It's not written in anywhere. The expectations of the Aboriginal workforce is also written, is an unwritten rule there about how we look after our children, how we also, the whole process and the pressures of actually when issues of a potential risk or something might happen to a young Aboriginal worker in that space, and the protection that we put in place to ensure that one, we actually address what we have to address as far as mandatory is concerned, but also ensuring our workforce is also protected, especially our workforce, in actually how they are supported and what they see and how they actually have to be, and actually how then they are free and able to go back into the Aboriginal community to be part of their own families. It's not written in law or supports, but a lot of our family too, a lot of our young Aboriginal workforce are coming to work in be able to be workable, actually supporting their families themselves. And so that whole thing about them coming to work and running out of leave because they also responsible are looking after their families or their nieces and nephews, especially working in early years, is actually they don't have the expertise in their family of one working and actually having the skill to be actually support and look after the other children. It's a huge underlying load that they carry. And they're the ones, whenever, and actually everything we do in the organisation is all about the growth of Aboriginal children and their identity and their cultural business and strengths that they grow. So that gets all left up to the Aboriginal people to do. Everyone's qualified the same as a Cert 3 diploma or a kindergarten teacher, but the cultural load that they carry just by being Aboriginal people and actually the stuff that works on the ground is left up to them. So there's a lot of unwritten
work
loads.
The work that Lisa and I also do around putting wraparound support, so using our resources, our dollars and our support in the organisation to minimise the risk of child protection intervention for families. So it's all of those additional wraparound supports that we're doing. And in some instances, the work of child protection.
Yes.
Which we are presenting on tomorrow at the Europe Justice Commission. So talking about, particular case studies where we are using our own resources. And in some instances, this is a lot of time and money just to support our families to keep kids in community and keep kids with family.
Mm-hmm. So there's just so much there. A few of the other questions that have come through from Senator Stewart were some of the barriers facing families who are engaged or seek to engage in the service. I think we've covered that pretty well. Some of the barriers faced by carers who are engaged or seeking to engage in the service. What's the workforce makeup? I think we've kind of got a picture of that. If you want to provide any detail of your workforce, especially in light of what you said, Ms Thorpe, about having lost a lot of middle management and your workers having to work up into that level. The other question that she's got here is the EBA comparable with other organisations?
The EBA, what's the EBA?
The Enterprise Bargaining Agreement. What do you
They're
use?
not comparable in other organisations. There's no way. We actually, out of even all the Aboriginal organisations, we'd be funded the least. Our workforce would be funded the least, even as far as the whether it's health or whether it's whatever it is. We are at the bottom of that ladder as well. When we lost the middle management, it actually was real clear that actually we need to be investing. We've been doing it anyway, but it proved that we need to be more strongly investing in Aboriginal people, because the longevity of them working in the Aboriginal space and the investment in them is greater and more retained and sustainable with Aboriginal people than what it is with non-Aboriginal people, because there is that unspoken care factor of why they stay in the industry. We have a 26-year-old young woman at Boophook who's been there since she was 16. She'll hit her 10 years long service well before she's 30. And she has come to us as a VCAL student to do a Cert 3, to do a diploma, and now just about to step into do her bachelor. We have two other young Aboriginal women doing their bachelor degrees, so we're developing our own workforce. It's a journey that you take on. It's long, and we've actually started that from our very beginning of Boophook, and we're starting to see the results. And to maintain that strong Aboriginal workforce, which actually gives you stronger benefits in the long run, but it's high risk as well, because of actually how you sustain. There is in the early childhood industry, people don't stay in that industry longer than 5 to 7 years. It is too hard. That is in the mainstream. That is highly qualified people choosing to work in the early years sector. It's hard, the longevity is not there, but if we actually do compare that, our Aboriginal workforce is staying longer working in early years, but they're not provided for, they're not supported.
Yes. As Lisa said, it's our Aboriginal people who stay in the workforce for a long time, and the strategies that we're implementing now to draw people to the sector, because there is a workforce shortage, and it's really difficult to compare us to generalist services that are profit making. So they can afford in some instances to pay higher amounts of money to keep people in the workforce without any consideration to the extra work that our services are doing. And we're not profit making, so we haven't got the ability to be able to offer the same sort of incentives that they may get either working for another early years, a generalist or a mainstream service that can pay well above the award, or the sector that are offering flexible working arrangements where they can have a combination of working at home as well. So that's appealing to a lot of our sector as well, and that's where we're losing them to.
And can I just add on to what Stacey said? There's also the issue of the higher complexities with Aboriginal children and the whole process. So you got more children at your organisation with complex needs, low socioeconomic circumstances of poverty and vulnerability. We've got that in organisations. We don't have 150 families working at high income and actually just coming in we don't have that at all. That's not our reality on the ground. We're actually looking after the most vulnerable in our organisations. That's their families as well.
So I realise that we're sort of hitting the edge of the time here. There was a question from me. Was your comment about school readiness. I mean, just the practical financial reality of, oh my God, the relief of sending a child to school so I don't have to manage the fees and the paperwork and the whole thing. Could you give me, perhaps on notice, a sense of how many parents make that choice to send their child to school against the actual status of that child's readiness? Because I'm sure that you'd be doing assessments, and the schools would be doing assessments, you'd be talking, you'd be getting that data on the front line, you'd know what the risk is when kids go to school and they're not ready. That it starts off unhappily and it usually doesn't get much better. In fact, it can escalate in the wrong direction very, very quickly. So if you could provide, perhaps on notice, Chair, a bit of a numbers for me out of your sample for the last couple of years of what's gone
The
on?
last couple of years, we've actually, and when we started to realise that families were sending their children to school at 5 because the system told them at 5, so there was not a whole lot about, okay, is the child ready? Are you ready as a family? Are you stable enough to send? You know, there was a lot. It wasn't just about the child readiness, it was about the family readiness and the stability of and the environments the families are in. So when we realised the families were thinking not only just for the financial component, some was about the financial component. We need to send them to school because it won't cost us the long day care kindergarten programming. But it was also about my child is at 5 and the system says I need to send my child to school at 5 because that's also saying that I'm fitting in as well. So when we built and worked on a program and we worked with our families, it's saying sending your child at 6 if they're not ready is also great for that to happen, and to work with the families and support them, and then to also take away that the families did not have to make the family contribution to the care of the child. We still got the CCS free resourcing in, but the families did not have to pay for the child. It was mainly just based on the child centred, about they're not ready to go, have a second year in kindergarten, and we will support you and the child. And so when they go to school at 6 is very different than going to school at 5. They're stable, they're older and much more stabilised, and it has a huge impact on how, because we follow the children in school up to grade 2, and you can see the difference, and schools have said to us, you can see the difference of children coming out of Boop Boop going into the school system, because you can see that they're much more stable and their strength. And it would actually be for every other early year centre about the stability of children going into the system. There is also and it's something that I've noticed in the world of early childhood and school transition. The schools do not necessarily take on board what the early childhood world said about the child. They believe learning starts at 5 when they go to school.
Yeah,
So
I was a high school
even that
teacher.
is-
Same thing. That's I always used to teach the K to 6 English curriculum to my secondary teachers, because I said, this is where they've been. They don't have to learn a new language for you. You need to understand where they've been, and that was really resisted, by other people, because there is this sort of separation of ideologies at K to 0 to K, K to 6, 6 to, and it's based on theories from the beginning of the 20th century. So we might need to critique some of that as well.
Yeah. We also can see the difference, and our children are walking into the school spaces much more stronger, much more confident, and leading their own space in primary schools. And the schools are acknowledging that as well.
Yeah.
So, but there is a huge, there's a lot of work done on the transition to school program that we actually make sure we design and we control it and we follow through with it. Because when we know they get to school, if we haven't done our job, when they get to school, it is going to get harder and they're going to get further and further lost.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to make any comment on the cultural safety of that entry into school and what the school environment is like? Do you have any comments you want to give us on that front?
Look, and I just say we work really hard on that. We actually, in our transition to school program, we also have a part of it called adopting principals, where we actually have our principals come to our space, and actually we talk about where these children are coming from and then how they're going to position their school. We have about, last count, we had about children go to about 40 plus different schools in the local areas. So we don't have all families, there is some cluster schools, but not all families go to those same schools. So we do a lot of other work about that whole, I don't want to call it reconciliation, but it's about that whole partnership with the schools and about letting them know we're there, and if you need anything, we're there to support you. But we don't do their welfare work for them. That's their job. What we do is about supporting them to acknowledge the strengths in our children and where to go when there's supports, and actually changing. I think one thing we haven't said in this whole Senate inquiry is that racism plays a huge part in actually how our children are viewed, in actually everything's still run on the deficits of an Aboriginal person, not their strengths, and actually, the opinions people have on Aboriginal people and their children is still coming from a racist base. So that is, in essence, the whole issue that we can't let it off the front page as well.
race isn't an assumption. I think we work really hard, and similar to what Bulbul do, we work really hard to identify what schools are culturally safe for our families, and do the research with the schools. So we work with the family. It's all that extra work that we're doing throughout the year when we're identifying what schools children are going into, and making sure that the schools do have an understanding of the more complex needs of the child and the family. And that can be captured in the transition statements that our kindergarten teachers are writing, that often aren't even read by the schools prior to the child starting.
Just one more thing before we go. I just want to say is that we say transition starts from the baby's room. It doesn't start in kindergarten, it starts well before.
Just one last question. We're well over time, but what difference did making childcare free in the COVID period make to your centres?
For us, not a lot of difference,
They didn't get
because like I said, we already have. We actually, and we also said, because how the whole issue was about the vulnerability of families could come if you needed to work. We just said all our children are still vulnerable. We still had 30 children coming a day. We just said, ask parents, if you don't need to send your child, don't send them. So we created our whole COVID process, but we got some access to resourcing because of the JobKeeper, but that finished then before everybody else. So when you say free, I'm not sure what that was about. Free, our families could still come, and the JobKeeper supported us for a while. But really, on the ground, we just lessened if you didn't have to be there, and parents were very receptive to that. Our parents were great in how they accessed Bulbul, and actually in that time, and very supportive. We never lessened our COVID protocols that we developed ourselves, and it was because the education system that did not provide the same COVID protocols what the health area did. So we just created our own and for our own strength. So COVID was a hit and miss.
Thank
Chair,
you.
this is
We
not a
found
question.
our gap. It was our gap fee was waived, which again allowed continuity of kids attending, so our numbers were still high. But at the same time, the workload of the educators increased. So, when I look back to when COVID first began, they took it on a number that wasn't actually our numbers of enrolment. So we just got this one consistent payment per month, but it was taken off a figure in March or February, I think, when our numbers had increased by 15 between that time. So we weren't actually funded as much. So the gap fee was waived, but we were receiving probably less funding than we should have been had we been accessing CCS.
Chair, not a question, but I just
Senator O'Neill.
want to take the opportunity, because I know that you are very active in the community, that the standing orders of the Parliament have been changed in recent years to allow us not only to take evidence in language, but for it to be recorded in Hansard and to acknowledge the cultural knowledge of people in the community, to translate and put that on the record. I know that it's not really happening as much as I hoped it might. So I want to encourage you, when you're talking to First Nations people all around the country, we can take evidence in language, and where that's appropriate, I think we might need to start doing that a whole lot more. So spread the word is my request. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much for your evidence. Sometimes people say to me as a new senator, what a hard job you've got, but my job is nothing compared to what you are doing out there and your workers in holding your staff together, in developing your staff to become the leaders of our childcare sector into the future. And you've been very clear in your arguments about what needs to change. So I thank you for your clarity and bringing your practical experience to us. We really appreciate it. And any questions that you've taken on notice, we'd love to get your responses within 2 weeks, if that's possible. Thank you. Thanks. We'll suspend for 5 minutes for a very quick break before we go to our next witnesses. representatives of the Department of Social Services and Services Australia. Thank you for being here this morning. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to the minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asked for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of that order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that correct? Great. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today, starting with the Department of Social Services?
Good morning. Ryan Bullman, Group Manager, Disability Employment and Carers in Department of Social Services.
Mr Bullman, could you just make it visible? Thank you.
Sorry.
For that. If you wouldn't mind all doing that. It's a lot of people and a lot of names and we want to get them right if we can. Thank you.
Debbie Mitchell, I'm the Deputy Secretary, Disabilities and Carers in the Department of Social Services.
And Jo Evans, I'm the Group Manager, Participation and Family Payments in the Department of Social Services.
Good morning, I'm Matt Flavel. I'm Deputy Secretary, Social Security in DSS.
Agnieszka Nelson, Branch Manager, Families and Payment Support Branch.
Good morning, Elsa Borwick, General Manager for Payment Accuracy and Older Australians in Services Australia.
And good morning, Tony Piazza, General Manager, Families and Children's Division, also in Services Australia.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and thank you for your submission also. We appreciate that. And we've just come from a very rich session with children's services providers to First Nations people. So we're delighted to have you here. It's great to have people on the ground and the people who are managing the financing and the administration of such important services. Would the Department of Social Services like to make an opening statement, and then I'll invite Services Australia to do the same?
No, thank you, Senator.
And no, thank you, Senator.
Any eager senators who want to lead off? I'm happy to if you'd like me to. Shall I? I'll lead and then you come in. Okay. In your submission, you make, if I can begin with social services, you make that statement about how we should view and support carers. And I just wondered in the third point there, recognising the valuable social and economic contribution the carers make to society should be recognised and supported. Just wondered if you wanted to reflect on how adequate our recognition and support is for carers in Australia, and whether we are adequately recognising and supporting carers, and how that, do we need to improve that status of carers? Does anyone want to make a comment on that from Social Security? It's not a trick question.
No.
Yeah.
There are an incredible number of programs that are out there for carers and payment systems, but I think that we recognise that people who are caring have less economic outcomes. They often have lower educational outcomes, and there's a lot of those areas. So I think the short answer is, of course, we recognise that these are ongoing issues for people who have caring responsibilities. But I'm not sure what you're saying about the recognition of carers. So there was a report from Deloitte in 2020 that talks about that the carer community provide 2.2 billion hours of care, and they assessed that would be $77 billion of economic benefit if they weren't doing that. So, yeah.
It's big.
It is very big. Well, I mean, I think Mr. Borman can probably tell you, I think we have 2.65 million carers in Australia. They represent 10.8% of the population, and it's enormous. And I would hesitate to add that it's probably unreported. I mean, I think that number is probably lower than what the true number would be.
Can I ask a question there? One of the things from doing this inquiry is the reshaping in my own mind of notions and descriptions of care, formal, informal, differentiated from department to department. You probably missed the evidence because I saw you just come in towards the end of our last witness. They've described one of the core pieces of work that they do to enable intersection of the Aboriginal community that they're supporting with the systems that are in place as a huge burden on them and their work, and the costs that they put to that are very significant, actually taking away from what they're funded to do. The complexity of these systems and their intersectionality and the definitions is something that's just sort of, I'm swimming in it. You know, I'm a senator who's been at Estimates for years trying to understand all of this. I'm trying to understand how aware are you of the complexity of, I think, what Jay Weatherall described as the systems on systems. How adequate are the definitions or inadequate around disability, seeing as that's kind of exactly where we are right now, to help us create programs and system responses that actually interact with the reality? I know it's a convoluted question, but that's kind of where we are now. It's more complex, not less, at the end of the hearings.
Senator, we absolutely recognise the complexity of people trying to navigate our systems. Yes, it's incredibly complex, from payment systems to support systems, from Commonwealth to state and territory systems to non-government organisations. We have a number of governance structures that we endeavour to make sure that we are working very closely with each other. So when changes are made in systems, that we consider how we can make that easier for people to navigate. I mean, we in DSS, we have what we call the Carers Gateway, and that is an opportunity for people to come in through that service. They can phone up. We can sort of help them triage into appropriate services. We recently recognised that not enough people were utilising that service, and so we've just actually gone out for another sort of campaign for carers, and we saw a really significant spike. I think it went up 180% or something of people using the Carer Gateway, which is really incredibly pleasing for us. And so having the Carers Gateway, and we also have a Disability Gateway as well, is a recognition of how we as Commonwealth Government can help people navigate that really complex system.
Can you, maybe you might need to take this on notice, can you give us the shape of the profile of people who are engaging in that 180% increase with the Carers Gateway?
I think we can. Do you have that with you?
Yeah, Senator, I can do that. And I might just add on to Ms Mitchell's evidence there. You've got, so we've been tackling this same policy issue where you've got 2.65 million informal carers across the country. The definition is broad and it's covered by the Carer Recognition Act, which describes, which you've probably heard, but that is quite a large, very diverse group of Australians. So, for example, with the First Nation communities, sometimes self-identification as a carer within that definition isn't front and centre of their mind. They're an auntie, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, part of their cultural and kin commitments to other people. What we've tried to do is over the last few years, there's been quite a fragmented system of services to support carers across the states and across the Commonwealth. The Carer Gateway tried to bring all those systems into a singular gateway so people can recognise and identify as a carer, and then come through this gateway and be assessed for what do you need in your life. And then we've tried to shift from this reactive care, it was predominantly respite once the wheels fall off the cart, to more preventative care about counselling, peer support, planned respite as opposed to emergency respite. So I think we've got there's a really good product and series of services joined together in the Carer Gateway. Now the challenge is working with the carer community, the informal carer community, to help them self-identify and say, actually, I'm a carer and I'm a carer that can reach out for some support and then come through our gateway. So the advertising campaign, which you may have seen, Senators, which was released in October this year, helps do that, and that's where Ms Mitchell was describing the uptake. It's really focused around helping people self-identify and then realising there is care available. The profile of that group of people that are Australians that are accessing those services are predominantly female, around 75%, which sort of reflects our sort of broader understanding of the care community, which is largely feminised.
But it's expected, there is an expectation that care community will grow significantly.
Yeah. And the other area is a large number of people from culturally and linguistically diverse communities. That's probably the other area where we see a large...
And the age? 60-ish? I mean, what's the average? Are these people who are mostly dealing with an older parent?
So in 2018, oh no, sorry, I'm reading the labour force, which is really bad. Do we have the demographics?
Perhaps you could take that on notice. If
It looks like 78,000 or 75% of people were female. 5% were under 25 years, so young carers. Have around 4% identify as Indigenous Australians, and around 5.5% as culturally and linguistically diverse.
And that was a big uptick in those 3 cohorts from previously, is that correct? Or is that continuation of the same?
So that's pre the uptick of the...
Okay.
So what we'll have
That's
to
the
do
baseline that we're kind of operating.
So Senator O'Neill, what we were talking about with the uptick is the number of people, not the number of new carers, but the number of people accessing the care gateway.
Yep.
So the previous rate of access from your submission was about 4% of carers were using the gateway, so it's very underutilised, you'd have to say. But I must say, as someone who didn't have access to it, and anyone I ever speak to, and that's many of my peers who are moving into the care population, that's a very important thing, to have a gateway which assists, because it is such a complex moment to access services, and I'm sure many of you know personally what that's like as well. But I wanted to ask you about looking ahead. So it's a very, very tiny proportion of Australian population that are using it, and it's a new innovation, and hopefully it will build as you're attempting to do. One of the points you make in your submission is that you project the increase in informal care to go from 1.25 million last year, or no, 2020 that was, to 1.54 in 2030. So that's a 23% growth in informal care. When we look at a country like Japan, which has had a similar massive, it's a big increase in our population and in our service delivery design and the level of service we need to provide, we're really facing a big step change in services for informal carers. Is that what your belief is about what the profile that lies ahead for your service needs? And are you up? Is the system up to that kind of boost in service provision?
Well, the system's always adapting and building, and as you say, we see a great uptick. I think, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I think we estimate a 23% increase in the next decade. And so in designing and developing the Carer Gateway and doing the evaluation, that's constantly on our mind about, is this contemporary to the care community at the moment? And I think we have adapted. There are new areas in the Care Gateway around supporting carers to access training systems. We have bursary programs for young carers, particularly. You know, there is quite a large community of carers.
But if you look at the number of bursaries, it's tiny.
It is tiny.
How many was it? Tell me.
1,000,
I'm sorry, it's in your submission.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
We do around
It's 1,000. We've heard a lot of really interesting evidence about young carers.
Yeah.
And what a hidden group, an unself-identifying group, what an important, and how their life chances change
Yes.
through the randomness of the care that comes to them. How adequate are we, Lee, are we supporting our young carers, do you think?
Well, there's always more we can do, Senator.
Diplomatic answer. Japan has gone to looking at a 4-day working week to deal with that tsunami of aged care. They're looking at some really radical structural changes. Have you got any thoughts about how we're, at the moment, picking up that care burden around the edges of our lives? It's not systemic transformation. We're trying to we've heard a lot of evidence about women in particular loading that care on top of an ordinary life, many of them sandwich carers. Should we be looking at more systemic changes rather than just our payment system or loading women up particularly? What's your thoughts?
Well, Senator, these are my personal thoughts. I think that some of the lessons to be learned from how we managed during COVID could form some of our policy thinking going forward around not 9 to 5 work, but other types of work to manage some of those caring responsibilities. I mean, that sort of thinking also helps individual people with disabilities themselves who, it takes longer to get to work, it takes longer to get ready for work, they need breaks during the day. So there are a lot of lessons I think that we should be considering from how we managed during COVID and what impact that had.
And Senator, just to build on that, the government announced an initiative called a carer friendly workplace initiative, which is something that we're really progressing quickly to develop a set of tools for employers to identify, well, first to assess as an organisation or as a company whether they are carer friendly. And that can be by incorporating things like flexible work, recognition of the value and contribution that carers make to both their carer and to the workplace and adjusting their practices. So a self-assessment tool, a range of educational products, and then a gateway into more formal assessment criteria.
I'm sorry, is that a set of tools that you will offer, or is it a project external to the department? Just curious.
So we'll work with a partner in the community to bring in their expertise to develop the tools. The government will fund it, and then we'll roll it out and make those tools available. And I think that's a really important way of shifting the way that the business community looks at carers. There's a great demand for skilled labour or labour. You've got this great contribution in the community, and those two things aren't connecting. So if a business adjusts their practices, first understands where they need to adjust and then adjust, then more people will feel comfortable entering into the workplace. It might be a part-time, flexible work, different arrangements. And then they'll be supported when they are in the workplace, so the retention will be higher. And it's initiatives like that, coupled with a carer gateway, which runs a range, whether it's respite care, counselling, peer support, or those sort of preventative services as opposed to more reactive care. You can see the combination of things that we're building in the policy trajectory, but it takes a period of time.
Just clarify, you called that a carer-friendly, was it, recognition? Is that what you've, in your submission,
sorry,
you've talked about a
carer-inclusive workplace
I just wanted to make sure you were talking about the same thing.
No,
so
it
I
is
highlighted that earlier.
It was a commitment that came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit.
Yeah, no, I had that there as to see where it was up to. Thank you, sorry about that.
No, that's good. I wondered if we've had quite specific commentary on the 25-hour limit around carers' activities to remain eligible for carers' payments. And we have the Productivity Commission making a submission suggesting flexibility on that. Have you got any views about that? Would you think it's useful to think about, for example, an average of 100 hours over a month, as the Productivity Commission suggested, relative to a much more sort of rigid, if I may say, 25 hours a week? What's your thinking?
So, Senator, we're aware of that Productivity Commission recommendation. I probably don't want to veer too much into sort of giving views. I think they're best there really matters for ministers. What I would say is I think that the rationale outlined by the Productivity Commission I think is pretty sound, which is particularly for episodic conditions like mental illness, 100 hours over a longer period allows a bit of banking, if you will. So I think that there is strong merit in examining that.
Yes, I thought the Productivity Commission submission around mental health and the episodic nature and so on was really persuasive, actually. So, yeah, something certainly we will look at. Have you got any comments you want to make about family tax benefit A and B and the very high effective marginal tax rate and the disincentive that creates? It's had so much discussion across Australia about day 3 and 4 and 5 for families, second earners. Do you want to make any comment about that?
Maybe just an observation to start with, which is obviously we pay close attention with colleagues to effective marginal tax rates. I mean, if you look over a long period, say over the last 20 years, a number of what might be called kinks in the system where you do get those high EMTRs have actually been ironed out. There's one that exists at around the $60,000 mark or $80,000, where people are eligible for an end-of-year supplement, because obviously the supplement, which is several $100s a year, means that if somebody falls the wrong side of that by $1, does have an impact. I think to your point, it's hard to disentangle because I think the day 4-5 issue is as much around the childcare subsidy, which, as we know, is actually being reformed as we speak. And so it's really hard to sort of say that it's just an FTD issue. I think our view is probably that the childcare subsidy arrangements are more pervasive in terms of their impact on participation at the margin, say, for days 4 and 5.
Do you want to make any comment on the childcare subsidy?
Well, it's not ours, so I won't because... but I think that it would be useful for the committee to consider getting evidence from now the Department of Education as the policy owners of the childcare subsidy.
Can I just ask a question and make an observation there? And Mr Flavelle, I understand why you just gave the response, I can't because it's not ours, is a perfect statement of the difficulty of the system complexity that people who have no idea about who's got what are experiencing. And they find it really, really difficult to traverse. This siloed nature is historical. It's also got efficiencies. We wouldn't be doing it if we thought it was a bad thing. But nonetheless, we are where we are. So my question, given the resistance of systems, is how much have you been paying attention to the work of this inquiry and the complexity that's being described and the distress that's being put on the record and the barriers that are being identified at a system-level response, despite all the goodwill in the world?
Senator, maybe what I'd say is, I'm just making the point, obviously, from a policy perspective, I can't veer and give opinions.
I understand that.
I think you're raising a point that we do spend a lot of time thinking about in terms of system complexity. So in the disability space, just to go there for a second, and this has come up in estimates hearings as well, we've been asked questions about, well, people increasingly now are applicants, say, for the NDIS, and they may also be applicants for the disability support pension. Now, those are two quite different things. One's an income support payment based around capacity to work and other features, and the NDIS for general supports. But nonetheless, minimising the amount of effort that people have to go through in providing medical evidence and seeking ways in which you can minimise that, I think, are very much front of mind for us. On the childcare bit, I think it might be something that colleagues at Services Australia want to talk about. But I mean, by having a single one-stop shop, say, for services, family tax benefit and childcare subsidy are actually coming from the one place. So I just want to make that distinction between policy responsibility, but that for people using the system, having a single service delivery arm means that people aren't necessarily having to navigate through different parts of the bureaucracy. They're going to a single point at Services Australia.
Do you want to make a comment, Services Australia?
Thanks, Senator. I think what I'd say is certainly as the service delivery arm of government, We do spend a lot of time and effort in terms of looking at the customer journey and getting what the customer insights are. And where we actually can, having an experience for the customer which is consistent in terms of no matter which program they're actually engaging with us. What we also try and do is where we're able to, obviously under whether it's privacy and other regulations, is to leverage and utilise the information we already may have on an individual, and where we can to actually utilise that for perhaps, so we don't have to actually ask the question again. All of those things are obviously a work in progress. What we also look at is we just don't have one channel in terms of how customers access us. We have a range of channels, whether that be online, phone, in some cases forms on our website as well, where they can actually engage with us. And we also utilise things like access points, specialist service officers as well, to help us assist us engage with particular groups within the community. It's certainly something we're always looking at of how we can actually make that that customer journey experience better than than it has been.
Can I ask a literacy question? I remember when we were doing the Robodebt inquiry and how many assumptions there were about literacy capacity, like how extraordinary it was that some of the people had kept incredible records that were able to come and speak. And Senator Askew was on that committee all the time. People who had 40 long years careers as teachers who got caught up in that system, and they had this system of records. And that level of literacy that they had to have to still have failing intersections and interactions with the department. Today we've heard from First Nations childcare providers who are not actually within the childcare Aboriginality definition, even though they've got 100% of their population Aboriginal kids. Kind of an interesting phenomenon to be getting on the record today. But just the stickiness of the literacy expectations and requirements that are designed in good faith by public servants to make sure that we don't waste the Australian tax dollar. And the gap between that efficiency-driven model of engagement and the literacy realities in the community is something that is of great concern to me on the back of the work that we've been doing with this inquiry. So again, can I just ask a response to that, but how carefully have you been following the evidence that's been acquired by this committee across the country?
Well, Senator, we've certainly been following it and reading also the submissions, and certainly noting, I suppose, from a delivery perspective, where the frustrations and pain points in terms of engaging with the actual, the system are. Yes.
Okay, so I'd love on notice if you could provide me with a sense of what you think you've observed, because I'm sure that somebody's going to give you a summary document of the work of the committee. Will that happen? Is it somebody's job to be watching what's going on here?
Senator, I might add, from a DSS perspective, we're watching this committee closely. As the policy team responsible for informal carers, I do have a team that are listening to each part, taking out the key things that they hear throughout it. But broader than that, that's our day-to-day bread and butter.
Yep.
We've got, say, through our carer gateway, this connection into the carer community.
The data that we haven't got access to.
And that important anecdotal and qualitative type evidence that comes up through our ecosystem, and that informs the policy direction that we're taking. It helps us shape. I mean, a few years ago, one of the great pieces of feedback was this conversation about this fragmented system of different, largely respite care, and we were able to listen to that, bring it in, and that's the genesis of the Carer Gateway and how we take forward. We take all these important bits of intelligence
Okay.
every day. But this has been a very
That gives
important
me some
committee.
comfort, and I'd genuinely be really interested in what your sort of summary documents of what you think you've heard from what we've heard. That would be great to get a sense of the scale of engagement. But my overarching question was really about assessments based on evidence about literacy capacity of Australians to engage with the systems that are in place.
Especially
There's-
digital. Yeah.
The dark side of the digital divide is something we've become really aware of, but it's not just digital access, it's actually the capacity to fill in a form, the capacity to be in a place. You know, like the reality is if you're not highly literate, in the communities that BUBUP are managing, they're using their early childhood dollars to provide literacy support services for some interaction. So that's where the question comes from. Your literacy analysis, what is it?
Certainly, Senator, from a Services Australia's perspective, we do take into account in the design of both our forms, our correspondence, but also the information that we publish on our website to make sure it's readable and accessible. We do have staff-assisted processes as well that we encourage people to use. So if I took the example of applications for our carer payments, where we have young carers or we have people over the age of 80, we'll make sure that we have social worker assistance with those and review points as well to follow up with those people just to make sure that they've got the support that they need, because there's obviously additional supports that certain groups may need. Some customers are quite happy and comfortable coming in and using our digital services, but we do have specialist support services both for our Indigenous populations, but social workers, but our financial information services officers as well, because we know that there is complexity around making decisions around income and assets and the choices in front of carers. And it's a fairly dynamic population at times as well. We know and we've heard that evidence around the changes that can occur in relation to the people who are being cared for, and changes in the family and breakdowns and so forth. So we do understand that and we do take that into account in the production of our information.
I will never forget my application on behalf of my parents for the pension. I've got a PhD and I was in tears. It was, and sorry, maybe there are many people with PhDs who were dopey, but it's really difficult system to navigate, as anyone who's ever done it.
And one of the things that's come out too, yeah.
So you talked about customer journey. So have you got statistics on the failure rate? So people who just say, enough, I'm out of it. I'm not going to continue, but by different sorts of payments, the ones that we're interested in. So
we have information on people who've attempted, say, an online claim and maybe exited and dropped through, but they may have subsequently come through and visited our staff or did that. So we can certainly provide some information about that.
yeah, because I think it's the journey is whether you reach the destination too, isn't it? So I think
that would be hard for us to give information in relation to that. If they sort of don't progress the claim, we would have information on those people who have completed the claims.
But you can see where I'm getting at, can't you? Because you can never really assess the journey unless you have a percentage. You can understand who reached the destination, can you? And so wouldn't you want to track that to be able to say, well, this is the stumbling place, this is where people get out. You know, I've had this in another life where we want to see the conversion rates of things, and so we looked at that really closely. You know, how many people did we convert? And where did they drop out and what was it? And some of the forms were poor. So that, anyway, but you can't do that. You can't tell us. You can tell the dropout rates online, but whether or not they picked it up at a later date, you don't trace them as individuals.
Yeah, so we could certainly give you information around during our claim process where people may drop out because of the provision of medical information or because of for identity purposes, etc. We have some information on that.
Yeah.
We certainly could come back on notice on that.
Because that would be, I think, quite interesting, because that will amplify the issues of how persistent you have to be.
Particularly if you could focus on First Nations, Indigenous people. You know, I'm just remembering sitting on the bank of the Barker in Western New South Wales with the local people, and that their access to actually getting their birth certificates was really problematic. They can't even get on the roll. So, you know, at that level of disconnect, what happens is, you know, sometimes intimidation and domestic violence of those who are actually in the system. This is the sort of reports we're getting on the ground, and as people see us more and more and they start to tell us more and more, I'm wondering how many people, you know, we know are in Australia who were born and registered here. The gap between that and who's being engaged by the ATO, which would be pretty well everyone who's working. How many people are engaged by you, and what's the scale of that gap? Because this is about work and care, and you know, tax is part of that for a working population. So, some analysis of that. Where are the dark spots? How big are they in terms of who's in and who's out of the system, and why they're in and out? If you've done any research on that, I'd be most interested. Thank you.
Just on following on from the earlier comments in regard to monitoring of committees, I'm also doing the poverty one at the moment, which you probably heard evidence from as well. But one of the things that's coming out there, and it's the same messaging that we're getting in this inquiry as well, is around the access to the support. And I'm pleased to hear that you do have support for young people, because that's one of the areas that I've really got a concern about in the carer space. They haven't got the life experience like we've all had, and we've had to do our parents' applications for various things along the way. But they have to, you know, first of all, deal with Centrelink in the first place, or Services Australia as it is now, and figure out, first of all, what can they apply for themselves and for their family members they're caring for, but also then how to understanding what even the terminology on those forms are, because it's pretty intimidating for anybody, but for someone who's never even had any exposure to even an ATO, or having to have a tax file number themselves at 15, 16, 17, suddenly becoming the carer responsible for filling out these forms, it's actually become evident through both the inquiries that I'm involved in that that's a big space that they need support, but particularly and more so in rural and regional areas. Yes. Centrelink, I kept calling it this. Services Australia is back. You know, it's in the metro areas, it's in the bigger cities, but to actually get support out in, you know, outback Queensland or the Northern Territory, or even in some parts of rural Tasmania, it's difficult to get that support. And it's great that you can. I don't know. I'm assuming it would be provided by phone otherwise, but a lot of the people that we're talking about don't even have the literacy, as Deb said, or the understanding of digital, you know, or access to, more often than not, phones that will actually connect them in. So is there some sort of support available to them, or review of what types of support are available to those people? Because we hear stories where people, even for, you know, youth allowance and things like that, are just giving up, and that's where they end up on the poverty inquiry because they have got no income.
Yeah, again, we'll be interested in the evidence throughout the committee around ways that we can look and understand those issues that are emerging more fully in the committee. We do have our community engagement and sort of outreach approaches to that. We do have these services available by telephone and so forth to help with some of that. But again, the literacy challenge, I suspect, is one that cuts across a number of areas, both at a state and federal level.
It certainly does.
Can I ask a couple of questions about policy? We've had a number of submissions put to us from diverse groups about sole parents. I wonder whether you are doing any, or have done any, research about the impact of the changes in levels of support for sole parents. We took evidence this week from the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children, for example, a strong argument in favour of support through to your child being 16 and 18, in return, really, to what was there before. Have you got evidence about the impact of changes in support, the decline in support, and the impact on families and children?
I might take that question on notice because there is some research. So I'm aware that ANU's done a study recently looking at that cohort. Be a little bit careful, of course, because what probably matters most is longer term outcomes, and of course those changes are still sort of working their way through the system in some cases. But yeah, there is a little bit of research there.
Okay, thank you. If you could take that on notice, we'd like to receive that. My sense from the support for young carers, from your submission and from what you've told us today, 1,000 young people receiving the Young Carer Bursary support. When we look at a program like Your Caring Way, which we've heard evidence on in other places, as being helpful, due to cease this year in December, And in the 2 years to July 2022, really small numbers of carers being supported, like 23 carers have commenced higher education, 557 carers have commenced employment. These numbers are tiny. Is that your sense, that there are a lot of young people out there who are not getting the support they need? I'm just curious. I mean, you don't fund these programs, governments are making these decisions, but is there, in your assessment, a high unmet need for support, for bridges, for recovery programs for kids who are caring for people?
I'll let Mr. Bullman go to that second part of the question, but I just will let you know that Minister Rishworth actually approved a 12-month extension of the Your Caring Way pilot. It's actually a pilot,
yes,
rather than a program, so that once the evaluation is done, there'll be, we will determine and look then around what it's achieved, what more it could achieve, and that's probably the time when we start to look at unmet need, who has applied, and those sorts, so that evidence will become available over time. So, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's an important point because what we're doing with the evaluation and evidence of the Your Caring Way is considering what it could look like in the broader employment and skills ecosystem and whether a national approach is necessary. It fills a unique gap, and it is a pilot to test that gap because carers also access different supports for employment and skills and training. But our sense is, from the evidence that we've seen, that there was a gap, and that's why we're testing and trialling. On young people, it's similar. The bursary program augments a whole range of other supports. So going back to the Carer Gateway, and I don't want to just keep saying this is the panacea for everything, but it is available to young people. There is a take-up for young people accessing the Carer Gateway. And they might receive a whole range of different supports that help them on their educational journey, like just having the time available to be attending through respite or through other supports. And it can be as simple, we've heard evidence coming to my team from one of our recipients of the Carer Bursary program saying it was actually simple things like having someone come and mow the lawn for you while you're caring for mum meant you could do your homework. The bursary also helped with additional support. So there's a broad range of systems and supports. Could there be greater take-up? That's something we'll have to evaluate and assess. If I could also just, go back one or two steps to the previous line of questioning around supporting carers to access services separate to the payment system and Services Australia. The thing we're doing with the Carer Gateway is having a very individualised or regionalised way of service delivery. So Senator O'Neill's comment about the Barker River area, or perhaps up in around Nhulunbuy in the Northern Territory, we have a very different service provision model there where we would, our providers of the Carer Gateway service are actually going out through Aboriginal healthcare services, community organisations, helping people, filling out the assessment forms for them, bringing them in, understanding what are your barriers, and if they identify that perhaps one of the barriers is a birth certificate access to income support, they will add that on their carer plan and actually help them navigate those systems. So it's a very tailored approach, I guess, to the unique circumstances across different geographic regions of Australia. So we can have that translation maybe in a Western Sydney, or a very hands-on healthcare style service through remote Aboriginal communities. I wonder whether it would be helpful, Senator, to give a bit of a description, maybe two or three. This is what it might look like in remote Northern Territory. This is what it might look like in Sydney, because our service provision just differs across
And if
them.
you could, if that's okay, Chair. Who is the person who's coming in to do this? Because, I hear about programs, but I've also been up in the northwest where, local people say, we don't even worry about them. We just call them white Toyotas. They don't even give them the doctors and the nurses' names because they've got so much transition and they have no sense of cultural safety. The program can exist, somebody's ticking it off, but they're not from the community, they don't have cultural knowledge, and they're ticking their box for all intents and purposes in terms of program delivery, but the people on the ground going, nice program, we're not interested.
Yeah.
So I want to get that intersection.
Yeah.
Is it really going on?
Yeah, so I'll map that out for you a bit so you can see the case study. But for example, we'll have a head service provider in the Northern Territory, but they're subcontracting through trusted service providers, so you don't get that fly-in, fly-out white Toyota experience. But Aboriginal community health organisations in community are then utilised to deliver the services to support people to even do the assessment and identification of carers. So working through, particularly in the remote context where local Aboriginal services are incredibly important and trusted, we'll have a series of subcontracting or sub-service provision. So we're utilising trusted community providers, and you might do that similarly.
So the community provider, can you give me a sample? Is it like, the Red Cross or the...
Carers SA, we had evidence from them in Adelaide
yeah.
the other day, major provider in South Australia. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's right. And so they...
How many of the people who they are employing are actually First Nations people from the community, is my question, because that seems to be one of the gaps that I keep hearing about all the time when I'm there.
Yeah. So I understand what you're saying. On notice, I'll spell this out a bit more.
Thank
you. If you take the Northern Territory example, where there are quite unique circumstances, we'll have service providers from the local NACHO, the Aboriginal Community Health Organisation, connected to our head contract. But if I show you that sort of ecosystem, I think it will help as a committee to sort of understand how we've taken that into account, because you can't just have a one-stop 1-800 number for carer community. This is far more detailed service provision that's more localised.
So where an auntie is still in the system and getting money in, like an Aboriginal community that I visited, and I sat down with the aunties, and they said, one of them had in the weeks previously been attacked by a member of her own family, where she had the money in her bra to try and keep it close, and they knew that that's where it was. And this was because there was a group of 4 young men in her family who had completely disconnected from the system and had no money. This was the only way that they could get any money for anything, and before we start talking about drug and alcohol and school refusal and all the other things. The system as it operates has got so many people in some of these remote communities so completely disconnected that it's actually driving crime from people who are in poverty. And, not that you ever can condone knocking an auntie down and taking literally dollars from her bra to go and do whatever you need to do. But I think that reveals the complexity of what's going on here and how things may or may not be working. How do you address those sorts of problems?
Senator, I understand the situation you're describing, having lived and worked in remote Australia for a long period, and I think Ms Borthwick will be able to... The way Centrelink has really those staff that are out on the ground or have that ability to connect with remote service delivery is one element. It is a complex system, particularly in very regional and remote Australia. I don't think anyone sort of denies that, but they're similar. I'll explain how we do it through the Gateway, because I think that's one where, given it's a relatively new program within the last couple of years, we've taken that context and ensured that the service delivery is through those partners on the ground, not through one large multinational driving in and driving out, but an actual targeted Aboriginal service. And we could also look at how describe Centrelink.
I'm just conscious our time is short. The Gateway's servicing at the moment 4% of the 2.5 million carers, a small number. I'm not diminishing its value, but it's not doing the job. And it's a gateway. Behind the gateway are the services or not. And we've heard a lot of evidence, for example, about the absence of respite for people caring for someone with disability or an aged person. Are you mapping the unmet need, or have you got any evidence you can provide to us about the adequacy of the respite services for carers who are trying to hold together their job, you know, with caring for someone, sometimes intermittent in their needs, all of that complexity there. Is the Gateway helping, or leave aside the Gateway, is the department having a look at that and how adequate our respite and other support systems are? Because a gateway is like a brokering enter point. It's what's behind the gate that really matters.
Yes, and the take-up is the area that we're, like I was saying, it's relatively new. It was launched during COVID, so it's through those terrible waves of COVID where take-up has been far lower. What we're focused on is the communication campaign to make sure people know it's here. There's good respite available through the Gateway, but we want more carers out of the 2.65 million to identify, understand they can access, dial the number or go see their Carer Gateway provider and access those services.
So you have confidence that respite is widely available and not a problem? Because we're hearing evidence very different to that.
So, Senator, a new national carer strategy has been announced, and we're just having a look at the approach that we might take, and that is an opportunity then, again, to have a look at what the respite services are looking like, because it is very much around looking across the intersections across multiple sectors, including all of government agencies, health services, aged care services, disability and mental health services. So respite is inherent to all of those particular sectors, and I'm sure that it'll come up through that. So we don't have a clear answer about whether we know what the gap is now, but having run respite services myself in New South Wales for people with disability, there is always a huge demand.
Yeah. And we've had a sense, I think, of respite deserts in the way that childcare deserts have been mapped by some researchers across the country, especially in some, but not only, in regional cities. We've had evidence of people very well resourced, people with a lot of social capital who can't get any respite in central Sydney, for example.
Yeah, Senator, we are aware of that and the impact of the care workforce, which is impacting so many different industries, but also heavily impacting the respite care industry.
Yeah, so a big problem. I just wanted to then ask, and we'll come any last questions from others, around paid parental leave. We have a plan now for increasing paid parental leave by 2 weeks each year to hit 26 weeks in 2026. We've had evidence put to us that the international standard is considerably higher, so this committee may well consider mapping out some kind of pathway to increase paid parental leave into the longer run to reach towards the international standard of a year. Any comments on the way paid parental leave is unfolding, how it's working, any evaluations or evidence you can give to us about that program?
Senator, what I would say, so yes, as you know, the government's introduced the legislation last week with a plan to reach 26 weeks by 2026. Internationally, though, and the comparisons you draw, what I would say is Australia we have our government paid parental leave scheme, and that's complemented by the private sector paid parental leave arrangements. Often internationally, where we look at other countries and often comparisons are drawn with Scandinavian countries and the Nordics, those schemes are typically contributory. So workers contribute, out of their salary, and then they draw down on those leave arrangements. So the government's leave scheme here is fully funded by taxpayers, and then we also, some private sector employers also offer leave arrangements in Australia. So I think I just want to exercise caution, I guess, about some of the international comparisons.
But if we allowed the fact that we don't have a contributory system to hold us back, we would have no paid parental leave in Australia.
I'm not suggesting that
we roll it back. I'm sure you're
no,
not.
No, and I think the move to 26 weeks has been welcomed, and the government's clearly, they've introduced legislation to do that. That new scheme also includes gender-neutral claiming arrangements. It also includes a family income test, so the move from an individual income, and that individual income test will be complemented by the family income test.
Yep, thank you. Senator White, is there anything you would like to?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the, and I understand, the systems are changing, but on the dad and partner pay, the take-up rate seems low. Have you got a sense of what the, so it's 54% of the number of people who've taken up paid parental leave, but when you compare it to the birth rate, it seems low. And clearly, not everybody who has a child is going to have a partner, and there will be multiple births, right? But it still seems low. Have you got a sense of who's not taking it?
Senator, we also noted that the take-up of dad and partner pay is quite low. One of the policy or program designs of dad and partner pay is that it can't be taken in conjunction with other leave. And so if a dad wanted to, or a partner wanted to take that 2 weeks leave, that 2 weeks partner pay, they can't take it in conjunction with paid leave from their employer. So then they may be in the situation where for that 2 weeks, it's coming at, a significant financial cost to them. Under the new proposed, or, under the legislation that's been introduced, dad and partner pay will be rolled into the paid parental leave arrangement. And so mums, dads, partners can take that leave in conjunction with any other leave. So we're hoping that will address the relatively lower take-up that we've had of dad and partner pay by allowing them to access the broader scheme.
But will it? Like, really?
Who knows?
Like, I don't know. It seems unlikely to me. We've heard quite a bit of evidence here about use it or lose it. But there has to be some penalty that makes people do it.
Or a bonus 2 weeks.
Or a bonus to do it.
And so there are, as you probably know, there are 2 weeks use it or lose it for each partner introduced, and then the government has also sought advice from the Women's Economic Equality Task Force on, as they design the 26 weeks, whether they look at additional use it or lose it provisions.
So back to my original question, have you got any data on who doesn't take it up currently under the current scheme?
Not on who. It's very difficult for us to capture people who are not applying. So if people self-select out and don't actually come to the government, and so we don't know what we don't. I mean, I guess we can look at birth rates and we can look at take up.
Yeah, so I did look at birth rates. So, there's 309,000 in the last year, with nearly 310,000 births, right? 61%, or it's nearly 62% were in a registered marriage, okay? So let's add, a few more percent who were with a partner. That's way ahead of 55% take up on the unpaid parental leave, isn't it? I mean, you've got a discount for work and the like, but wouldn't you be able to, who's in work because there's qualifications, etc. But wouldn't it be good to know something about who doesn't take it up or who did take it up and that sort of stuff to be able to, from a policy point of view, figure it out?
And we'll be looking to, continue to evaluate. We will be doing evaluation of the program through next year. Because I think we do need to know that.
I would have thought so because anyway, I have a view.
And if you have any evaluations of the paid parental leave scheme in the last couple of years, we would be very keen to see them if they're able to take that on notice of research
Certainly,
outcomes.
Senator, yeah.
Be
We're happy to
useful
take
for
that on
us.
notice.
And similarly, the number of people who have got other schemes from their workplace, do you track any of
Yeah,
that?
so we do have data from...
Yeah, I think that would be very useful to understand who has that. And I guess you won't have the economic disadvantage that you'd suffer by taking it at the rate that it currently is. But if you have anything that sort of suggests who is taking it up, age of them, or anything that can enlighten us about it in both paid parental leave and dads and partners leave, I think that would be very interesting.
Very
for us.
welcome. Thank you.
Certainly,
Thank you.
Senator.
Sorry.
Just on notice, if you can, Senator, Professor McGorry and Professor Hickey gave evidence to this committee in Brisbane. Professor McGorry indicated that we've had the first National Mental Health Survey for 15 years. We should be having them more frequently, and there's a bit of a theme here about data collection and data interrogation. Alarming figures: 50% rise in diagnosable mental illness in young people, rising from 26% in the given year in 2007 to 39% in 2021, and as high as 48% in young women. Professor Hickey states if young people and young women in particular are to continue to have many of the critical multiple caring roles that they have, plus also develop the skills, training and participation in the workforce from which they will benefit, which we will all benefit economically, then that needs to be formally addressed in the metrics we have, in the support systems we have, and how that actually plays out through the various employment and training systems that we have. Are we in a situation where we're measuring what the system asks in terms of measurement for its own edification? Do we have data poverty about the metrics that really matter for a person-centred set of information from which policy might be developed?
It's a good question. I don't think so, Senator. I mean, I think that people are often surprised at the extent of different points of data that are actually collected. And I can talk about the social security system and the plethora. I mean, to get back to that question about paid parental leave, we have very good data about the age, gender, whether somebody's on an income support pay, everything. So I think there has been a pretty strong shift over the last few years in terms of the amount of data that's collected, but most importantly, then being taken into account in policy design, which I think is your point. That
It is.
Are we using it?
Yeah. Are we really interrogating the data in a way that continues to prioritise the citizens of the country rather than the systems in their complex interactions? Because, really, we're public servants, servants of people, not servants of systems. But the systems have such power and dominance in the way things operate. So I just ask you to take that on notice in terms of the data richness or poverty and the interrogation of that data. Are we funding? Are we providing enough interrogation? Is there enough research going on? And I guess at the end, how responsive are the systems to adjustment that might make it more child-centred in the child case, more carer-centred in the carer space, because...
So for people with disabilities, it's been incredibly difficult over many, many years to have rich data on people with disabilities. And so over the last couple of years, all of the states and territories and the Commonwealth have been working on developing a national disability data asset. And that will take us a long way to being able to understand the complexity of the systems for those particular people as they try to navigate through the carers system, the NDIA, the health system. So I can't sit here today and say that we have that data asset. We're still working very closely. It's incredible, as Mr Flavelle says, there are enormous data assets out there.
Yeah.
The difficulty, of course, is to bring them together and interrogate them in a way that looks at that person-centric.
So rostering justice is an issue that we've been talking about. Rostering data, the other day we found out from Aldi, and today we'll be hearing from another very significant employer in Australia, Bunnings. At Aldi, we couldn't get any sense from them of any data around requests for rostering shift change. Without knowing about that, it's hard to understand the shape of what's going on with the workforce. It's not just the data that you hold, it's the data intersecting with other data sets, provided or not provided, that is creating these blind spots where people are just falling through systems, not accessing support and care when they need it. And that's a huge loss of productivity and capacity for the nation. So I just ask you to think about, the private sector, the broader economy, and the intersectionality of critical data to give the fullness of the picture. Is it robust, or are there some holes there?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it on notice, but what I would say is there's a lot more sharing of data across government now through mechanisms. We've had the Data Act passed last year, which allows researchers to get, under certain conditions, access to de-identified data. I think the only caution I'd note is when it comes to sharing of government data with the private sector, privacy and those issues are pretty
We're
much
all
at the
for that,
forefront.
but private sector need to be telling you what they're doing.
Yep.
Otherwise, we could be spending a lot of taxpayers' dollars fixing up problems that are generated in the private sector.
Yeah, it's more than matching, I think, back
Yes.
with government data, where we just need to be a bit careful.
Thank you.
But certainly we look at private sector data, so to the extent that banks and others are willing to share transactional data, can tell really useful pictures about people on lower incomes and what their spending habits are and how they change, for instance, when we have something like a coronavirus supplement. So there's
Thinking
a
of
lot of that
women
happens.
who are underemployed, who have shifts, who are leaving their children at home with no care and can't get rostering justice because their manager doesn't have to record any data, if I can be that blunt.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I just want to draw Senator's attention to media in the room who would like to take some photos. Are there any objections to that? Everyone comfortable? How about our panel here? You'd rather not. I'm getting a lot of... So stay away from our friends
all on
there.
video.
But we're all very happy. You can come back this way. Thank you. A question, couple more questions.
It's only one really. I just wanted to touch on the National Carer Strategy, which was, you mentioned earlier, that's been committed to. Just wanted to understand what stage it's at, and my specific question is around the stakeholder engagement to make sure that it will include rural and regional, and what stage the planning is for that.
So, Senator, we are in the very early stages of planning, and we expect to go out for consultation in early 2023. So we're just forming up how we will develop that engagement, but absolutely rural and remote areas will be a very big focus.
Excellent, that's all I really wanted to put
And
on the
will your
record.
definition of carers for the development of that carers strategy extend to parent carers and to, the broad range of carers, or are you very focused on age, disability, the narrowly defined in the Act carers?
So, Senator, we're working through what that scope will look like and the breadth of the definition. So it's just a bit early to say.
Well, if this committee could make a recommendation to you, and I'm just making it up on the spot, carers are much broader than those defined in the 2010 Act, and they are intersecting, of course, sandwich carers who are juggling all kinds of things out there. We've had so much evidence about the diversity of care and the complexity. I'm sure you know about that. So, I had a final question, and I don't know if you're the right people to be asking, but the evidence we just heard from First Nations Early Childhood Services suggests that there are a sizable bunch of services out there who are mostly providing services to very needy First Nations communities who are dealing with culturally unsafe racist environments around them, who are not named as First Nations services, and therefore they are trying to fit their services, which are complex and have many vulnerable children in them as well, into an existing kind of model of childcare provision. And I just wonder if you've got any, that they mentioned DSS in particular as a source of funding, which was not suitable for the kind of complexity they are offering. Any commentary or any response to that?
Senator, I'd have to know specifically which funding model they're talking about to see whether there is some way we can improve that. If there's anything you wish to share with us, we're very happy to have a look. But childcare, as Mr. Flavelle said, is under the Department of Education. So if we've provided funds through our big ILC grants, they would be specific to that area, and it would be very related to Australia's disability strategy around increasing capacity of people and supporting them through education and training and things.
So that part of the
ILC
is in your bailiwick, is that
It is.
correct? Well, we've certainly had quite a lot of evidence about that from Good Start, from a range of early child, how critical the availability of that support is, and we'll certainly be considering recommendations on that front. And I think this service in particular was making the point, and we heard last week, it was only 2 days ago, from Mr Weatherall about the need for universal, quality, child-centred, place-based systems which wrap care around a child, including meeting the needs of the high proportion of children with disability in so many of our
Senator
centres now.
Pocock, I will just add to that and say that the ILC is a grant-based system. It's not ongoing funding. It is about looking at specific areas of need at specific times, and it shifts over time. And we have a number of grant rounds as identified under Australia's disability strategy. So it's often difficult when somebody receives a grant funding and then it ceases because, but that's the nature of the ILC, and it's actually not a huge, it's not a big bucket of money.
So it really raises questions, doesn't it, for the outcomes for high needs kids in our early childhood system. That's not an intermittent need, it's an ongoing need, which we're learning more and more about, and we know increasingly the evidence about brain development and long-term life chances are fixed so early. Is there a need for a more comprehensive, ongoing source of funding to support those kids in those communities?
That's not something I can answer, Senator.
Okay.
Senator White liked that question.
The phone was clapping. Thank you so much for your evidence and also for your submission. We really appreciate your time today and for taking our questions. You've taken a number of questions on notice. We'd love to get those, the evidence or reports or responses within the next 2 weeks if possible. Thanks for your time. Okay, into Treasury.
Thank you.
Yep. We're a little bit behind time, but we're going to have our full hour with this community. Is that all right with everybody? For Treasury and productivity.
Anything the Secretariat thinks needs to come in for our finance report, anything you think just before the committee that will lift the quality of the debate.
So I now welcome representatives of the Treasury and via video conference representatives of the Productivity Commission. And thank you for your patience. We're running a little behind time, but we would like to take our full hour with you, which will take us a little over time, just to give you notice of that. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that the case? Just looking for it. Thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and capacities in which you appear today, starting with the Productivity Commission? You're on mute. Sorry, Mr Brennan, you're on mute. Well, we can't hear you. Try that. We can't hear you.
You're still on mute.
It probably needs to dial in again.
He's not on mute, he doesn't think. Does anyone have any?
You usually need to log out and back in again.
You might have to go out and come back in again, Mr Brennan. I'm sorry. Thank you. Perhaps we can come over here. Mr Giannini.
Patrick Jomini, good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Great.
Yes?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent.
Can
Thank
hear
you very
clearly.
much.
Are you?
So my name is Patrick Jomini. I'm joined here with Ms. Jess Nugent.
Okay. Ms Newcas.
Nugent.
Nugent, sorry.
Nugent.
Okay. Thank you. Ms Bell?
Rosalind Bell, I'm Acting Head of Office at the Productivity Commission.
Thank you. Now, Treasury.
I'm Edwina Dolly. I'm Acting Assistant Secretary of Women's Economic Security and Social Services Branch in Social Policy Division.
Alex Heath. I am the First Assistant Secretary in the Employment Task Force at Treasury.
Brendan McKenna. I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary in the Labour Market, Environment, Industry and Infrastructure Division in Treasury.
That's a big division, Mr McKenna.
A lot of words.
And Nathan Deutscher, Acting Assistant Secretary of Structural Analysis Branch in Macroeconomic Analysis and Policy Division in Treasury.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate your presence. I understand we don't have a submission from you. Is that correct?
No.
We have a submission from the Productivity Commission. Just making sure I've got my ducks in a row there. Yes, thank you. I might lead off with a couple of questions and then go to other senators. I wanted to start with paid parental leave and a question to Treasury, really. We're looking at an increase in paid parental leave of 2 weeks a year to hit 26 weeks in 2026. We've had a number of submissions suggesting we find a pathway towards increasing it over time to approach the international standard in developed countries of 52 weeks. What would be your response to a recommendation from a committee like this that we keep increasing into the years ahead by 2 weeks a year, maybe even 4 weeks a year? Have you done any financial assessments of that, and what would be your view about the taking that kind of trajectory to increase paid parental leave? Any thoughts? Oh, Mr Brennan's back. Welcome.
I'm happy to start with that. So,
thank you.
Certainly, the government's, as you would have been advised, has established the Women's Economic Equality Task Force to consider a range of advice to government about how we can best support women's economic participation, and of course, care and paid parental leave is part of their focus. They're certainly providing initial advice to the government as well about how the design of that 26 weeks initial commitment looks, and we know part of that consideration they're looking at some further research about what best practice might look like in the Australian context. So that will also then feed into a gender equality strategy that the government's commissioned to publish in the middle of next year, which we would also look to for some guidance about how that fits in relative priorities for supporting women's workforce participation particularly, and balancing care and work. In terms of financial impact and modelling that Treasury might have done to examine, I might just pass to my colleague Nathan if there was anything further.
Yes, I'm happy to talk to that. So we did, in the context of the budget, provide a qualitative assessment around the potential for further economic dividends from the changes to paid parental leave as announced in the budget, including the prospect of increases to female labour force participation if in those first 26 weeks a more equitable distribution of care is established within the household. And then with a more equitable distribution of care, there's the potential for productivity benefits later down the line too, if it allows for workers to be jobs to be better matched to workers who are best able to do them. We're aware that in couples prior to birth, around 25% of couples, women are the primary earner. Yet in analysis we've done on the impacts of children on the gender earnings gap, the motherhood penalty, as it's sometimes referred to, is the same whether you look at women who were primary or secondary earners prior to the birth of their child. Now that's led us to make this qualitative assessment of the potential for an economic dividend, but it is hard to quantify and be precise about the exact nature of that. There are international studies that have done that for settings, expansions of policy in Quebec, for instance, but it's hard to map that to the Australian context.
And are you able to provide any documentation about the impact of what your modelling and your analysis showed?
So there's a There's a box 2.4 in Budget Statement 2 that discusses the estimates we've provided on the increases to the childcare subsidy, those we have quantified, and it talks a little bit about the qualitative assessment that we've made on paid parental leave. The work that I've mentioned on the role of children in the gender earnings gap and the motherhood penalty, that was published in the October edition of the Treasury Roundup, so there's a full paper there.
Thank you. We'll definitely look at those. We took evidence in Perth from Professor Alison Preston about the lifetime earnings gap of our pattern in Australia of dealing with work and care, which is essentially for women to go part-time. And that the lifetime gap in earnings was around a 51% difference if you looked at the whole life course. So we also heard from Jay Weatherall at Evidence 2 days ago, similarly making the point that our method of adaptation for work and care in Australia is for women to step out, and then take a long time to come back, with very big implications for especially retirement earnings. I just, wonder if you have any comments to make about, these decisions are made within a structural framework of labour market conditions and cultural norms and employment practices, rostering practices, and beliefs about who should be doing what between men and women in households, which has us in at a rather unique international, gives us a unique international character, which has got big implications for our economy, for our taxes, and for our economic growth. Have you got any thoughts you want to make from Treasury's perspective or from the Productivity Commission about that pattern in Australia? How well is it serving us?
I can talk a little to the pattern. So I'll talk a little more about the work we've done on children and the gender earnings gap. So in this work, we've analysed the earnings of men and women in the years up to and then after the arrival of their first child. And what we find is that women's earnings are reduced on average by around 55% in the first 5 years following the arrival of that child, whereas for men, we don't see a hit. We've looked at, we don't have higher frequency data on earnings, but we do have higher frequency data on hours worked. And this analysis was in the budget as well. And if you look at hours worked, then you can see women's hours worked fall very substantially, dipping a little prior to the arrival of that first child, and then very low thereafter. Men's hours dip in the month after birth, but then bounce right back up. So those early patterns do appear to persist. Using separate data, we've looked at 10 years following the arrival of that child. It still persists, and the international literature suggests that it continues on. So that gap in earnings is driven by a number of factors. It's driven by decisions to participate at all in the labour force. It's also driven by the number of hours worked, and to a lesser extent, we can see a small reduction in the wage rate received. So the effect there that we estimate is imprecise, but it's around a 5% reduction in the wage rate received by women. International studies have looked at the relationship between those patterns and work. One thing that we did do in our study was look at women who were working in more flexible occupations prior to the arrival of their child, and what we found was women in more flexible occupations were more likely to remain employed, but there was suggestive evidence that they had a larger wage impact. So potentially something of a trade-off between the flexibility allowing engagement with the workforce, but coming at a career cost.
And it's a plausible proposition, is it not, that the way in which casual work, for example, has grown very significantly in Australia is that is the means by which many women get the flexibility they need. They want to be part-time. The consequence of going part-time is that they must become casual with big impacts on their pay. For example, they don't have a career progression as a consequence of that. Is that
That's not something we've been able to test. The 55% hit that I mentioned is something that we see for both primary and secondary earners. There will be people who are working part-time but remain permanent employees.
I wonder what your perspective in Treasury is about the evidence that has been overwhelming to us about the critical infrastructure failure of our childcare system. If our roads were doing what our childcare system is doing to who turns up for work and suppressing our participation rate, then we would have addressed it as a critical infrastructure need. Have you got anything you want to offer to us about the way in which childcare availability, childcare deserts, costs of childcare are affecting our labour force supply?
Yeah, sure, I'm happy to start. So absolutely conscious from Treasury's perspective about a range of challenges that families face in accessing childcare, particularly in certain locations. As you'd be aware, there was significant investment in the last budget, $4.6 billion investment over increasing childcare subsidy levels for families. But importantly, the government's also committed to tasking the Productivity Commission with really undertaking a whole-scale review of the whole sector of how that works. And the intent is for the scope of that to be as broad as possible to really consider the whole suite of different models about how they might approach childcare and understand what sort of families it's working for, how it interacts with, of course, women's workforce participation, but also children's educational outcomes and the range of opportunities it presents to think about the suite of other supports and wraparound supports that we can provide to families through childcare in particular.
Does the Productivity Commission wish to make a comment on that? And welcome, I can see you've adjusted yourself so we can hear all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and apologies for before. So Michael Brennan, I'm the Chair of the Productivity Commission, joined by my other colleagues who have introduced themselves. So as Treasury noted, we anticipate receiving a terms of reference from government in relation to their election commitment about a Productivity Commission review into the childcare and early childhood sector. So we anticipate that commencing next year and then going for a period that will be specified in that terms of reference. So as a consequence, it's inappropriate for us to kind of comment much in advance of that. We haven't commenced the work as yet. We had done some work on childcare some years ago. We can certainly comment on some of the findings from that, although it's a little dated in the sense that it was the precursor to the way the reforms that happened in around 2015. So it's probably not really up to date in terms of having a view about the responsiveness, for example, of workforce participation to additional childcare subsidy and particular design elements. So much of that, unfortunately, is going to have to wait until we get underway in 2023. But I'm happy to throw to my colleagues if Ms. Bell wanted to add anything further about what we found last time we looked at it.
Ms. Bell?
Thank you. So, yes, we were quite conscious last time around the pressures that a lot of families are facing in accessing childcare and the affordability of childcare at that time for them. As Michael said, there have been a number of changes to childcare assistance arrangements since the Commission last looked at it, and we'd anticipate, the opportunity to revisit affordability and assistance arrangements next year. One thing that we did note, back in the last childcare inquiry, and it was some time ago now, was that at that point in time, I think participation of mothers varied depending on the age of their children and also their household situation. So, for example, participation rate in workforce of partnered mothers was above that of single mothers for all ages of children. Participation rates of older children, of mothers of older children, was substantially higher than that for mothers of younger children, which is as you would expect. And the participation rate of mothers decreased with the number of children that they had. So they were some of the basic findings that we had at that point in time, and we'll look to revisit that next year again.
I'll go to Senator White in a moment, but just a quick follow-up on that. Will you include in your analysis the impact on the health budget, on mental health and on education success, the non-financial, difficult to measure, but really important positive social outcomes. We've heard evidence, powerful evidence this morning, for example, from First Nations Early Childhood Services, who criticised the economic model and frame that's adopted in relation to early childhood, when the early intervention and wraparound services for a family and First Nations children are incredibly important for the life chances of those kids, but also for our health budget and things that are offline in conventional economic analysis.
Thank you. We'll have a look at the terms of reference when we see it, and look at what in particular government's asking us to do. But the Commission, with all of its inquiries, takes a community-wide perspective and does look at not just the financial and economic outcomes, but also the broader implications for the community and social outcomes for people that are particularly affected by the policy that we're looking at. So we'd anticipate that. We've got quite a lot of work happening at the moment in the Productivity Commission, looking at the policy environment for, in particular areas with respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including children. And so we would look to draw on some of that as well and extend it in childcare inquiry if that's consistent with what government asks us to do.
Thanks, Ms Bell. Senator White.
I just wanted to ask, Treasurer, have you done any work on the take-up of dad and partners pay, the scheme that operates, and who takes it up, or why they don't take it up? Or have you seen any work that's been done on that? That's the 2 weeks dad and partners pay.
So we've engaged with DSS on the data that they collect and the evaluation work they've done, but to my best of my knowledge, there's nothing independent that Treasury's done in addition to DSS as, of course, having the primary responsibility for that program.
Because the point you made earlier is it's a significant economic... Well, the data that I've seen previously, based on the Hilda data, was that it's a significant benefit for men to have children. Men with children are at the top of the tree, and the women with children are at the bottom of the, particularly in relation to earnings and in superannuation in terms of what they do. It's literally one is compensating for the other. So we are thinking and contemplating the issue of dad and partners pay and making it more compulsory, like making you have to take it, use it or lose it. Some countries have done that. So have you looked at any of that sort of idea of use it or lose it, or what sort of what sort of measures you have to put over it to increase productivity for women?
Yeah, so the legislation that's kind of introduced includes the 2 weeks reserved use it or lose it for both parents, and the government is keen for advice. They've tasked specifically the Women's Economic Equality Task Force to provide further advice on the ultimate design of the 26-week arrangement, on just what the ideal amount of use it or lose it weeks would be within the Australian system to try to incentivise a better sharing of that care work and supporting women's workforce participation. So once that final advice from the week task force comes through, I think government will then make its final decisions about those settings.
Can I ask one clarifying question on that? Are the banks engaged in any of that discussion? Because a lot of the families at this age would be mortgage holders, and if the use it or lose it provision doesn't actually deal with the economic reality of them having to pay their mortgage, there will just be a complete step away. So are the banks engaged is my question.
Look, the Women's Economic Equality Task Force is consulting widely, and they've commissioned some research, and I understand they're consulting widely to inform that advice to government, but we would have to defer that question, I think, to that task force or to Prime Minister and Cabinet who are supporting that task force.
Okay, so they can answer if they're doing it or not. Do you believe that that would lead to a better, more robust policy analysis if the impact of mortgage payments on decision-making around use it or lose it paid parental leave or engaging with paid parental leave structure was engaging with mortgage providers?
I think the breadth of consultation certainly is going to support that advice coming forward.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator White.
I might just leave it for the moment. I'm going to think about it.
Okay. Senator O'Neill, did you want to?
Look, can I go, thank you very much to the Productivity Commission for your submission. It would have been actually really good to get one from Treasury. You've raised some things in your opening statements that it would have been great to prepare and respond to. So if you can think about that and provide us with something following your hearing, I'd certainly be willing to read it and take some time with it. I might go first to the comment that you made about flexible work. And you talked about particular flexible work professions, or what were you referring to there? Because you used it as a general term, and I'll give you the context of my concern. Is that flexibility, impressionistically to me before this hearing, seemed like a pretty one-way street. An employer having so much power over their employees didn't really provide a lot of flexibility for a large section of the community with higher degree qualifications, more negotiation, less power in equality. There seemed to be a different sort of mediated set of managerial level. But what do you mean when you say flexible workplaces?
No, that's a fair question. In the context of the analysis that I was referring to, we're using a specific question in the HILDA surveys, the Household Income and Labour Dynamics in Australia survey, that asks respondents whether flexible start or finish times are available as an entitlement in their workplace. Very conscious that there are other forms of flexibility that is not all-encompassing. That was the question that we had access to and that we used to split our sample into those and more flexible occupations versus less flexible occupations.
And what was the percentage split?
We just split it down the middle. We classified according to responses to that, and
whether you did
whether you did or didn't.
Okay, and how many did and how many didn't? What was the numbers there?
I don't have that.
Because it strikes to me that is a critical data point that there needs to be quite a degree of detail about to inform policy making, right? So flexibility, it's a beautiful catchword, and we all need it to manage our lives, because you might not be part of the 2.5 million definitionally people caring, but I'm sure you did some caring today. I'm sure we all did, and we'll probably do some more this afternoon. We might even do a bit in our workplace. So this the data about flexibility, I think, is really, really important. We had some evidence from Aldi, and we will have other retail sector providers, which provides a lot of work. There might be different varying starting and finishing times, but if there are no records, and there were with Aldi no data about the number of requests for roster changes, if that's not recorded, there's nothing for you to see or anybody to see to interrogate what that flexibility really looks like. How many were asked and refused? How many asked and then lost hours in the succeeding weeks? How many people figured out not to ask because it's up to the manager in the store and there is no accountability? That's the kind of depth of understanding of flexibility that I was hoping that you might have some data on to inform decision making. So I might just leave it there, ask for you to comment if you can in any way that would give me comfort or give me a sense of what you might do in response to that observation, because that's definitely the evidence, I think, of this committee. Do you want to start off, Mr. Deutscher?
I'm happy to start. So there are a number of other questions around workplace entitlements in the HILDA survey that can be drawn on to flesh out that picture of flexibility, including the nature of the work schedule, so whether it is a fixed part-time schedule, a set number of days a week, or whether it is variable as to which days people are working. That kind of information can also be acquired from the labour force survey microdata, which is available for researchers, and we use it in-house. That does ask whether people worked on particular days of the week. You can follow households over 8 months in that data, so you can see whether the days of the week that they're working are changing from month to month or whether they're not. In supplementary surveys, they do ask about the characteristics of employment, which can shed light on the employment arrangement. I would agree, though, that we don't capture all interactions between workers and their employers that matter. I don't expect we ever will. There are lots of interactions that would be useful to have further information on, but are hard to capture.
Senator White asked a question the other day. I think that you might know which one I'm referring to, that might give some sort of shape to the reality.
Are you meaning that? Well,
yeah.
About the number of flexible work agreements. Okay, so we asked Aldi, I asked Aldi how many flexible work agreements they had. So bearing in mind they had something like 8,000 retail store workers, I think, 8,000?
8,500, yeah.
8,500 retail store workers, all of whom were part-time, the majority of whom were women. They had transport workers, a couple of thousand, all of whom were men, all of whom were full-time. They had managerial, probably about 1,000 or 2,000. Guess how many flexible work agreements?
Individual agreements.
Individual agreements. So bearing in mind the Fair Work Act requires that you put a flexible work agreement in writing.
A change of arrangement.
And a change of arrangement in writing. You know how many they had for that workforce? 8,000 of whom are working in retail stores, all of whom are part-time. The minimum hours was about 20. 120. That could not, and the age range of who they would employ, we'll soon get, but I can guess who it is, having been to an Aldi store, what they look like. 120. That doesn't talk flexibility to me. And they'll break down who it is, and I'll bet you, I'll put money on that some of that will be in the 1,000 who are managers, not the people at the front line. Isn't that the problem? That is, flexibility is a one-way street.
Ms Heath?
Sorry, that's a rhetorical question, but that's what I asked, and that is the reality of a large employer in Australia.
I think Ms Heath is want to make a comment.
Going to make the observation that it's important not to lose in this conversation that there are some aspects of flexibility that are incredibly positive. So just looking at the sweep of history, the fact that the retail sector was enabled to change its hours and employ people part-time actually was a part of the story about what provided women with more access to the labour market. I mean, I'm talking about decades ago. So I think there are definitely positive aspects of flexibility. I think, to your point, it's actually in the definition that matters. So there's if you're a permanent part-time and you have a degree of certainty that allows you to plan the rest of your life and some options to adapt as your...
Sorry, before you go into this, I left out a point. In their EBA, they get their rosters. They can get their rosters a week before, right? Only a week, and they're not fixed. They're variable. They had moved to 3-week rolling rosters, right? Can you plan childcare and your life on a 1-week notice of roster or a 3-week notice of roster?
No, I agree that this is in terms of the employment white paper. We have, as a part of our terms of reference, job security, and I think this does get to that question about that a job is much more than just a wage. It's about the conditions that come with that, and flexibility can be an incredibly important thing, depending on what that means specifically.
Exactly.
And I think it's very clear that if that means a lot of uncertainty for individuals who are managing a whole lot of life circumstances, like, it's incredibly important to be able to organise your childcare around what your hours of work are going to be, and it's hard to adjust that at short notice. I guess all I'm really trying to emphasise that there are some aspects of flexibility that are good, and there are some aspects of flexibility that are not so good, and being clear about that is an important part of analysing or doing analytical work to the point of what...
But everybody can tick a box. Employers, is what I'd say, can tick a box and say they're flexible. It's drilling down onto exactly what happens at the front line that defines what that word is. And so we can also say that. But let's go back to this. Your own statistics say in the budget papers that people don't return to work. Why don't they return to work? Can they not get the flexibility, or is it that they just want to be at home with their children? Is that, but it's completely different to what happens in the rest of the world, right? So I'd say, yeah, that'd be a reasonable assertion and hypothesis, except that when you look at the rest of the world, we're doing something quite different. Why?
We're a bit of an outlier.
We're an outlier. And so I hear what you say, but as I said,
So can I put the question to you as, I hope that that's of use to you, and we will be taking more evidence, because I think it's when you start to drill down, where there is no casual workforce, where the entire workforce of 8,500 is part-time.
Not casual.
Not casual. There's no casual up and down. The part-time workforce is the structure that's going to provide the flexibility for the business. There's no 25% loading as a casual. That just doesn't exist in that business model. What's the productivity cost of having that? And does that mean that people just don't engage? But the question that I think Senator White just asked really was put to us the other day by Mr. Weatherall. He said, do women in Australia really like part-time work more than women in other places? He answered his own question saying, unlikely. So what's the structural reality that needs confrontation to provide flexibility, to get an uplift in productivity and to give women better lifetime outcomes?
So I think some of the analytical work that Nathan has done is relevant here. So I think there is a question about what are the consequences of part-time work or flexible work for your lifetime earnings and the career that you have access to. And I think that speaks to some of the cultural issues that you mentioned before. And another aspect of the white paper where we're working quite closely with the Office for Women and the Women in Economic Equality Task Force are questions around what are the cultural norms that are leading to things like occupational segregation. Why is it that women are more likely to be in more part-time, gendered, low-paying professions, such as the caring profession? What is it that you can do from a policy perspective to create more of an equal distribution of things like unpaid care, which I think is relevant here as well. So we will be taking into account a lot of these issues, and the white paper is obviously in a process that will run through to September 2023, and we will be paying close attention to things like what the Women's Economic Equality Task Force says about paid parental leave. We will be doing some work to extend the analytical work that Nathan has just spoken about. So the answer to the question is there are a lot of aspects here. I think cultural norms is a big one, and we're doing thinking around that.
I think one of the things, the learnings for us as a committee is the critical question of agency. You can look at Hilda data and, for example, find that 27% of Australian women have a flexibility around start and finish times, but it's not clear from that number whether they have agency over that flexibility or not. And if you're a working carer, one thing we've heard a lot about is if you have no say over the changes in your time, then it is really difficult. I mean, I cannot imagine being a mother with a child under 5 with unlimited flexibility in my possible roster as an employee, for example, of Audi. It's impossible to put together a fully flexible part-time roster with a small child or with a parent with Alzheimer's. I've been in both situations, as have many of us on this panel. So, I think that's a really important question when you look at your data, Mr. Deutscher, and in the white paper, really important that employee say is very critical. But I wanted to go to a couple of tax questions, if I could. The first thing I wanted to ask was, has Treasury done any work on repurposing the tax breaks that are available to Australians around their superannuation system, and considering how those tax amounts which are not collected might be put to good purpose for care credits, for example, or some way of addressing the very significant problem we've heard about of poverty in old age for many women who have spent their lives both working and caring. Is there potential in our tax system to do a redress from giving tax breaks mostly to older wealthy men to poor older women who've spent a lifetime in care and work?
Senator, unfortunately, I guess the topic matter for this committee spans a whole range of kind of areas in Treasury. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone with us who comes from our revenue group or our retirement income division. So possibly the best thing we can do is if you have a range of tax questions.
Yes. Could you take that on notice then, back to that group? We're really concerned and we would love to have the assistance of Treasury to put together an analysis about who the current superannuation tax breaks flow to and how a care tax credit or top-up of superannuation, for example, to anyone on unpaid leave or any other policy levers that may be available to deal with the poverty problem for women whose lifetime earnings reflect their life of care. We would really appreciate the assistance of Treasury on that. And similarly, we've spent time considering the very high effective marginal tax rates, which are driving women out of the workforce on day 4 and 5 of the week. If you've got anything you can give us on that front, we'd also appreciate, as a question on notice, any analysis on that front that Treasury have done. And the Productivity Commission, have you got anything you can offer us that you may have done analytically on these problems?
Chair, from our point of view, not really. We haven't had a terms of reference that has pointed us specifically in the direction of superannuation tax expenditures. And it's not something that we've undertaken through any self-initiated research either. I mean, our involvement on tax issues in general is pretty limited. Sometimes we have inquiries that touch on that, but for the most part, it's not a core part of our remit.
Thank you for that. I did really appreciate, and I'm sure we all did, your submission, which really pointed to questions around mental health and the nature of the very significant consequences for someone caring, often intermittently. And we were very, I think, have been persuaded, as were Department of Social Security, spoke in positive terms about your recommendation of the 25 hours affecting your access to payments being widened to an averaging of 100 hours over a week. But your evidence about the impact on the mental health of people caring for someone with mental health is very strong, I think. And I wonder if you want to make any comments about the adequacy of our system for carers caring for those with mental health, just to elaborate on your submission in any way.
Thank you. So I might take that one if that's okay. So we made a number of recommendations in a fairly large-scale inquiry into mental health a couple of years ago now, and we had an entire chapter in that inquiry that looked at carers of people with mental illness. One thing that we sort of noted in that chapter was, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of people who are identified as specifically as primary carers of someone with mental illness, there are also a number of hidden carers, I guess, in the community who are not formally identified as carers. They're typically people looking after a family member with mental illness. In the first instance, don't see themselves as a carer in the formal sense of the word. They're a father, they're a daughter, they're a whatever. And so it often takes some time before they come to accept themselves as carers, and in consequence, their workforce, the work environment accepts them as a carer. There are a number of aspects of caring for someone with mental illness that are quite a lot different to caring for a child or somebody with a physical illness, in addition to the stigma that has been quite long-standing with some forms of mental illness. That can attach itself to the carer as well in some circumstances. It make it hard for carers to admit in the workforce that they are caring for someone who is mentally ill. It can also impose considerable stress on carers themselves, sometimes more so than carers of physical conditions, because everybody can see the physical condition and see what they're dealing with, but it can be quite a lot harder for people caring for somebody with a mental illness to cope with the stresses of that on their family and on themselves. It can be, sometimes their role caring is not even accepted by the person that they're caring for, so that can be difficult. The episodic nature varies a lot with the mental health conditions that they're looking, have the people looking after. But one thing I think that is a notable difference for carers of people with mental illness tends to have an onset earlier in people's life than many physical illnesses. And so there's a lot more carers of people with mental illness who are in the working age population compared with for many other conditions. So it's particularly important.
Can I just ask one follow-up? I think the other thing out of your report that was important is that last point that you talked about, the episodic nature of mental illness, which I think we heard from Professor McGorry about, and that the NDIS is not fit for purpose necessarily for those sort of illnesses, and that affects both carers and the person concerned. I thought that was pretty, you certainly looked at in depth at that, and that it's hard to suddenly, in an episodic situation, intervene because the NDIS expects you to have a disability continuous, which anyway, that's just a comment, but I think that was another important thing about how you looked at it very closely.
I thought I found the table 2 in your submission really fascinating and sad, that people who are caring for someone with a mental illness had nearly 3 times the level of very high distress. They had double the level of feeling worried or depressed. I just think it's worth us having on the record how important that effect is on people who are caring. One of the submissions we've had from a range of bodies, including most recently the Nurses Union, is the separation of personal leave from carers leave. And I think it's relevant in relation to people caring for someone with a mental illness, that those 2 forms of leave should be separated with a separate 10 days of paid leave for carers leave. What carers often do is use their sick leave to care for someone else and then have no leave left for themselves when they become sick. I wonder if you want to make any comments about the adequacy of paid leave. I want to come to unpaid leave in a minute. And whether you have any view about separation of personal leave from carers leave.
No, Senator, we haven't looked at that, so I'm not able to provide a view on that, I'm afraid.
Okay, so can we go to the work you're doing on extended periods of unpaid leave being available to workers who, for example, we've heard examples of them who are caring for a parent that usually ends in only one way. But often involves an extended period of leave. Do you want to give us a sense of your thinking about that inquiry, or do we have to wait to read the report?
Well, we'll have a draft that's relatively imminent, Chair, but we can certainly talk you through the broad contours of what we've been asked to do, and so hence kind of the things that we're thinking about. And Mr. Jomini will fill in some blanks here because he's been much closer to the detail. But in essence, we've been asked to look further into the recommendation that came out of the Aged Care Royal Commission to provide a period unspecified in terms of its precise design features, but a period of unpaid carer leave as an entitlement enshrined in the National Employment Standards. So one that is effectively thereby enshrined in every award and not something that you can bargain out of. So run across every enterprise agreement and every award. And to weigh up the costs and benefits of that. So, we are thinking hard about where the various costs and benefits of an initiative like that might lie and how we might compare that to the current situation. Some people will have an element of entitlement to unpaid leave already enshrined in their award, some in an enterprise agreement, although I think it's fair to say, speaking on the team's behalf, it is surprising how few enterprise agreements actually do enshrine a right like that. So that's a kind of an interesting observation in just about what has appeared in enterprise agreements, and that's true irrespective of the nature of the workforce in different industries. Obviously, some of the trade-offs that we've been thinking about are there's clearly, to some extent, a benefit to the recipient of care. If there's a carer who's in a workplace and they do have some entitlement to unpaid leave, that's not absolutely uncontroversial. There are stakeholders who don't support that view, who support a view that care is best provided by a professional workforce more so than having too much reliance on the informal caring sector. There is clearly some costs to employers that are difficult to estimate in terms of the uncertainty and I guess the necessity to replace people for periods of time. And then there's the workforce participation effects, which can go each way. So on the one hand, there's a cohort of people who will, under such an arrangement, take more unpaid leave than they perhaps otherwise would. But equally, there's a group of people who currently just leave their job in order to undertake a period of leave, and they would, in this scenario, remain engaged, remain connected with their job. So trying to get a sense, and there is some data from HILDA and other sources that try and allow one to get a bit of a feel for who's in which group, how big those cohorts are, etc. So they're some of the things we're thinking through. It is also, I guess, at the moment, it's not a straw person, but it's a kind of an unknown quantity. What exactly would this entitlement look like? So we are giving thought to, well, what might some of the design features be? And our hope is that once we've specified that, period of time, conditions on who could access it, is it for close family, is it for a broader cohort, is it just aged, is it disability, is it other things? Because we've been asked specifically in respect of a recommendation coming out of the Aged Care Royal Commission. I think once we put a bit of that out there, it will give stakeholders a bit more of something to grab hold of and express a view on. I think to date, fair to say, the business community in particular, it's a bit of a, I don't know what the metaphor is, but like wrestling with the ghost. What exactly do you have in mind? What is the model? Tell us the details and then we'll tell you what we think of it. So I think that's post the draft report, that's something that we'll be able to get a bit more traction. But I might just ask Mr. Jominy, so I've been long-winded, but ask Mr. Jominy to fill in some gaps.
So I don't have much to add. What I would attract attention to is the aspect of uncertainty when it comes to certain types of caring. And in particular, in this case, we are talking about primarily caring for an older person. And duration, event, all of those are very difficult for both the carer but also the employer to manage. And so that's conditioning a lot of the thinking about how such an entitlement might be designed. I also thought I'd add that many carers that all carers have very diverse needs. And I think I heard one of you say this earlier, and I'd like to re-emphasize that. This kind of entitlement would be valuable for certain carers who are in certain situations, all right, but not for many others.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's very helpful. I think we've certainly had evidence before us that's very relevant to what you're considering doing. I think one of the key principles needs to be enabling more choice. Given we've got my impression on being part of this committee and the inquiry is that our labour market law is generally very poorly adapted for the circumstances that our population now lives in. And that if you look at the evidence we had this morning from Social Security of a 25% increase in the proportion of Australians who are going to be caring for an elder in the current decade, then there is a real need to help people to get to a gateway to provide the care they need. And we've certainly had evidence also on the definition of family, with strong arguments that families are now very diverse. LGBTQI families, whoever you live with, people have a much broader definition than much of our legislation actually enables. And the Working Women's Centre made that case to us a couple of days ago. So good luck with that. We've certainly had people who've said we shouldn't have unpaid leave because what we need is paid leave. But I think for many people caring for older members of their family, maintaining an attachment to the labour market is good for their choice in the longer run. It's good for their employer and it's good for labour supply in our economy. That's my impression. But do Treasury want to make any comment on unpaid leave and the appropriateness of our labour law on that front?
I don't think so.
No, good. Last question, Senator
Can I just
White.
make one point just on that last point? The evidence that we've also seen in relation to caring for elderly relatives is across socioeconomic groups. Yeah. So we had a bunch, is that the right term? A gaggle of professors, I don't know, who are highly educated, high paid academic jobs, who also gave their lived experience as women, having to shoulder the care of their elderly parents. And so it wasn't just, it was, I think the commonality was women in some ways. So it didn't matter who you were, what your education was, it would fall on women. And I guess I get back to the unpaid, if I take up Senator Pocock's view, we have had people say, well, why shouldn't it be paid, and why our labour market is not actually catching up with what's going on actually in society. And I think you may have found, my experience is that many employers kind of waive that carers leave and give it to people and pay them for it in those sort of circumstances as well. That would be my experience. And can I just take one more thing, maybe say to Treasury too, just in relation to that the economic white paper that you're going to do. I think the point that Senator Pocock has made too is that the labour market is not, and our labour laws are not keeping pace with, maybe that will hopefully change with some of the changes that have been made this week. But it's been pointed out to us, which I should have known, but it's been pointed out to us that the two non-arbitral matters in the Fair Work Act prior to the recent changes were the ability to get flexible work, so you can't arbitrate that, you could not arbitrate. And the second thing was that the ability to vary your return to work from parental leave. They were the two things that you cannot arbitrate under. Everything else you can do, but not those things you cannot. And the key thing to me from that, I guess, is it's incredibly gendered, totally and completely. And so our labour laws until then were, I guess, acting as a barrier for women to return to work.
And of course you would know, Senator, that with the recent passage of the Secure Jobs Bill, the ability to now arbitrate and conciliate for, at least for the flexible work kind of component of that, will now be in the law going forward.
Oh, I get that, but unfortunately that was 2 days ago. The Nurses Federation said to me that, well, that's all very fine, but we've had it in our EBAs and the Fair Work Commission won't arbitrate it because it's all too hard. But anyway, live in hope.
I think in terms of the employment white paper, the government's made it very clear that gender equality is a topic of focus. We've spoken about the Women's Economic Equality Task Force. That is a very kind of specific incarnation of that. We're working quite closely with them in the Office for Women. It's quite clear in our terms of reference that we should be considering gender sort of throughout the paper. So it's not, it won't just be a case of, oh, here's a little chapter on women. We will be looking at it through sort of a very consistent way through the whole paper. So to the extent there are gendered aspects of, say, workplace relations, that's definitely in scope for us to consider. I think it's also important to just re-emphasise that we're not taking the approach that this is about fixing women. There's definitely an element of fixing the systems and the institutions and the cultural norms, and thinking about what are the things that we can do to make things more gender equal. So this is partly about men viewing their roles in society differently, things like the distribution of unpaid care, making sure that that's more equally distributed, and things like the design of paid parental leave is one way in which you can think of ways of encouraging that. But I think it's also, as with all sort of cultural change, you can put in place policies, you can emphasise things, but it's quite possibly not something that will be solved with a single silver bullet and by the time we deliver a white paper in September 2023. But I think there's genuine effort to understand the nature of the problems and to get a little bit below the, just the bald numbers that you get from some surveys, and to try and get into some of these issues around culture and how the norms are set up and how they're, how can we support a breakdown of those norms to get more equality across a whole range of dimensions of the labour market.
Certainly, can I just say something? I totally agree with you, but I often find that to show people their best selves, you have to force them rather than give them the opportunity.
Yep.
Most people don't take the opportunity unless you, unless there's no choice. But that would be my
very interesting case in the case of sexual harassment.
Exactly.
We've all known that was wrong for 40 years, but we've needed a positive duty to be created in our workplaces for that to shift. It's changing our parliament, the positive duty, and I'm really hoping it has the same effect. Just a last comment before thanking you, just on the where should an unpaid leave right lie, and the fact that it's not in enterprise agreements. That is very interesting, but remembering that only 13% of Australians are now covered by enterprise agreements, that will be irrelevant to most women who really need it. It is very important. If we want a meaningful right for anyone, it needs to be in the National Employment Standards and in awards. That's where women's conditions are actually fixed, if you look at them, where the majority of them are employed. So good luck with that. And thank you. I want to say thank you to all of you for your work. It really matters, your analysis. And so thank you for doing all of it and for bringing it to us, and for your written submission, Productivity Commission, but also for the documentation that you've offered to provide to us. We'd like to get anything you can give us within 2 weeks so it can inform our recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Senators.
Thank you, Chair.
I might just suspend for 2 minutes if anyone needs to take a quick break. Yeah. That's from Lyndall? Yes. Okay. You've just got that. Okay, so I now welcome Professor Lyndall Strazdins. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Yep. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is Lyndall Margaret Strazdins, and I appear today as an academic from the Australian National University who spent probably the last 30 years researching this topic.
Thanks so much, Professor Strazdins. Would you like, in fact, can we table and formally accept your opening statement alongside your submission, which I understand you'll now read to us?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to present today on the Scambia and Ngunnawal country, and I pay my respects to the traditional custodians. I was actually delighted to listen to the previous submission and the comment about the structural reality to get better outcomes for women and men, and my submission is entirely about that structural reality and potential for change. So what I hope I've put in my submission is to speak to you about a current paradox, I think, in gender equality policy today, which is we are striving for women to achieve the equal outcomes for men because, of course, we know they deserve that. And yet we're accepting that in some of the most well-paid jobs and in many sectors, women cannot work the hours that are currently required to be in them. So we have a paradox where we want equality, but we are fully accepting that there are a whole swathe of sectors and jobs, most of them, many of them, high status, that women can't be in that. So my submission seeks to walk you through the evidence for why this is such a major structural problem. So let me just walk you through the key points of the research evidence that I give to you. First of all, I spoke very briefly to the historical context of our current working week. And it's based, as you would know, on the assumption that there's one member of the household working while another member supports them and runs the rest. In my submission, I then presented the slide showing that the transformation in time in households when two people are working is profound. That working week was originally set when our workforce was almost entirely male, and it's no longer the workforce we have, and nearly half of the Australian workforce is women. Australia, and just to illustrate that point, in the 70s, households spent about 45 hours a week in paid employment as a household. Currently, it's closer to 75. In 1983, we agreed that a 38-hour week was a working week limit, and yet more than 40% of employed Australians work beyond that. I'm not aware of any other national employment standard that is exceeded to that degree. I also present evidence showing that the current gender gaps in wages and earnings are no longer driven by skills or merit gaps. In fact, the number one driver of the gender wage gap has now become work hours. And I present research evidence on the trends and drivers of gender wage and earnings gaps, showing how it has shifted to work hours. My submission then cites the health harms currently faced by women if they are striving to work in the same long-hour jobs as men currently work. This is research that is world first because it estimates all the relationships in the data in a different way. It's published, it's very widely cited. And what we show is that when you take into account women's unpaid work, their work hour threshold, that is their healthy work hour threshold, is considerably lower. What that means right now in the Australian labour market is that men's lower earning unpaid work actually gives them an invisible health advantage every week to work 13 hours more than an average woman before they're compromising their mental health. This is an invisible advantage, and this data, we've been working with German data as well as Australian data, and we've replicated those findings. I then close my submission with a recommendation, what I believe is a feasible first step to achieve a much more equal labour market. And that would be to support Australians to both work and care, capping our full-time hours at the current national standard of 38. We already have the legislative basis to do this. My research evidence indicates that that would be a major step forward in terms of freeing up time for men to do more care and enabling women to reduce their care and step into a full-time working week and be able to work in the same jobs to the same degree as men do.
Thank you, Professor Strazdins. I want to make sure that we on the committee really understand your argument. So let's just go back to this invisible advantage.
Yeah.
Is it the case, do I understand this correct,
that men can work longer paid hours before they hit a mental cost because they are liberated from the same number of unpaid hours. Is that what that picture on page 3 of your 5, they're unnumbered, is it that picture of
the graph? Yeah.
Mental outcomes? Can you walk us through and make sure we all understand that properly?
So the first thing to explain is that this graph shows the average relationship between mental health in Australian workers based on HILDA data. And as I said, we've just recently replicated this with German data, SOEP data, and we've also replicated it for physical health outcomes. So what it shows is the average relationship between work hours and health. And it's a very complex and modelled longitudinally and to address all the relationships in the data. If there are any econometricians here, I'm happy to speak to that. What it does, it shows, as not surprisingly, is there's a curvilinear relationship between working time and health once you adjust out all other factors. And what that means is it's actually good for people to work up to a point. You won't be surprised by that. A lot of our employment policies are based on the assumption that working is good for you. It's up to the point that is a critical feature here. And that point is currently sitting at around 39 hours on average for all Australians. The problem is that most, particularly senior, well-paid, high-end, high-status jobs usually routinely work well beyond that in a working week. So then what you have is what you have called a gender polarised labour market, where you have men working in long-hour jobs and women working in short-hour jobs. And then the long-hour jobs receive the rewards and high earnings and are incentivised, and the short-hour jobs receive poorer pay and conditions. That, when you referenced one of the submissions saying, you know, why do women work in part-time jobs? Do they prefer it? I don't think so. Well, it's a structural problem because there's only 24 hours in a day. So women have to face a choice. What do I trade off in my 24 hours? And that what their solution to working and using their capabilities is to try and find that line between how much work they can do and how much care they can do, because they've only got 24 hours. It is the hard limit every single person faces. Now, a long-hour job is impossible to combine with care. If you're in a household and you've got a partner who's working a long-hour job, what are your options? So their options are they cut back on their care to work the long-hour jobs because they have a 24-hour limit, and the other person's options are to cut back on their work to pick up the care. So there's a system, and our labour market plays it out en masse. If you look at countries who have a more sort of limited and better regulations around maximum working weeks, you'll see that women, I didn't present this in my submission, but women and men are clustered towards the middle in terms of their working patterns, with fewer women in part-time and fewer men in long hours. If you look at Japan, for example, as a labour market, catastrophic gender equality statistics, catastrophic women's participation statistics, and also catastrophic fertility statistics, you will see that where women and men work, it's in very long-hour jobs, and women face an either-or almost entirely, have a baby or have a job. So in our labour market, we have a 38-hour week, but we have about 40% of our labour market routinely working beyond that. We have about a fifth of our labour market working greater than 50 hours. Almost all of them are men, and that's no coincidence. It's part of a gender system in time because there is this limit. If we incentivise long hours, it creates these dilemmas in households which then play out in families, or we're asking women to trade off their mental health in order to succeed like men do. And that's the problem we have because we haven't adjusted our working week or understood that it's a household. When we have women and men working, we have to think about work in the context of households, not individuals. and then this has the flow-on effect. There's a lot of research showing, for example, in a beautiful study by Landivar showing that in countries where there is closer regulation of long-hour jobs, that the couple work hours approximate each other far more. So the divergence happens in countries with very weak upper limits. What we have is a limit. What we don't have, it appears, is any routine respect of that particular limit in the Australian labour market. And my submission has, I'm seeking to show you why that limit, how that limit looks like, what it does to households, why it pushes this gender pattern, and the consequences for women if we ignore it. The consequences for men is, effectively, it allows them, because they have freer time, to work the extra time without creating the distress and the mental health impact that women will face. So what that effectively means is if you're being incentivised to work long hours and you're being promoted not on your merit, but on your capacity to work them, you're creating a system that immediately disadvantages women. Our estimates show that that disadvantage is almost nullified around, surprisingly, the 38-hour week.
You're giving us evidence which helps us deal with one of the structural shapers for why women are part-time in Australia. And to make sure I've got the point, it's because we have a national employment standard of 38-hour weeks, but it is breached especially by men who create a norm in their more highly paid jobs, which women cannot meet. And there are consequences then for shorter hour employment, but also a mental health burden, and you said a physical health burden as well.
Yeah. So if you look at the sex segregation of our labour market, and you look at the average work hours by masculine or feminine industries, you'll see quite a difference. So it isn't simply that women prefer those professions, it's also they're more feasible for them, and the norms within them aren't requiring them to work at a point where they start to compromise their health. If you look at the masculine occupations, some of them are high status, that's true, Chair, but some of them aren't actually that high status, and in fact men in those jobs work very long hours in order to earn enough money. So the hours have become a substitute for another problem, which is pay. So it is important to see those nuances in the patterning. Nevertheless, in those blue-collar occupations, it has the same knock-on effect to women in those households, because it severely constrains their time to hold a job, or at least to hold a good job. So it is. What I'm saying is that I also do work with the construction industry around long hours. 96% of their workforce are men. An enormous problem there, and the concern is, but how will we earn enough money if we cut our hours? And my answer is, that's the problem of pay, not hours. So they're not the same.
So just take a blue-collar household and blue-collar male in the construction industry. He works extended hours to get a sizable, a livable weekly pay packet. Same consequences for his partner, though, if he's in a heterosexual relationship or whatever. The partner has to go short because he's unavailable for care. Yes. And if there are children, and is this just about children, or is this any form of care? Parents, disability?
It would be any form of care. So in our analyses, we simply divided very roughly, actually, the Australian population by high or low care and domestic work. And that included all forms of care. Okay. It wasn't just children.
Okay, thank you.
So it's really simply counting up how much time you're committing to these other activities.
Senator White.
In fact, I was just thinking about construction when you said you did construction. In fact, we incentivise working extra hours, don't we? Because if you work over 38 hours, you get time and a half, or then double time. And if you're working on the weekends, etc., we incentivise people to work. So construction, they work 6 days a week, probably Saturday mornings at least, and they would get double time and a half on there. So absolutely. It's economic benefit, isn't it, really?
So it's incentivised, but it's also making up for the low base rate.
Yeah, the low base rate, yeah.
There is actually some really exceptional research coming out of the US showing that that overwork or long hours, say 50 hours or plus, in the 70s or 80s wasn't really attracting a pay premium, but now they're showing quite a strong tracking between working long hours and getting significantly higher wages. So it's incentivised at the top end as well as the bottom end, creating, if you like, perhaps for different drivers, but both of which have a major gender impact.
So it was interesting, I think there was a study that was released last week that said, for instance, I think that women who are working from home post-COVID are also not progressing, having career progression because they are not in the workplace, they're not being seen, they're not potentially doing enough hours, which is kind of an adjunct to the thesis that you're putting, isn't it, really, that it is when you go away from this norm that we've developed, you will suffer because you suffer economically, and as you say, with mental health. Am I reading what you're saying? Like, that might be a longer bow, but it seems to be the same sort of flavour of what you're saying.
So the 38-hour week. I guess what I'm saying is that we have accepted longer hours, which were feasible when you have one person working and one person not working. But we've encouraged women to come into the labour market without really adjusting the hours of real jobs or good jobs. What we've given women is the 0.5 option, which will never achieve equality. While we allow this kind of two-tiered system, where what we're saying to women is, we want you to be equal, but we accept you work in a part-time job, or we want you to be equal and work these longer hours, but you will need to trade off your health. It will be an unfair proposition for you, but we accept that. That's what our data shows.
So it comes again from the cultural basis, I guess, of care work is not real work, isn't it? So it's not care work in the home, or domestic care work is not real work, and so you don't recognise that is your social responsibility rather than it's a contribution to the productivity of the nation. Is that too long a bow, or do you think that? We've understood work hours without imagining there are other work hours that don't get paid. So the problem we have is we've understood the working week and its health and other consequences only through the lens of those hours. But actually, a day is 24 hours. That's all you've got. And if you're doing other work, then it's going to use up your time as well. So the ILO has a maximum working week standard of 48 hours a week. Well, what our data shows is that women are not protected by that global health standard. So, but it's not just women who are affected by this. Men who work long hours also have routine poor outcomes. It's on their health and well-being, but for women, we're asking them to trade off their health at far lower, our thresholds.
And lower pay.
Lower pay, yeah. So to me, I also think that one of the, if I may offer an opinion, is that okay? That asking men to increase their care hours without freeing up their time to do so doesn't seem to me a potentially feasible or successful strategy, because there's a practical limit there. So if we want to open up care to men, and certainly my experience of my research and any public talkbacks I do is that men ring up and talk about how much they want to be better fathers. If we want to open up that opportunity for men, we need to actually enable them and disincentivise them not being that, and enable them just with time to go back into care. I don't think that we, in my view, so I have thought long and hard about the reduced working week. I'm not saying that's not an option to consider, but to me, we already have a standard, and the evidence is that 38 hours, 39 hours currently is a pretty good place to head for everybody.
So we had some evidence, and we're going to talk to some people this afternoon about 4-day weeks. So you work 38 hours, or I mean, there's variations of the 4-day week, but you work 38 hours, but it's compressed into 4 days. And the evidence, again, small, but was that productivity increases because you can, I guess, you have this extra 24 hours where you're not, the pressure to full-time work is not not there, because you've got that's your 24 hours to do other things, and then you've got your weekend. Do you see that as a potential solution?
I think there needs to be a system that's not rigid. So I think we have to respect that there's need for flexibility. I know that's a contested term in all ways. For example, I think it would be... So one option is that we say to employers, you have a legal obligation to ensure your workers don't exceed 38 hours a week, and it's also a work health and safety obligation in terms of excess demands. We accept that there are times, weeks, surges where that's going to, you'll want your workforce to work extra long, but then you'll need to make sure they cut back, and you have the obligation to check that happens. So there has to be some flexibility in the system. Employers need that as well as workers. So I think, to me, it's much more designing. You know how to design policy, not me, but it's much more designing policies that can actually say, this is a fair working week, and it's a gender fair working week, and we need to stick to it.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's sort of coming out to us as well is the rigidity of the systems that assist work, right? So what is flexibility? How do you do it? How do you achieve it at work? Hard. It can be hard because the system is not, the industrial relations system is not geared to accommodate that. Then the childcare system, not geared to accommodate this. And so I would have thought the mental stress comes from, like people call it the juggle, like trying to fit all these things. Again, your 24-hour day, how do you fit all those things that you have to do in that day? And the system is kind of working against you so that you can't, it's hard to do. So opting out is one of those things, or just being so stressed out about that it's hard to cope. Is that simplifying it?
Well, I think that, there is no magic bullet here. There's multiple systems, but what I believe is that there's a major piece that people aren't talking about that really do need to talk about, and the evidence is very, very clear internationally and in our research that this is an unaddressed problem. That, there's 24 hours. How can you possibly work a long-hour job if your partner is also working a long? You probably don't need decades of research to show that. It's fairly clear because there is this limit. But what I've tried to do is show how the work hours are changing in Australia to these long and short hour jobs. So without any, if we let things keep going, that's the trend.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking about what you're saying. It's actually very profound when you think about the effort we've just heard from Treasury and Productivity Commission, and everyone in a new government is thinking about, a lot of people are thinking about gender equality. And in that discussion, there is very rarely a chat about hours. It's about hourly pay rates, it's about care responsibilities, it's about stepping out of the labour market when you have a child, and part-time work, but there isn't a discussion about how household hours and the gendered nature of those hours and how that drives pay inequality, health inequality, outcomes for kids, and it needs to be more centrally there. You're nodding, so that's what we're hearing. What are the policy options there? Did I hear you say that 40% of men on average work 38 hours a week or more?
No, so 40% of our labour market routinely exceed the 38-hour week. Let me just get the stats. I cited them in here.
Oh, is Andrew coming on?
1 in 10 men work more than 50 hours a week.
Say that again, sorry.
1 in 10 employed men work more than 15 hours a week. Yep. If you were to look at earnings against hours, first thing you'd see that as you go up into the high hour jobs, the earnings escalate. The second thing you'd see is the proportion of people working those jobs that are men escalates.
Yeah.
So if you were to if you were to break up earning deciles by pay rates and gender, you would see men here, women here.
Yep. So then thinking about the policy responses to the fact that higher paid jobs and more men, they both increase at that long hours end, and your point is that they are impossible for someone with care, very difficult for someone with caring responsibilities, and they force certain patterns in households. So then actually enacting a 38-hour week, except in exceptional circumstances when overtime is essential, as opposed to making them a routine expectation of a manager, a professional, all of those occupations which are doing long hours, would make a difference, making that a meaningful cap on hours of work.
Making it a meaningful employment standard, which we have agreed to as a country. And I suppose I think that is why I think that's a fundamental first step. Is there already is a legislative basis for that. It is already an accepted working week standard. So there's already, I think, buy-in from communities around that. I think it's a good first step to work through what are the appropriate supports and regulations that would enable that. Why isn't this happening? Why are these longer hours and how are they being incentivised? How can, what I would say, if people want to work 60 hours a week, that's fine, but don't reward them for it.
Mm-hmm. Don't make it the norm.
Well, don't make it what actually gets you the good jobs and gets you the ROS. Because what we want is good people. We want to employ people on their merit. If people want to work long hours, I'm not suggesting that they should be, carted off into prison or anything, but it's the incentive system that is a really, really important issue here. So it's working through how can we support employers to start to de-incentivise longer hours? How can we support employees and workers to start to pull back their long hours, have a national conversation on what difference that could make, and I would be suggesting policy needs to think through some of the working from top and from top down and bottom up in the approach. And there will be problems like in some workplaces, long hours are a consequence of not getting paid enough. So simply capping hours for those people is dooming them to becoming working poor. So the solution is not to keep them working longer to avoid being working poor. The solution is to work with the other issues that are in those particular roles. So I think there needs to be, there needs to be thoughtful, quite iterative and quite tailored approaches depending on jobs and contexts. I certainly think that would be helpful to roll out a kind of a program of, working with employers and employees in industries where we know we've got major burnout problems, as it's an urgent place to start. So industries where we have so much trouble retaining and our workers' health, education, just to start with. I think, so starting with industries where we're confident there's going to be strong economic gains from doing it. There will be costs, obviously, to doing this, but there are also such enormous gains for doing it as well.
Yeah. What's your perspective then, or your view about this right to disconnect? That is, having worked your working hours as a teacher or a nurse or a professional manager, you've done your 38 hours, and now the Victorian Police, for example, Enterprise Agreement, have that right. Is that a helpful thing along this path?
I think it sets a normative standard that people do have a life, and that we want them to have that life. Again, I think, there are times when there are emergencies and people need to be connected. But I also think it sets the kind of, it starts to chip away at the incentivisation of this, either explicit or implicit. And, you know, a boss calling you on Sunday evening, I guess it's an incentive. It certainly could potentially be consequential if you don't take the call. So it is also starting to limit it, on, you know, I think in multiple levels, Chair.
I think what this makes me also think about the right disconnect. If it's going to be meaningful, it needs an enforcement a mechanism. Otherwise, it's just a comfort to policymakers without making any real difference. Are there any countries that do this well that we should be looking to?
Well, there are countries who started differently to us. So let me give the example of Finland, who doesn't have great gender equality in terms of seniority and pay outcomes, but they have very good gender equality outcomes in terms of participation. But they started their labour market policies with this idea that women and men were going to be employed, and it was a 38-hour week maximum there. And generally the Finns work very closely to that, men and women. And if you have a look at the Finnish labour market, you'll see they look quite different in terms of the spread of hours by gender compared to us. So I think there are countries, I think all countries are struggling with how to do this. You know, in most countries, women have become half or near half the workforce really over the last few decades. This is, you know, in an institution that has almost never acknowledged that transformation. So there's a lag in how institutions are structured. The French 35-hour week showed that people did report much better work-life balance. Unfortunately, the evaluation of that wasn't as publicly available with the change of government it had. I think that some of the other European countries are trying to grapple with how to regulate work hours. They do have a stronger regulatory system generally in most European countries, and they do have, if you like, a greater willingness to sort of have discussions around work hours. My shorter answer is I don't think anyone's in the situation we are in as starkly, where we have this very polarised labour market of men and women. So we are a little bit different, I think, to many comparable countries because we look so different. The reason is because we're letting the hours do that.
Bifurcate? Is that
yes, that's right. It's polarised, bifurcate, yeah. So I think we're coming from a slightly different place in terms of addressing this problem to other countries. Iceland did a really interesting experiment with their parental leave, and I'm sure you've heard evidence on that. But what was remarkable about Iceland, which had very long hours, was when they had men built into paid parental leave and it became a cultural norm that men were going to do that, they actually saw workplaces starting to expect lower working hours and men's hours dropped. The evaluation showed men's hours started to drop and women's hours started to pick up. So I think there are lots of different pieces that need to be thought through. I don't think it's a one policy solution. I think that, but certainly I think that reining back the incentives for long hours and starting to develop, I mean, I imagine all our other employment standards have a reasonable set of policies around how to regulate and respect them. But this particular employment standard seems to be lacking.
I think this is very important for our committee's work because we've spent a lot of time looking at flexibility and enabling rights for flexibility, but we haven't looked at this structural difference that has emerged through the last 3 decades as women have increased their participation in work. It's sort of grown like Topsy as an overshadowing phenomena without a real analysis about how it's deeply structuring the way in which we work and with all the implications for hours, for who cares, for the well-being of women, children and men. So you're really drawing our attention to something which it's all very well to fix the right to request flexibility, it's all very well to improve the say over women for their shorter hours of work and rosters and so on, which we've spent a lot of time on, but unless you're dealing with the hours norms, they say culture trumps strategy every time. Culture probably trumps regulation too, but unless you have the regulation, you're not going to be able to push for the change.
It'd be culture and incentives.
Okay, incentives.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was you, Senator White, that made the comment that women are buying their flexibility with their part-time hours. So actually what happens is that's how work and care gets achieved. Women buy it with their time because they can't work these long hours. And so we're designing a lot of policies to support women, but we're effectively creating a two-tier labour market. And we're entrenching gender equality while we do that.
Inequality.
Sorry, inequality while we do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way you're looking at it is different to, like, I hadn't really thought about it as an hours thing, but it is, it's sort of the hours begets all these other things. You go into a lower paid job because that's something that's probably dispensable. And you're as I said, back to the word juggling, all of these other issues that other policies and other frameworks that you've got to try and fit in. And so making that decision to go to something that gives you like flexibility is really about the hours, as you say, that you have in the day. It's definitely a different way to think about it.
Important.
Very important, absolutely.
And you mentioned a piece of research, and I'm not sure Hansard would have heard the author, honour hours early on, a little while ago.
So there was Christine Landevar.
Landevar.
I think I cite it in this.
In your submission.
I think I do. Really, yeah, she's in there 2015.
Not in your references.
Yep.
Oh, there she is, Landevar. The gender gap in employment hours, do work hour regulations matter? Thank you. 2015. Excellent. Well, I think anything else?
No.
Thank you so much
Thank you, yes.
for your research and for bringing it to us and explaining it to us in a way we can understand. It's really new evidence that we haven't heard elsewhere about hours of work, and it's really important for us to hear. So we appreciate your work and your time.
Thank you. Thanks. That was I really appreciate the discussion.
Thanks.
We will now suspend for half an hour for lunch. Thank you. I now welcome representatives of Bunnings Group Limited. Thank you for being here. My apologies for running 2 minutes late with my egg sandwich. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that correct? That you're protected as a witness?
Yes,
thank you.
Yes.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Damien Zara, the Chief People Officer. Good afternoon, Justin Young, Head of Employee Relations and Insights.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, we would. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee this afternoon. Bunnings is the leading retailer of home improvement and lifestyle products in Australia and a major supplier to builders, commercial tradespeople and the housing industry. We've been operating in Australia since 1886 and employ approximately 53,000 people across Australia, across some 350 trading locations. Bunnings is a wholly owned subsidiary of the ASX-listed Wesfarmers. Over 90% of our team work in customer-facing roles and are supported by a small team in support offices and distribution centres across Australia. As a major retail employer, Bunnings is committed to providing a safe and inclusive working environment and market-leading entitlements. Our base rates of pay are approximately 10% above the award, and over 70% of our team are engaged on a full-time or part-time basis. We are recognised as a major employer of older and young Australians, with retention rates of more than 85%. We offer multiple learning and development opportunities and career progression, with many of our leadership team having started in a store operations role. The safety and wellbeing of team and customers is always a priority for our business. Bunnings strives to provide a workplace where team members feel safe and respected, particularly in the aftermath of the pandemic, where our team members were critical in providing essential products to customers. From the outset of the pandemic in March 2020, Bunnings requested all vulnerable and at-risk team members to remain at home during the outbreaks, providing more than $1.8 million in pandemic leave without assistance from JobKeeper. We also provided over $25 million in discretionary paid pandemic leave and worked with health authorities to offer vaccinations in our store car parks to increase access for our team and trade customers. Bunnings has a flexible working arrangement policy which enables team to make informal flexibility requests or formal requests under the Fair Work Act. We are committed to offering a range of employment opportunities that attract and accommodate team members of varying ages, life stages and personal circumstances. We also ensure that team members have ready access to resources and training modules to support broader health and wellbeing. This includes annual health assessments and influenza vaccinations and confidential 24/7 counselling as part of our employee assistance program, and a range of self-help wellbeing tools including access to financial wellbeing, nutrition and mental health resources. We look forward to your questions.
Sandra, would you like to lead off? Would you like me to start? What would you?
I'd love to kick off with you.
Okay,
That's
sure.
all right. Thank you
go.
very much. Well, first of all, we know how powerful a job is for people, and that you employ 53,000 people is no small thing. You've probably been somewhat aware, at least, of the committee's work with regard to the work care issue, and because you have such a significant number of Australians engaged, we're very keen to hear from you about what life is like on the line for people who are working in your business. Can I just take you through a couple of the things that you said to me, just to make sure that I've heard you correctly? 53,000 people, 350 locations, so you're across the entire country. How many in the customer-facing roles?
Approximately 90% of our team work in customer-facing roles. We have a small proportion, 3,000 team in support roles, and then the remainder in our distribution teams as well.
So we're talking about 48,000 people?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you split that up for me in terms of customer-facing and your distribution centre? Have you and any other categories of employee?
Yes, certainly. So in our warehouses, perhaps let's start with the distribution centre. So in the distribution centres, we have 506 team members.
Yep.
Across our broader warehouse group, 45,672 team members. Yep. We also do have some smaller format stores as well. So whilst the more common trading location for Bunnings are the bigger warehouses, we do have some smaller format stores too.
Yep.
And we have 3,594 team members in smaller format stores as well.
Okay.
We also have frame and truss sites, so 187 team in frame and truss sites.
And how many staff have you got there?
It was 187 team members. In
180, I thought you said sites.
No,
Okay.
100 in those frame and truss sites.
Okay, gotcha.
187 team members in those frame and truss sites.
Yep. And is there anything else?
We also have a toolkit depot, so we have 141 team members across toolkit depots.
What is that?
Toolkit Depot is a subsidiary business of Bunnings, and it is a retail outlet that also that sells tools and hardware to specialty tools to tradespeople.
Okay, great. So when you say warehouse, that's what everybody calls the Bunnings shop.
So I think the most iconic, would be the warehouse.
The big green shed-looking
the big green
thing
box.
with the red writing on it.
That's correct, Senator. Yes.
Okay, so I'll just call that your shops.
That's where the vast majority of our team are based, yes.
45,672 of them. Okay, you talk about being a safe and inclusive workplace, and certainly you can think about over time how things much have changed about the physical health and wellbeing of workers, but we also have mental health challenges that people have become much more aware of. I note that you indicated that you have an employee access line for mental health. Is that a 24/7?
Yeah, Senator, that's correct. So it's 24/7 service available to our team members. So our team can access the service and receive the support that they need.
Okay. And how many people have accessed that in recent times?
So on average, so monthly, so we'd get anywhere between 240 to 250 calls to our EAP service provider. The breakdown of those calls is generally 2/3 being for personal circumstances. So, for example, for instances of either financial hardship or marriage challenges or bereavement. So 2/3 of the inquiries to our EAP hotline are for personal circumstances and 1/3 are for work-related circumstances. So team member having a difficult time at work, be it around bullying or other such matters in the workplace.
Okay. That's very helpful. You said that you pay 10% above the ward and that you seek to be an inclusive workplace and that 70% of your workforce are either full-time or part-time. Could you break that down for me? How many are full-time and part-time in each of those 5 categories that we've got? Depot, warehouse, distribution,
Sure.
small and frame.
So at an enterprise level, in fact, let me take a step back. So from a full-time and part-time perspective, the gender balance is 50-50. If we work through each of those areas, so just to repeat, the question was full-time and part-time, to be correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
so let's start with the warehouses because that's the big bulk of it.
Yeah, so part-time team, so 32% are employed in a full-time capacity across the warehouses, 39% part-time. So just to repeat, 32% full-time, 39% part-time.
Okay, so that's of the entire cohort though?
That is within the broader warehouse group. So that's the big green boxes we talked about.
Right, so 39 and 32 don't make 100% of that
No,
cohort.
so I can work through then the other sites.
Yep.
So perhaps at an enterprise level, so we've got full-time team members, and this is including everything now, all the different sites that we have without breaking them down. 37% full-time, 36% part-time. That gives you the entire listing of sites underneath. So all the areas I talked about, distribution centres, warehouses, etc.
So where are the other third?
Casual.
They're casual.
If I can add, so 29% of our team in a Bunnings warehouse are casual.
Casual, sorry. Sorry to interrupt your
No,
chain of thought.
that's great, thank you. How many managers, do you have a sort of a managerial stream? How many are in that?
Yes, we do.
We have approximately 2,000 leaders across our store network.
So you call them leaders, people would call them managers?
Yes.
Effectively.
Yep, okay. Super. And are they employed on an hourly wage or a salary?
They're employed on a salary.
And how many of them are full-time and part-time? And do you have any casuals as managers?
I don't believe we have that specific breakdown. It's my understanding the majority of our leaders in store are engaged on a full-time basis. I'm not aware of any casual leaders.
Okay. So when you say the majority, would it be like 60% or 80% or 90% that would be full-time?
I think more like 80% would probably be a more accurate reflection.
Okay. So just to observe there that it's quite different for the customer-facing part of your business to have more part-time employees than full-time employees.
If it can assist, we can also take you through the breakdown. 75% of our part-time team members work 20 hours or are contracted to work 20 hours or more per week.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's your full-time or your part-time?
No, of the part-time team members in stores, 75% are contracted to work 20 hours or more per week. Our full-time team members in stores are contracted for 38 hours per week.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's quite helpful to get the scale and the shape of that. Now, with your part-time part-time workers and your full-time workers, if you could deal with them separately, and the casuals as well. Could you take me to the rostering process that you undertake for that? So I'd like to understand how much flexibility there is for the employee, not just you as the employer. What is the process by which somebody might say, I've got a sick child tomorrow, I can't be in, or I need to change my hours of work because my studies changed, or I have caring responsibilities of whatever shape or form on Tuesdays normally, but next week it's got to be Wednesday, Thursday. Like the real life intersection of requests for leave and roster change and how you manage that.
I can talk to that, Senator. When teams start with Bunnings, they tell us their availability. That availability is then captured in our rostering system. Our enterprise agreement requires that rosters are issued for a 2-week period, 2 weeks in advance. In custom, they're issued for a 4-week period, 2 weeks in advance. So at any given point in time, our team would know their rosters for the upcoming 6 weeks. It's really important that our leaders know their team, that they understand their commitments outside of work. So for our 53,000 team members, we know we all have different commitments outside of work, whether they're family commitments, sporting, religious, study, etc. So it's really important that our leaders know their team. If a team member needs either a short-term or an ongoing change, the first port of call would be a conversation with their leader. They would sit down to look at whether or not that change can be accommodated. That would then be reflected, if it's an ongoing change, in the roster, and it would also be reflected in the updated availability in our rostering system.
Okay, so I've been to Bunnings a few times and I've seen the nice little devices that help scan and get data. What data do you have about these requests, these conversation requests for accommodation of a change of roster?
So our rostering system contains our rostering data. Our time and attendance system captures the clock in and clock out data for our team members. Our rostering system doesn't specifically capture what has prompted a change to a shift or to time and attendance. So it wouldn't necessarily be captured in writing where there are conversations. Under our flexible working arrangements policy, team can, of course, make a formal flexible working arrangements request. Under the Fair Work Act, there's a requirement to respond to that request in writing, of course. For the most part, however, rostering conversations would happen every day in stores. They would be resolved informally, but that is not that is not captured. The reason is not captured in the rostering system.
I would call that a data black hole, given how much data is critical to modern business doing business well. I cannot understand why, when somebody requests in a digital age a change of shift, that you don't capture that data. Is it that you just don't want to know, or you don't want a record of requests and refusals?
Senator, the way in which those sorts of rostering changes happen is through conversation. So we have expectations that our leaders know their teams really well and can engage in dialogue and conversations around what's going to work for them. So, for example, if a team member needed to leave early to pick up their children, or for whatever reason, and it's on the shop floor and in the aisle, and that works, well that's actually what we would expect culturally.
But what if it doesn't work, Mr. Zara? I mean, that's the reality. What if it doesn't work for the business and the child still needs to be picked up, and there is no record of this conversation, and you have no data to help you plan sufficiently to accommodate such requests, which I expect would be pretty regular? Surely that's a very significant gap in terms of information management for your company.
Senator, it's in our best interest to support our team. And so when we talk about our retention rates over a long period of time, it's because we work with our team. So in instances where, to your point, where perhaps an arrangement can't be accommodated, we have opportunities for the team member to escalate those conversations. So in the first instance, it might be to the manager once removed. It could be for a confidential discussion with the HR team, or it could be through an external third-party hotline as well. So if a team member ever felt aggrieved by a rostering conversation, there are multiple avenues that they can pursue if they were not happy. We also have...
Before you go on, just let me just interrogate the practical reality of that for a 17-year-old or a 45-year-old who is really reliant on this income and they go to a manager. Now, if they get a good one, they might have a chance of being heard. If they go to somebody with whom they might not have, you know, personality match, or there could be a bit of incompatibility, or, you know, things just don't seem to be working out well, because I'm sure not all of your managers are benevolent. I mean, that would be miraculous. What happens then? Like, the power differential there is very significant. And if you've already got a problem with your manager, and then you'd have to go up the next line, a young 17-year-old who lacks a little confidence perhaps, or is just new, might not ever take that next step of going to the next level of management.
Look, Senator, we have multiple touch points where we can check in and actually see whether things like that do occur. So, for example, in our most recent engagement survey, we asked the question around, do our team feel like they have access to the flexibility that they need? And so the most recent engagement survey we had a score of 7.9 out of 10. Now, by any stretch are we professing to be perfect on any of this? There's opportunity to improve, but 7.9 out of 10 for team members who indicated they have the flexibility they need to manage life and also to manage work as well. But it's really important within our business, culturally, that leaders support team. And we have those touch point measures, not just an engagement survey, we also measure retention at a local level. So we have opportunities to deep dive if ever we thought that there were opportunities for us to really, you know, deal with a grievance relating to a roster.
So when did you undertake this engagement survey?
So for the past 3 years, we've undertaken the engagement survey in and around September and October, give or take a couple of weeks.
And
Each year?
For the past 3 years. So we do some, so the past 3 is prior to the past 3 years, and traditionally Bunnings run a vision and values survey. So at the front half of the year, we measure our team's perspectives around how we perform against our vision and our values, and then the back half, we go deeper on engagement.
so if you could provide us with some of that data, have you employed an independent research team to do this?
So we run it through a platform called Medallia. So it's an anonymous survey. It is voluntary as well. So it's an anonymous survey and voluntary. Medallia is the platform we use, and we promote that in stores and across our support and distribution sector.
And who analyses the data?
So it's analysed internally through our insights team.
So it's your HR department, essentially?
Essentially, that's
correct. And you
correct.
use a piece of software from another company to do that?
So the platform Medallia is called,
Right,
that's
so
right.
it's not independent, it's in-house assessment.
Well,
Still
no.
value?
Well, so the platform is hosted externally, being
Yep.
Medallia.
Yep.
The data then provided, completely anonymous, because team members are not required to sign in and complete their request, so it is anonymous.
Yep.
And then the team draw insights from that engagement survey.
And how many of your 53,000 staff engaged with those assessments in the last three surveys?
We had 29,000 team members in our last survey.
Yep.
Senator, I would need to come back to you in terms of the previous year's participation. It's very similar in terms of overall participation.
Okay. Now, would you give consideration to formalising the opportunity for people to digitally record the need to request, so that data could be generated about the rate of acceptance, refusals or changes? Have you ever considered that?
Senator, if I can add, we are going through the process of implementing a new time and attendance system. It's a significant upgrade for Bunnings. It's being rolled out at the moment. It's being configured for our store network, and we expect this implementation to occur from April next year. There are a range of benefits that we're looking at currently for that system. It is, of course, a balancing act with this sort of issue in terms of you don't necessarily want to create an administrative burden for team when making a request. Understand where you're coming from in terms of the benefit.
It's not a paperwork system anymore, and it's not sort of going to a HR. And there are systems that are far less sticky than old systems, where you can simply put in a request quite quickly.
Sorry, Senator, sorry, what was the question?
So the changes that are possible for technology now don't necessarily mean a huge administrative burden would be implemented by adding one more capacity to such a platform. Is that correct?
The customisation may be complicated. Appreciate where you're coming from in terms of if it is set up correctly, that it would lessen the administrative burden.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of lessening the administrative burden and variation in the way that employment occurs across different providers of retail, could you explain how the ordinary hours per year model works for you in terms of staffing?
Again, I can answer that, Senator. Under our current enterprise agreement, the hours for full-time and part-time team members are averaged over a 52-week period. So, for example, a team member who is engaged to work 20 hours per week is engaged to work 1,040 hours over a 52-week period. The system effectively accrues time in lieu if a team member works either more or less than their average contracted hours. So the unique part of the system is that a team member can take time in lieu before they've worked the additional hours. One of the benefits of that system is that team can take paid time at a later date without needing to dip into their annual leave.
So how long ago did you establish this agreement?
I believe 1998 is when the annualised hours model first came into play.
And has it been considered in wage negotiations since then? Are there any changes to it, or is that model still intact?
The overarching model is still intact. There have been modifications throughout bargaining along the way, but that is still the framework that's in place.
Okay, and what was the need for the modifications? What were the concerns that were raised?
In 2013, a new penalty was introduced in the circumstance where a full-time team member works above their annual contract. That loading is a 25% loading.
So essentially at a casual rate for
That's correct,
that extra.
yes.
Right, okay. So I'm just thinking about this as a person who's part-time, who's employed on that basis, say 25 hours. What's the cohort split? You said you've got a population of 50-50 men to women across here, but part-time, can you go into the gender split there?
So part-time team members at 57% female.
Yep.
And full-time team members at 47% female. So 57% female part-time and 47% female full-time.
Okay. And the average number of hours for part-time?
We don't specifically have the average. What we can say is that 37% of our part-time team are contracted for between 20 and 29 hours per week, and 37% 30 or more hours per week.
And for your full-time, that's the 38 hours?
That's correct.
Great, okay. So for both those cohorts, part-time and full-time, ordinary hours of work may be rostered at any time, on any day at any time, is that correct?
Our stores are typically open from 6:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekends.
So the times at which a team member may expect to be regularly rostered for ordinary working hours, whether a part-time or a full-time, could you say those hours once again? 6:30?
Oh, sorry. So our trading hours,
Yep.
6:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Friday, typically.
Yep.
There might be some slight variations by state.
Yep.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekends. The enterprise agreement has a span of hours, and different penalties apply depending on where in the span of hours any work might fall.
Right, so the span of hours could be before or after that, which I presume would be for sort of stacking shelves and doing things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so they could be working Monday to Sunday between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m.
That's correct. I think it's important to note that the majority of hours are still worked during what you would consider to be normal business hours. So the most common shift at Bunnings is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 64% of hours are worked between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday.
Okay. Now, if I wanted to change my shift, how much notice would I have to give?
From a team member to a
Manager?
leader?
Yep.
It would depend on whether it's a one-off change or an ongoing change.
Okay.
It would still start with a conversation.
Yep, but how much notice would I have to give? So, say I've got to get to a specialist with my child next week.
Sorry, there's no minimum notice from a team member to a leader if something bobs up.
Right.
From a personal carers leave perspective, our casual team members also accrue personal carers leave, as do our permanent team members. And if someone has an ill family member or an unexpected emergency, whatever notice is reasonable for that person is what we would ask.
So what do you mean by whatever notice is reasonable?
What's appropriate given their circumstances?
Okay, and what if I'm a manager who doesn't have to record this anywhere and it's inconvenient for me to make a change? Can I just arbitrarily say yes or no?
Not if it's a situation giving rise to personal carers leave, no. That's a clear entitlement for team members.
And where would that be recorded?
That would be captured in our payroll system, that someone has taken personal carers leave.
If it's granted. But what if it's not granted?
It should be granted.
Well, I love the should word. I don't know that it always works when there's a power differential in place. So where would it be? Where would that data be captured if there was refusal of personal carers leave?
That circumstance, we would certainly hope that would not occur, and there are a range of grievance channels for a team member to raise.
Yeah, but what if I'm
in
really
that
frightened about
circumstance.
keeping my job, and what if I've got, significant caring responsibilities? I'm just happy to be working at Bunnings because it's a big employer in my area and this is my future. Do you understand the kind of pressure that I'm talking about that people have, which might lead to compliance against their personal best interests, their mental health and wellbeing, and also lead to reports that were documented in the University of New South Wales report about children being left at home alone, unsupervised, in quite dangerous situations, as people responded to their employer's requirement for them to be at work, not providing them with personal carers leave. Mr. Zara?
Yes, Senator, I guess culturally it goes against the grain of our business. So if someone wasn't able to fulfil a shift and there were caring responsibilities or they were unwell, the expectation of our leaders would be to support. Now, in the instances you've referred to...
Do you have any KPIs that are attached to that? And on what numbers would you base the meeting of your expectations when there's no records?
So we have different measures in place to be able to deep dive at a local level, so at a store level.
So I want to take comfort from the fact that your system will tell you where there's a really big problem. Is that the truth? If there was a problem, you would be able to identify by a store that this is an outlier, this doesn't look right. Now, my question is, do you have sufficient data to do that much?
Again, Senator, in instances that you've referred to, so a team member can actually confidentially contact our external hotline to raise the flag. If they ever felt aggrieved that their rostering request or their leave request had been declined, and they can do it we would prefer it to be within Bunnings, but actually they have the option to do it externally too, through the third party. With ultimately no one at Bunnings looking at that goes through to Deloitte. So there are channels for team to be able to, if you like, raise the flag if ever situations like that occurred.
So how many people have raised that with Deloitte in the last 12 months? Have raised a complaint to Deloitte?
So specific to the example that you've just referred to?
Well, no, I'm not just, I don't want to just dig into one thing. I'm trying to get the shape and the reality of what real life Australian citizens' work experience is in your business, where you keep the data, how you keep the data, so I understand exactly what's going on. That's the nature of my questions.
Sure.
So you're asking how many complaints have been
Whistleblower
made on that
complaints,
line
effectively?
in a year, last year?
And if you can categorise it, that would be good.
Yeah, so I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it would be over 100 that you might receive in any annual per annum. Now, some of those complaints might be because a procedure might not have been followed, or it might be because there's a grievance at the store level. So there are
That could be about physical safety.
It could be about anything. So a
Right.
team member can contact the whistleblower line for any reason or for any concern they have, and we promote use of the hotline so we can understand if ever there was an option or there was an issue going on. We can hear about it. So there might be up to 100 calls, over 100 calls, and I can come
Per
back to you on the number per annum for matters that would need to be investigated.
Senator, if I can add some context to how Bunnings approaches personal carers leave. Full-time and part-time team members accrue 84 hours of personal carers leave per annum, so 11 days per annum. It's on a pro rata basis for part-time team. They get their full allocation for the second year of service on their anniversary. So after 1 year and 1 day's service, a full-time team member will have access to 22 days personal carers leave. The average number of personal carers leave days taken in the last 12 months for a full-time equivalent team member is 10.8. So I think that data shows that team are accessing that entitlement.
At least half of it that's built in there.
Their annual is 10 days. Did you say 11 days?
That's right.
Oh,
yes.
right. I thought you said 22.
Sorry, that was in...
Second year.
Oh, okay. That's when they've got the 22. Thank you. Thanks for that. 100 out of 53,000 workers, it sounds like it's the most fantastic place on earth to work. Are you sure that that's an accurate record of, conflict that might be happening in your store?
So like I touched on, Senator, I haven't got the data in front of me, but I'm happy to take that on notice. And by any stretch, we're not perfect, and there's always opportunities and things for us to do better. And that's why we always seek feedback from our teams so we can work with them collaboratively to create an environment where we have retention rates at over 80% in retail, which is really high for across, if you look across other retail businesses as well.
So where your agreement states, as far as possible, rosters will be set by mutual agreement between Bunnings and the team members. You've talked about the culture that you believe delivers that. Regard for family responsibilities, other significant commitments, study, access to safe transport home, operational requirements of the business, and the need to be fair in its treatment of team members as a whole. You follow that with a statement here. It's acknowledged that rosters are subject to change on an ongoing basis. How often do rosters change?
As I mentioned earlier, Senator, rosters are posted for a six-week period. We recognise that team benefit from having regular rosters. We don't, as I also mentioned, keep a record of the number of roster changes or whether that change was prompted by a leader or by a team member.
So I'm sort of staring into the darkness here a little. Rosters for ordinary hours of work should be set, it says, for 2-week period, at least 14 days in advance.
That's correct. However, the custom is for a 4-week period, 2 weeks in advance.
Is there a reason why that's not documented anywhere? And the agreement states something quite different to what you're telling me happens?
I would expect that would be updated when we're back at around the bargaining table.
So workers should expect what sort of a cycle going forward once the EBA is delivered? Did you say 6 weeks?
That's correct. For a 4-week period, 2 weeks in advance. So at any point, they know their rosters for up to 6 weeks.
Okay, and it says that here that it may be varied with 7 days' notice or at any time by mutual agreement by Bunnings and the team member affected. How does that still operate? Is it 7 days' notice?
It does, bearing in mind that leaders are aware of the team members' availability, which is also captured in the system.
Okay. So 10.4.4 says that the rosters are subject to change. However, rosters, as far as practicable, should not be subject to frequent change without good cause. Nothing in this clause precludes the business from being able to roster to meet operational requirements, and that sounds entirely reasonable. But not when we start to hear from people who have to leave their children at home unattended, or people who are talking about the mental health challenges that they're facing, people who are saying they can't meet their financial requirements because they've been rostered on for bulk hours at peak times in 1 month. Not when we're hearing people, you can't take leave between the 15th of December and the 15th of January. and that leaves all sorts of problems for families with children. And then you finish off with it, nothing in this clause is to be construed as meaning that rosters will be of a set and standard nature. That gives me some cause for concern in the context that I've just described. So what comfort can I take from you today that these hours of work, part-time and full-time, are being worked by people in a way that is of some standard nature, that gives them predictability to organise their lives?
Senator, I refer back to the questions we ask our team. So ultimately what we want is feedback from our team around what's working or not working. And again, one of the most recent...
For whom, Mr Zara? For your staff or for profit making? Because I'm all for, investing and making a profit and growing your business and creating more jobs. But jobs that keep people safe and well and give them the security they need to fulfil their family responsibilities and their community responsibilities is a pretty delicate dance. So please continue your answer, but with that in mind.
So the question put to our team is, do they believe that their leaders are truly committed to their health, safety and wellbeing? So I'll repeat that again. So do they believe that their leaders truly committed to their health, safety and wellbeing? And it has a score of 8.1 out of 10.
Out of 10.
So again, there is always opportunity and things that we can be doing better, and I'm certainly not professing to be perfect to that end. So what we do with the data now is we meet with our team and we talk about how we continue to evolve that. So there are multiple measures in place. We don't just rely on one measure, and multiple avenues for us to look at to ensure that if there were any concerns that our team have, that we can respond appropriately.
Give Senator White a chance.
Thank you. Just one more if I could. You may need to take this on notice. Did you ask a question about rostering in your survey?
So the question we asked was around flexibility.
And what was your question?
Do our team believe they have access to the flexibility that they need?
That means your employee,
Our
the front
team.
page. And what was the response?
So 7.9 out of 10.
Okay, in the last year's survey?
In the survey only in 2 months ago.
And what about the previous year and the previous year? Because you had 3 years data.
Yeah, I would need to take that on notice because I don't have that data in front of me.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? This Parliament amended the National Employment Standards last week in relation to requests for flexibility. The existing law requires an employee to ask and the employer to reply within 21 days in writing. How do you distinguish between formal and informal requests? And how does that law impact on the way you are dealing with your employees, recognising that the law now has an enforcement mechanism in relation to that?
Again, I can take that question. The formality is around requesting the change in writing, and Bunnings responding to the request within 21 days.
Yep.
I think in practice the same principles apply in terms of working with the team member to accommodate the request wherever possible, or finding a compromise. Given that our enterprise agreement requires Bunnings to take family responsibilities into account, our team have always had access to a dispute mechanism through the Fair Work Commission if they felt that they were not being treated appropriately. So in that regard, the most recent change doesn't have a particular impact on our business.
So we all hope everyone has an amicable relationship, and the power difference that's often very real, doesn't matter your age really, we all hope that's not going on. But what protection is there for a worker to have their request considered? If it's all informal, there's no record keeping, do you have any... So I'll answer that first and I'll come to the next bit. What confidence can we have without any record? I mean, I think this is the point Senator O'Neill is raising, yeah.
First and foremost, I think it is reflected in our very high retention.
Okay, yep, I totally accept
Yep,
that, and I
yep.
accept it's above industry standard and so on. But it's kind of a long way from the pointy moment of requesting and being refused or whatever.
The fact that we have a relatively broad span of hours does give Bunnings enormous scope to accommodate requests and find compromises.
Yeah.
having worked in HR at Bunnings for over 10 years, in my experience, the requests that are more challenging are when there's an impact on other team members who also have their own commitments outside of work. Those requests tend to be more comprehensive and require more work in terms of consulting with a number of different team members to try and find the best outcome for everyone.
And how many written requests formally have you had, say, in the last year?
We don't aggregate that data.
Okay, we don't know. Okay, Senator White?
Can I just get in your warehouses, there's 57% of the part-timers are women, is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes.
And 43% of the full-timers are...
47.
47%. 47% of the full-timers are women. Why do you think there's a differential between men and women, part-time, full-time?
Well, I guess for team members make personal choice around, I guess where they'd like to work and the opportunities available. So, I mean, one of the strong preferences we have for all of our team and through the recruitment process is permanent employment. We have conversations with our casual team members regularly around conversion from casual to permanency. From August of 2021, we've had approximately 1,700 conversations with casual team members around converting to a permanent contract, and 50% of those team members have taken that offer. It suggests that 50% of team members prefer to stay casual as well. So there's personal choice, I guess, given the broad demographic we have of youngest team member 15, oldest team member 91 years of age.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you about the casual profile. So 29% of your workforce is casual. What's the breakdown, the gender breakdown of that?
Senator, I'd need to take that one on notice because I don't have that data point in front of me.
So, so you think more women like to be part-time than men?
No, I didn't say that at all, no.
Okay, so well, back to my question. Why do you think there are more women? Because you've got 50-50 men and women. Why do you think more women want to be part-time?
Look, Senator, I'm not sure I can answer that because it would be, again, personal choice. So if I think about our retention levels across both male and female, we actually have stronger retention rates with our female team than we do our male teams. So I don't...
It's not a criticism.
Yeah,
I'm just asking you,
Yeah.
like you've got a 53,000 workforce, which you know, well, you're saying that you're giving the impression that you know intimately. There is a differential between part-time and full-time, and I'm interested in what you guys think having such a significant job is the reason there's a differential, but you don't know. You can't say why it would be.
The only further context I could add, the average shift length for a part-time team member is 7 hours.
Yep.
So it's possible that our part-time team are part-time because they're only available to work 2, 3 or 4 days per week. Our percentage, when you look at the demographics, we have slightly more females over the age of 50 and slightly more males in the 20 to 29 age bracket. So that may have a bearing on the part-time, full-time mix in terms of where they're at in their career journey with Bunnings.
So I was going to ask you that next, the demographic of your workforce. Is there a difference between males and females as to age? So yes, there is by the sound of it, is it? That women are older?
But yes, however, only by a fairly small margin.
Okay. And just on another way in which you work, how much overtime would people normally do? So they've got both part-time and full-time. So you've got these part-time set contracts. How often would people vary from those contracts? You've got any sense of that? And then from the full-timers, the majority of whom are men, what's the work of overtime in that cohort? Do you know?
Overtime kicks in, for example, if a team member works more than, I believe it's 10.5 hours in a shift or 46 hours in a week, and it automatically kicks in at double time.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I don't have the specific figures around frequency of overtime. They're the rules where overtime does kick in.
Sure, I'm interested in that. Can you take that on notice as to when overtime kicks in? And I'm interested in the gender breakdown of how that kicks in and who it kicks in for, because we're looking at the balance of work and care. We've had some fairly profound discussion about this just before, and I'm interested in how that works in your business, which is a large business. 53,000 is a lot of people to employ at 350 stores across Australia. That's not a small show, is it? It's a big show. And so it's interested to see how you manage that and what you do. I don't think we've asked this, but so you have got these formal flexible work agreements. Do you know how many you've got? I think you said you don't know, is that right? Can you find that out?
Our system doesn't capture flexible working arrangements, so we don't have a way at current of aggregating that data.
Don't you legally have to do that? Yeah.
It is stored on a personnel file at a local level. We just don't aggregate that information.
How will you respond to the new law?
If I may ask, which is an employee makes a request, the manager or whatever up the line says can't reasonably accommodate, the employee says I'd like to have a go at this and involves the Fair Work Commission, who at first will conciliate, as they are required to do under the law, but can't reach agreement. And how will any of that unfold if there is no paperwork? No system. Are you?
Yeah, we would initially look to resolve that at a local level. So that would involve our local HR team, who would work with the leadership team to accommodate that wherever possible. That would, of course, be documented.
Yeah. Okay.
We simply don't have a way of aggregating that information. There may be opportunities with our new time and attendance system in terms of how that's configured to give us that visibility. We just don't have a system way of doing that at the moment.
Sorry, Senator White, I interrupted
So,
you.
as I understood your evidence too, under your enterprise agreement, anybody can arbitrate anything. So they could arbitrate a flexible work agreement if you didn't. Is that right? Am I?
Under the rostering clause, yes.
Under the rostering clause. So that diverts from the Fair Work Act. So how many flexible work agreements have gone to sort of the Fair Work Commission, do you know?
To my knowledge, in the last 5 years, we've had 3 rostering disputes that have been escalated to the Fair Work Commission, and all of those disputes were resolved without recourse to a hearing.
Conciliated.
So resolved.
That's right.
In your favour or in the workers' favour?
I believe that 1 case involved a resignation and 2 cases involved a compromise.
Okay.
That's not many, is it? So that either means you're doing it well or people don't
Engage.
want to do it.
Yeah.
Have you got any sense of why that is? Yeah, I mean, that's the wrong question. I won't ask it. I know what you'll say. Have you got any examples of where people have, so in those complaints that you had, the 100, I think, a year or thereabouts, is that right? To Deloitte. How many of those do you think were about or do you know how many were about the conflict between work and home and care and how to balance that? Have you got any sense of that?
Not to hand, Senator, but one that we could take on notice and have a look to see what the trends that you're after there.
Yeah, and can I then, just one more set of questions. You said you've got 85% retention. Can you just explain what that means? Yeah. Is that what you said, 85%?
Yeah, so we measure retention on a rolling 12-month basis, so the proportion of team who are with us over that 12-month period. So the retention, as I talked about, is slightly higher for females than it is for males.
So for 85% of people last a year?
So the average tenure for team members at Bunnings is actually 6.7 years.
6.7
years.
Yeah,
6.7 years.
Okay. And 85% would stay within
our
that
rolling
year.
12, that's right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just ask, can I? Go on.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to try out on you a picture of your workforce and tell me if I've got it totally wrong. But you've got a lot of people who hang around a long time, you've got annual retention that's high and a lot of seniority people who stay a long time.
But this is a model of work, is it not, which depends on the goodwill of a good employer and a good group of supervisors, and not on a regulation which ensures that from an employee perspective. So we're interested in guarding and supporting the fact that our workforce now is 1 in 2 women, 40% of them on any day of the week are responsible for someone else. So we're trying to think about a labour system that works for those working carers. And your system, which you're very, no doubt, diligently managing, is dependent on a good person as opposed to a guarantee of a regulated minima. Is that a fair description?
The way that I'd look at this, Senator, is that there's a fine balance between the culture you try to preserve and the culture you need to evolve, and also having the systems and processes that underpin that too. And I think that they go hand in hand. So, if you have an amazing culture with poor processes and systems, then I think it leads to consequences that can be dire. So I think the way we try to look at it is proportionately have the right systems and processes in place, and so the avenues where team can actually feel like they're making a valuable contribution, they're treated fairly, they have access and they're empowered. But we have a culture that surrounds it as well. So long before I arrived at Bunnings, the big focus had always been around creating a culture where teams stay for long periods of time and they can grow their career with us. I think over time, the business has been able to prove that successfully. So, but again, we're not perfect, and so we are always looking for opportunities to improve. So I think they go hand in hand.
And so when you manage the performance of your 2,000 supervisors and managers, how many of them have lost their employment or been disciplined in relation to unfair treatment of rostering, for example, or in response to high turnover or inappropriate management of staff, given your values and your objectives?
We can't speak to a specific number. We can say that our leaders are held to account if they engage in poor behaviours. We aspire to have great leaders at Bunnings. It is part of our DNA. It might be relevant to note of our female team members who have joined us since 2006, 67% started on the shop floor. So it's really important for Bunnings that we provide pathways for our team and that our team grow their career with us.
Mm-hmm. I guess our fear is that here you are a very large, very accountable, very public firm who pride yourself on your turnover. There are a whole lot of other organisations out there held to the same labour law who probably do not have your aspiration, and they're our concern in particular, I think. Did you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple of quick ones out of that. So are there KPIs for your managers around rostering? Do you get a bonus if you do a good job with rostering if there are no complaints from your store? Is that something you measure?
Not specifically, no. So the KPIs that leaders have are first and foremost around a safe working environment for our team, and so we have KPIs related to serious incidents and TRIFR and those sorts of things. There are, commercial KPIs that leaders are also strive towards as well.
So can I suggest to you, Mr. Zara, that goes back to the commentary I made around changes to physical safety, but mental safety means being able to have predictable hours of work and manage your life outside. We had incredible evidence about the mental health burden amongst women, like escalating incredibly from Professor McGorry, who you'd know is the Australian of the Year, and also from Mr. Hickey. You might consider an expansion of what those terms might be in terms of what workplace health and safety looks like to include rostering. It's one thing I might suggest to you. Can I just ask also, you mentioned managers might be disciplined for poor behaviour. Could you, I notice, provide the kinds of behaviour that you're referring to there? I'd take the evidence, but we haven't got time. But my last question goes to the bank of hours issue and satisfaction with the way that the model operates and rostering. When people do this bank of hours, do they get credit for those? They get credit for a number of hours and they can take leave in advance if they want to before they work. That's what you said.
That's correct, yes.
Right. So then they could be in debit also if they take leave. Is that right?
That's correct.
So on balance, at the end, do you do a reconciliation at some point? When is that point of reconciliation?
The reconciliation point is at the end of the 52 weeks.
Is it separate for each employee, depending on the commencement date, or do you do it annually?
No, it's an annual
So
reconciliation.
what date does that occur?
It's roughly aligned to the financial year.
Okay. So let's say June.
Yes.
So in June, I'll find out if I've got credit or if I'm in debit. What happens if I'm in debit?
Bunnings writes off those hours.
Okay. And what's the cost of the write-off of those hours annually?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me.
I'd be interested to find that out. And are you aware, apart from the annual review that you undertake, which is facilitated by Medallia and analysed by your HR department with de-identified data, are you aware of any other research that's been undertaken into your workforce by any entity, researchers, anybody who'd be interested in it, unions perhaps, anybody? Is there anybody else ever asking questions of your workforce to give you the shape of something that's independent?
Senator, I'm just trying to think of maybe an example. So we have participated in research in the past, so perinatal mental health program, which was really in support of trying to learn more and understand around how we can support parents and carers to ensure that they have the mental health support, pre-birth, post-birth, and returning back into the workplace. So, Senator, that piece of work was possibly 1.5 to 2 years ago.
Okay.
So that would be one example, I think, perhaps.
Is there anybody else provided you with data and feedback about how your systems are operating from any other independent source at any point of time in the last 5 years?
Nothing comes to mind just off the bat. I can't think of anything.
So just one more question, just on the rostering pattern. So you said that the EBA says you've got to give 2 weeks' notice, but you actually give 4. How much variation would there?
6, I think.
Sorry, 6 was it?
6 weeks notice?
Sorry, rosters
4 week
for a
roll.
4-week notice are posted 2 weeks in advance.
Yeah.
So the team can see their rosters for
So it's 4
6
weeks.
yeah.
They've got a
You're
view on 4 weeks. Is that right? Yeah. So how much variation would there be for full-timers and part-timers, and what would be the drivers of those variations?
There are seasonal drivers. As I mentioned earlier, a large proportion of replenishment and sales are done during relatively standard business hours. So rosters do tend to be quite regular. It's the 9 to 5. It might be 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. So that they are relatively standard in that regard. We were speaking to a complex manager last week that has a number of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. shifts for team members who have children at primary school. Sorry, have I answered the question?
No, well, see, my question is, because I think what you said was right. I took on what you said, that is, they're mostly 9 to 5 and there's these set things. So why would you issue them every 4 weeks if there's this standard thing that's happening? Unless there's a massive, I understand it says seasonal variation. I understand that, Christmas is going to be busier. But have you ever been to a Bunnings store where there's no one? I haven't. And I just wondered, why would you do this 4-week rolling thing if there's so little variation?
You would expect to see more variation for students, for example.
So casual roster I can understand,
Yep.
yeah, because they're filling in for the peak times. But for permanent part-time and permanent full-time, why would you change their start times regularly? Or do you? That's what I'm asking you.
We don't have the data on that. There would be a seasonal component. There would be roster changes that could be triggered by requests from other team members that requires a bit of a reshuffle of rosters. There would be students that have changes to their university timetable that could prompt a change. We know that some students flex up over Christmas periods, for example, so that could result in a change. I would hazard a guess that they are the common scenarios.
Yeah, but you get my point though. Like, you've got this really stable thing where it's there. So why would you have everybody on 4-week rolling rosters when there's going to be this baseline that is always going to be the same? But you maybe want to think about that as to why everybody is subjected to this, because we've heard, I'll give you the context, we've heard evidence of where people are talking about these rosters and them changing, and they can't fit around those rosters if they change too dramatically. Their lives, because they can't get childcare on particular days, they can't do a whole range of things. And so if you have got this stability, why would you change? Why would you subject people to that? Now, maybe in practice they don't get subjected to that and it's the same week in and week out, but why would you notionally subject them to that? If there's
I think it would be very interesting to us to know what proportion of people are basically
doing
on
the same
ongoing
thing.
Consistent hours. We would be very interested in
Because, and I get asked that because the stability that you have in your workforce may well be related to that factor.
that.
Then I
People
wouldn't
like it.
understand the cost of redoing your roster.
No, all the time,
So frequently.
right?
And especially the decision-making around redoing those rosters in the absence of knowing the number of roster requests and the type of roster. It's like, I know that you know what's on aisle 7 in, shelf 3. I don't understand why you don't know what roster requests, what roster change, and what level of request and refusal is going on. I just don't understand that data hole.
And, and particularly because you've got this 29% of casuals, which would be normally the top-up label for peak times. But anyway, I'll take that on.
Thank you. We're over time, but thank you very much. I just want you to know how important your evidence is to us. We're trying to understand what's going on in a really important workplace, and it's very helpful to us to have you answer our questions and to take our questions on notice where you have. It's been very useful evidence, so thank you for coming, giving us your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yeah, 53,000 Australian lives.
And can we table your opening statement and incorporate it in our papers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks very much. Okay. So I now welcome representatives, very patient representatives from the Office for Women. If you'd like to come forward, thank you. We're sorry we're running a little behind. We understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that the case? Terrific. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities that you appear in today?
My name is Shelby Schofield. I'm the Chief Economist in the Office for Women and also the Acting Assistant Secretary in Women's Economic Policy Branch. The Office for Women is in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Thank you, Ms Scobie. Terrific.
And my name's Talitha Schrodel. I'm here as the Director of the Evidence Team within the Office for Women at the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms Schrodel. Terrific. I don't think we have a submission from you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would you like to make an opening statement so we can then follow with our questions? Thank you.
I would, and I'd also like to acknowledge Senator Bragg on the line as well.
Oh, yes. Senator Bragg, can you hear us all right?
Oh.
Well, let's hope you can.
Hopefully.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'll come a bit closer. Thank you for the invitation to attend today's hearing. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Ngunnawal people, and honour their custodianship and care for the country. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples present. The Office for Women in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet works across government to advance gender equality and improve the lives of women in Australia. We are pleased to outline our work and address the undervaluation of women's work and care across different sectors and systems and support a gender-responsive approach to work and care. The impact of unpaid care on women's workforce participation, economic equality and the economy. Women continue to shoulder the majority of unpaid work and care in Australia, performing on average over 9 additional hours of unpaid work per week than men. Nearly 72% of informal primary carers are women. In 2020, the estimated cost to replace this informal care was around $77.9 billion a year. The gendered division of unpaid care has major implications for women's ability to actively take part in the labour force and their employment options, reducing their long-term career prospects and lifetime wealth accumulation and superannuation. The current rate of women's workforce participation is 8.6 percentage points below that of men, and women's underemployment has been consistently higher than men's over the past decade, indicating a structural, not a cyclical issue that is preventing women from working the hours that they want to work. Women are underrepresented in leadership roles and overrepresented in casual, part-time and fixed-term roles. These roles can provide flexibility to manage caring responsibilities, but they are frequently lower paid and insecure. While women make up half of the employees in the 2020-2021 Workplace Gender Equality Agency dataset, around 51%, women comprise only 19.4% of CEOs and 32.5% of key management positions. Currently, women are retiring with 23% less super than men. The underrepresentation of women in the workforce has a profound impact on the Australian economy. If women's workforce participation matched men's, we would increase Australia's GDP by 8.7%, or $353 billion by 2050, and create an additional 1 million full-time equivalent workers with post-school qualifications. Factors related to unpaid care work, interrupted workforce participation, and in part-time employment contribute around 33% of the national gender pay gap. The barriers to men taking on greater share of care. Current trends in the availability and uptake of flexible working arrangements, particularly part-time and remote work, are highly gendered. Women make up 67% of part-time workers and are nearly 3 times more likely to use flexible working arrangements to manage caring responsibilities than their partners, 80% compared to around 28%. It is important to address the structural and cultural barriers men face in taking on a greater share of unpaid care responsibilities. Recent research undertaken by Deloitte Access Economics found that while Australians are becoming more supportive of greater father involvement in the care of children, gendered attitudes around caring roles are still entrenched, even in younger generations, with Generation Z less likely than Millennials and Generation X to agree that children do just as well if the mother earns the money and the father cares for the home and the children. This is a concerning trend. Further, the Australian Human Rights Commission found that 27% of fathers and partners reported experiencing discrimination for taking parental leave. Men are much more likely to have their request for flexibility denied than women. 17% of requests by men compared to 9.8% of requests for women are denied. There is evidence that people who use flexible working arrangements are penalised and offered fewer opportunities for advancement, training, or professional development. Unless flexible work is established in a gender equitable way and accessed by all employees, flexible policies can inadvertently reinforce gender gaps in the access accumulation of skills, opportunities, and experience. Further, supporting flexibility, limiting excessively long hours, and addressing presenteeism bias in workplaces can support men's engagement in care and a more equitable division of work and care between men and women. In Australia, 17% of men report usually working in excess of 50 hours compared to around 6% of women. And when disaggregated by industry, average hours of full-time workers are the highest in male-dominated industries. Limiting long working hours can support healthier personal lives and help families to balance work and home responsibilities, including unpaid caring responsibilities. Countries that impose a clear maximum working week have lower gender gaps in working hours. Some jurisdictions, including Iceland, Belgium, New Zealand and Germany, have introduced condensed work weeks. This includes 4-day weeks and 9-day fortnights without reduced pay. These trials have found positive benefits with no reduction in productivity. This allows workers to not engage with work outside of formal working hours. Moving towards shorter working hours for full-time workers can also improve employment opportunities, including underemployed workers. The gendered undervaluation of the care sector. Access to quality and appropriate formal care options is critical to supporting women's workforce participation and ensuring high quality and dignified care. Unaffordable and inaccessible care options are a significant barrier to women entering and increasing their employment. Australia's care workforce is female-dominated and low-paid relative to other industries, and this partly reflects the undervaluation of women's care by employers and institutions. Australia's undervaluation of women's work has masked the costs of care, distorted expectations around appropriate funding for essential care and early childhood education services, and hindered our ability to plan for and meet Australia's care workforce needs. Australia's paid care sector is one of our fastest growing sectors. The National Care and Support Workforce Strategy projects a shortfall of 81,000 care and support sector workers by 2025-26, increasing to 286,000 by 2049-50. The perception of care as women's work, an extension of communal family unpaid caring work women do in the home, and its subsequent low pay rates and poor working conditions are key barriers to addressing Australia's care and workforce needs. They perpetuate industrial and occupational gender segregation, and they discourage men from entering the care workforce. In the 2022-23 October budget, funding was provided to develop a national strategy for the care and support economy. A small task force has been established within Prime Minister and Cabinet, which will work with officers from portfolio departments, state and territory governments, private and not-for-profit organisations, and other stakeholders to understand the challenges and opportunities. It is thought the national strategy for the care and support economy will articulate a shared vision and direction for the care economy in Australia. Actions to drive gender equality. The gender division of care in Australia and subsequent impacts on women's workforce participation and careers is both driven by and indicative of a broader gender inequality issue and a barrier to achieving gender equality in Australia. The government has committed to an ambitious agenda to drive gender equality in Australia, including an independent women's economic equality task force, a national gender equality strategy, and a gender lens on policy using gender-responsive budgeting and gender impact assessment. And the Office for Women is leading on these processes. The gendered nature of work and care will be central to the national strategy for gender equality. OFW is undertaking broad consultation as part of the development of the strategy, including with people with lived experience, sector workers, experts in states and territories, to outline the drivers and barriers to gender equality and what this means for achieving change. We expect that the strategy will be released in around mid-2023 and it will be a guide for future actions for Australia to ensure that we can reach gender equality. Together, these commitments will support a gender-responsive approach to work and care that is holistic and underpinned by a long-term and coordinated strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very comprehensive opening statement. With your permission, we'd like to table that amongst our papers.
Please.
Thank you. I'm very glad that you've mentioned hours in there because we had, I don't know if you were watching, but Senator Strasden's comments were very powerful. And as someone like you who's looked at these issues over many years, I think we've been inattentive to the hours structures that drive inequality, and we've looked way too much at hourly rates of pay, and which are also important. But yeah, so it's very interesting to hear you say that. The actions that you propose that the government is taking are very welcome, of course. Task force, gender responsive budgeting, a national strategy for women's equality. they're all steps towards an architecture to discuss and move things along. They're not... there are other measures, of course, in labour law reform that do go to gender as well. But I wonder if you've got any thoughts on the regulation of working time and the hours of work that you would like us also to be thinking about. You've pointed to the problem very clearly. Yeah.
Yes, it is. And I acknowledge that the Office for Women doesn't have policy responsibility for the workplace relations system.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think some of the issues that this committee have touched on are really important. And we just saw a discussion on the importance of consistent hours and rostering and things like that. It's really important for businesses to consider those issues, and we encourage them to do so.
So do you think, for example, a tighter adherence to a 38-hour week would be better? I mean, it's a Dorothy Dixer, isn't it? Would make a difference in that it would pull back men's long hours and enable more domestic sharing and make the participation in those leadership roles, which are often long hours jobs, more available to women, and thus higher pay and all of those career opportunities.
I think there is a lot of evidence, not just internationally, but, in academic literature as well, that suggests that more regularity and consistency of hours throughout the week, and we also know that there's a very big push towards a 4-day working week, and there are a lot of different pilots underway across the world, but also in Australia. I understand that the ACT government is also currently conducting one. That having an awareness of that overall working week and what it means for both men and women is important. And so I think a close examination of working hours overall is important. And I touched on that in my statement as well, that men work significant overtime and hours beyond, and women do also. But that influences their ability to dedicate hours to caring in the home, which we know they should be doing.
And what do you think explains that really intriguing backward step in terms of young men's perception about what proper parenting looks like?
It's concerning. I don't have an explanation for it. I was quite shocked when that data came out from our colleagues at Deloitte. I believe that was done on a survey. I think it's a step backwards if the trend is indeed going that way. I think we were making good progress as a society in understanding that caring in the home and in the community is the job of both men and women. It should be considered the job of all Australians. It shouldn't just be continued to be cast as women's work. I don't have an explanation for the Gen Z, but I find it very concerning.
And also just to note that it wasn't just young men who had those attitudes, it was across young, like the whole generation. So both young girls and boys who were having
both genders.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I think concerns us even more.
Absolutely.
Ask what the sample size was.
Yeah. Do you have the data, the survey that lay behind that?
I have the percentages, I think. Let me just have a look.
Is that a published piece of research?
It is. It's a public piece of research. I think it was released about 4 weeks ago. It was called Gender Norms. And as we know, gender norms are very entrenched in Australia.
Out of Deloitte's, did you say? Or?
Yes, it's Deloitte Access Economics.
Okay. So the report title is Breaking the Norm, Unleashing Australia's Economic Potential.
Or not, as the case may be.
So it was around 56% of Generation Z thought that, I guess, families did better when the mother is at home and the male breadwinner. And then for millennials, it was 64, and for Gen X, 62. So Generation X and millennials are saying, no, families do well when the mother is the primary breadwinner, and then it's Generation Z who are kind of taking a bit of a step back. I mean, it would be good to track this attitude over time. I worry that it's a blip or an anomaly, but it's concerning. We'll be paying attention to it as well.
There is a question like that in Hilda also.
Yes.
So, Senator O'Neill or Senator White, would you like to follow?
I think we've heard lots of different evidence, but today's evidence about the hours of work resonates with me significantly, in that there is only 24 hours a day. And so the undervaluation of care, unpaid care work for the family, and the fact that that does not, I think the academic we saw earlier suggested that women do 13 hours a week more than men, but it basically means you can't fit every single thing in.
Yeah.
Have you given some thought to what the solution to that might be?
So I think we'd love to see more men lending a hand in the home as well. I think that's a long-standing issue that we've been talking about.
But they only have 24 hours in a day.
They only have 24
too.
hours as well.
And if they're doing more overtime, which is what you've said, where do you get the more hours from?
It's a good question. There are only 24 hours in a day, as you say.
So that's what was put to us. There are only 24 hours in a day, and men do more overtime.
Yeah.
Therefore, that eats into their home time.
Yeah.
And as a result, the burden goes on to women
It
who have
does.
to juggling additional work. So how do you balance that? You can say you should do this, but what policy mechanisms do you think we need to make that happen?
I think a lot of it as well is cultural norms. And until cultural norms start to shift as well, and men indicate a strong interest in wanting to be doing more care work, you can put policy in place, absolutely, but men need to want to take up those policies. We operate in a world where there is a gender pay gap, and there are good reasons why men can work overtime or work more hours than women. But I think overall, if we are going to have more balance in the home, there are issues around, and we reflected on it in our statement, hours in the working week being reduced so that men don't have to work so much overtime and that they can be in the home more. I think the solution is to recognise that men need to be in the home more as well, and women need to be in the workforce more. And how do we reach that balance with the hours that we have?
Yeah. So in your own office, how many women are there in the Office of Women?
I don't have the figures in front of me, but I think we have it would be between 60 and 70 employees, and the majority of them are women, the vast majority.
And what sort of hours do you all have to work?
We work long hours, yeah. I mean, but that's systemic to
No, I'm just trying to use you as a sample, right? So are the majority of the 60 or 70 full-time?
We have a mix. So again, I don't have the figures in front of me, and I'm happy to take that on notice, but I would say there is probably a balance between full-time and part-time work. We offer a lot of flexibility ourselves in the Office for Women. We offer flexible working options. A lot of our workforce will have some days in the home working remotely and some days in the office, so it does vary, but we try and encourage flexibility where we can.
Okay, so you know how there's a continuum in the Commonwealth Public Service of different. So this might sound like this is off topic, but I'll get to the topic. There's a wide range of rates of pay, So you can be an SES level 1 in Treasury and be right at high, and you can be in an Indigenous organisation and be right at the bottom.
Yeah.
Where does the Office of Women fit in this whole scheme of things?
So we are part of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. So we are under their agreement, which obviously as a central agency, typically they have higher rates of remuneration than other agencies.
Yeah. So your work that you do would be pushed up because of being linked to them.
That's right, because we are under the Prime Minister and Cabinet agreement. We have that remuneration schedule.
That's right.
Yeah.
Why do you think there aren't many men in the Office for Women?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure I know the answer. And I think it has to do with cultural norms, and it's something we're extremely conscious of. So we have very few men. We have men, but we have very few men. And I think that needs to change, and we'd like to see that change. It's something we're grappling with as an office. How do we attract and retain men?
I'd like to see more women in the leadership of Treasury.
Yes,
that's the
right.
one I'm worried about, not so much you, but...
No.
It's horses and courses. Really.
It's just how do you represent different...
It is.
Differently. Oh, I was going to say that next.
The question I would ask is, why do men not see the Office for Women as an area where they feel like they should do good work? We do really good work in the Office for Women, and
well, it's a place to be, isn't it? If the
Yeah.
government's making gender equality a headline issue, it's the place to be. One would have thought. So if you're ambitious
Yes.
and you're not going to suffer a penalty for rates, why wouldn't you be there? But anyway, so what we've also come across in this inquiry is how many moving parts there is, and there's not one silver bullet. So you have, and as I said, today we've heard about hours.
Yeah.
We've also heard the things that surround the care, the policy settings of childcare and the like are quite rigid and difficult. They're not, so childcare, and I don't like childcare, early childhood education. Are quite rigid, and it's not universal. If you had one thing, and I guess this is a policy question, but if there was one thing that the Office of Women could absolutely change that would make a profound difference, what would it be?
I'm loath to kind of put policy on the table.
Well, what have you seen overseas that has, the one thing that has made such a profound difference, that's changed the dial dramatically? How's that?
So there are examples from usually Nordic countries, as we know, where they offer very generous and long paid parental leave arrangements that has been proven to increase men's role in caring. There are other countries that have thought a little bit more about how childcare is offered. So some countries offer childcare childcare and early, it's couched as early childhood education in a lot of countries, as it is here, but they really extend that as part of formal schooling. You're going into sort of formal schooling, but it is in a sort of early childhood education setting attached to school. I think that can really help with not only sort of the supply side of having easily available and accessible childcare because it's attached to schools, and we have a lot of those, but it also kind of takes that private sector competition element out of it, which often can undervalue care work itself.
And just one further question. As you've said, changing culture is quite hard.
Yeah.
Do you think that we need to maybe call care work something different?
Yeah,
because care work sort of means free and, obligation rather than actual work.
And this is the problem, because women provide and have always provided unpaid, free care work in the home and in the community. That then sets an expectation in society that work is not worth being paid for, and that's why we see these kind of norms and attitudes persist, because if we're providing it free in the home, well, why should we pay them as much? And I think that really ingrained kind of attitude, that it often stems from the fact that we provide that free care in the home, and we always have as women. Sorry, I forgot your question.
I'm just interested because you're at the front line of probably putting this, and so I'm interested in how you see the world. So, for instance, like I look at this and say, is the formation of a child's brain from 0 to 4 more important than building a bridge? Is it?
I would say yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
But the pay does not.
The pay is not the same as
Building
the people
a bridge
that build the
is
bridge.
way more important.
Yeah, exactly. There's a conversation there that we need to have as a country around how we value care. There absolutely is.
Well, or we don't call it care.
I mean, you go
we
to
call
these...
it productivity gain.
Critical infrastructure.
Critical infrastructure, yeah.
I mean, I think we should see care work as important economic infrastructure because it is. And I think I touched on it in my opening statement that...
value.
You know, that if we stopped as women doing all this informal care, it would... or if we were paid for it, 77.9 billion a year. It's a lot. That's a lot of unpaid care.
That brings me to the point about
Should we call it
where
care?
you stand. Well, where you stand in the hierarchy. If it's close to economics, it gets paid a lot. If it's not close to economics and it's down in care, it doesn't get paid a lot, doesn't it? And that's even in our own public service a bit, isn't it?
Well, I think it also goes to the fact that economics as a profession, and I say this as an economist as well, it doesn't value work that's not done in self-interest. And that's a reason why it doesn't properly, that's why care's not included in GDP, because it's not seen as work that's done. Economics can't contemplate any work that's not done in self-interest.
That's not done in self-interest.
Currently. That's changing.
Some economists.
We have some really great feminist economists
Exactly.
who are, and it's hard work changing that economic mindset and that framework. And I'm not saying that the economic framework is something we should throw out entirely. I'm not. It's just that because economics as a framework doesn't recognise that care because it's not done in self-interest, it doesn't know how to value it.
Which, thank you.
Yeah, they're really kind of philosophical issues.
It's not marketised. No, but it explains a whole range of things.
It does.
The value of it is devalued because we don't put a monetary value on it, and we don't say it's a contributor, when in fact the evidence that we've had overwhelmingly here is that it's a massive contributor.
So valuable.
And with childcare, it is not about minding children, it's about forming their brains and giving them a big start in life, but we don't frequently talk it that way.
Absolutely. And I also say it's not just the value, right? Unpaid care work is skilled work.
Yeah.
And I think you would all know that because as women, we've all done that kind of work. It is skillful. How do we get that skill recognised when we take that experience into the workforce as well?
Thank you.
Sandra O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I was just about to go back to that $77 billion figure as well. And it's hard to sort of push against established structures of an analysis and historical artefacts of how care and other elements that operate in our society have been organised. It's also pretty hard for a growing service economy which involves physical interactions with one another.
Yes.
Like we've got big productivity gains out of technology change, but now we're into a different economy, a service economy, where that's the sector that's growing. And we can talk about a 4-day week, but that's for people doing intellectual work who might be able to do it anywhere and can collapse it into that period of time, and you can have productivity gains. But you can't get a productivity gain for, showering a person 7 days a week. So have you got any international research about places where the service sector is big in the way that it is in Australia and growing, where there is gender equity of sorts in any workplace providing that care economy?
I don't have any examples with me today, but I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm sure there would be.
I'm really interested, and if we talk about productivity, often we're looking for something that's quite a quick gain. And I know that when COVID hit, all that resistance to I have to be present and I have to be observed to be working were interrupted. And I had some pretty major businesses coming into my office going, we're getting fantastic productivity gains right now as COVID's commencing because people are working from home and all of the friction of the day of moving and change.
It's been great for women, that flexibility.
It has, and then you have to wonder if it hasn't, because are women going to be doing more and more and more now?
You make a good point.
Right, but what about women who are in the service economy who still have to get to the place to do the job that needs to be done, or men who are in that, they have to get to the place? how do we measure productivity gains?
Yeah.
How long is the productivity gain of investment in early childhood care and education before we actually see the outcome of that productivity as an investment rather than a, in-out linear transaction? It's a longer term, probably more spiral.
Yeah.
Advance.
And I think you spoke to the Productivity Commission today, perhaps. Yeah, and I know that they've put in a submission.
Yeah.
Part of their, and I don't want to speak for them, but they are doing that 5-year productivity review, and I know that they are very conscious of the issue around productivity in the services sector. Not only how you measure it, but how do we improve productivity in services? It's a much harder proposition in services than it is in sort of the more traditional capital and labour-driven kind of fields where you can mechanise and things like that.
So given that reality, then my final question goes to the fundamental pay slip reality of what men are bringing home and what women are bringing home, right?
Yeah.
Keep the roof over their head, put food on the table. We can talk about policy in a vacuum, but the reality is if women's wages are not matching men, 38 hours won't equal 38 hours, even if there was restriction on men's hours.
Yeah.
And we live in a free society too. I mean, we need to think about democracy and people's choices to be able to do that and to be able to rise to the best of their abilities. So, arbitrary determinations might fit a system, but they're not going to fit people's lived experience with the current wage structures.
Yeah.
So this is highly problematic for anybody who's working in anything that's physically engaging.
Yes.
In any way, whether it's building a house or, bathing an elderly person or a young person who needs help. Have you got any hope to offer me from anywhere?
So,
Because I just can't see how we get out of that from where we are.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. And the gender pay gap is an issue that we follow quite closely. And we know what drives it. It is, as I said, 33% of the gender pay gap is driven by part-time and casualisation of women's work. But there's also a broader issue with gender segregation of industry.
Yeah.
And, you'd be very familiar with this, that the care workforce is much lower paid.
Yeah.
We need to pay women what they're worth. We need to recognise the value of their skill sets that they bring to that. And I touched on this earlier, but that undervaluation of care work is driven by the unpaid care work that we do in the home. So it's
$77 billion off.
Yes. So if we were going to,
So if we put that on the books in the economy, we'd have a very different shaped economy straight away.
It just underscores how much work women do.
It was called, I think, a tax on love by one of our participants in this inquiry the other day.
That's a common phrase. A lot of female economists use that. Yeah.
Sat me back in my chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
We're nearly out of time, but I wanted to ask you a question about retirement and superannuation earnings and poverty for older women.
Yes.
Is the Office for Women doing any research, or have you got any views about how we might redress that new discrimination that's entered our social security and employment system through super? And we asked Treasury this morning, or I did. What if we repurposed some of the tax breaks that go mostly to older, fairly wealthy men, and moved it across to, paying super on unpaid leave, possibly funding care credits, which was something Elizabeth Broderick supported many years ago now, over a decade ago, I think. Is that something that the Office for Women is looking at? Because it's a key structural challenge and so unfair for women who've worked, for many cases, for decades and raised their families at the same time.
So it's an issue we're really alive to, the issue of retirement incomes. And during our national strategy consultations, which we're doing now, we heard that a lot from women, that women retire into poverty. We have looked at a lot of different options around superannuation. I'm also just conscious we are not the policy owner of superannuation, but you did touch on some of the solutions, and those are for the government to consider and for Treasury to consider. But there are a range of options that government could consider that address issues around the level of women's superannuation. And I think the Office for Women is conscious of the divide in retirement incomes, and we think that it's an important issue that needs to be addressed.
I think personally it would be very useful to have some modelling on how much paying super, for example, on parental leave, how much difference would it make? My suspicion is it won't make that much difference. We actually need to do some other things like care credits or clearly maintaining the pension, age pension at a respectable, livable, decent level, because a lot of women are going to be on that no matter what.
I think, and you mentioned modelling, I won't speak for Treasury, but I believe in their superannuation review that they did, maybe last year or the year before, they did look at that issue, and I'm not sure if they did modelling for it, but I do recall that the conclusion was that if we were to pay super on paid parental leave, yes, it would help, but it wouldn't help enough to close the retirement income gap.
Yeah. I wonder if you do have access to that research. We would be very interested in seeing it, because I haven't seen that.
I think the Treasury report is public. It was a review of retirement incomes, I believe is the title, but there is if you do a word search for that, you will find it.
Thank you. I should know about that, but I didn't. So thank you so much.
It was done a few years ago, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much to both of you for your opening statement and for your discussion with us today. Clearly, a lot of work to do, but we really benefit from the work that the Office for Women are doing, and we appreciate you hearing.
Thank you.
Coming to us today.
We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll suspend for 5 minutes while that's your afternoon tea.
Thank
break.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Hansard. I now welcome via video conference representatives from 4 Day Week Australia, and thank you so much for your patience. We've run a little over time, but we're very excited about the opportunity to talk to you about the 4 Day Week, so thank you so much for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you both. Is that right? Great.
Yes.
For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Alyssa Shaw, Campaign Co-Director.
Adrian McMahon, Campaign Co-Director of 4 Australia.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask you some questions? So, Ms. Shaw.
That would be great. Thanks, Senator.
Who wants to lead off?
I'll start. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators, for inviting us today to provide evidence to this committee. We welcome the opportunity to discuss the 4 Day Week in Australia and how it interacts with work and care. Our organisation, 4 Day Week Australia, exists to fearlessly and proudly lead Australians towards more productive, considered and inclusive modern workplaces that champion a culture of well-being. We work in partnership with the 4 Day Week Global campaign, who have conducted trials throughout 2022 in Australia and a number of other countries with hundreds of businesses and organisations. Global trials of a 4-day, 32-hour work week with no loss in pay demonstrate that a 4-day week is a win-win for workers and employers. There are also benefits for the economy, for the environment, and for society, in particular gender equality. A 4-day week increases worker well-being and job satisfaction by providing employees with a better work-life balance. It also helps employers to attract and retain high-quality employees who are more motivated and focused and take fewer sick days. Last week, 4 Day Week Global released its first findings from a completed series of trials with compelling results. These results and other research from around the world are tabled in our opening statement document that you all have. Of relevance to this committee, the evidence shows that workers participating in the trials found it easier to combine paid work and care responsibilities. I'll now hand over to Alyssa to talk a bit more about the 4 Day Week in relation to work and care.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So in considering work and care and the 4-day work week, we noted the committee's interim report talking about the architecture of work and care not being adequate to our current challenges, let alone our future. And so we're here today to propose that the 4-day week is a solution to fundamentally changing the architecture of our society and our economy to support workers and carers, noting that these are interwoven issues, but also issues in their own right. In our submission, we noted an array of inequities, which we find quite concerning, and we understand that these have been also brought up in other submissions, and we heard the chat just before and the discussion of the committee, and we know that the committee is aware of this as being quite gendered in nature when it comes to care also. So there's a substantial range of benefits that come with a 4-day work week that relate to work and care. These include supporting a greater sharing of caring duties across genders and families by creating opportunities for other family members to take part in caring. So this can include fathers taking care of their kids or family members helping those with disability or people that are older in their family. Making work more accessible by creating jobs that are flexible and fit around caring roles. This is particularly relevant for a lot of the carers, millions of carers in Australia that do primary caring or other types of caring and might want to be in the labour force more than they can now. And the third one is supporting gender equity more broadly and boosting women's workforce participation by fundamentally shifting the expectations around work so that women who are currently overrepresented in part-time work are on a more even footing and not penalised for their caring.
Thank you.
So today we would really, oh, sorry, Chair. May I make one more comment? Sorry. We'd just really love the committee to consider the 4-day work week as a solution, and we noted in the interim report there's a particular area around flexible workplaces, so perhaps it could be considered in here or as a standalone section on work time reduction. And we're asking more specifically that the committee would support further inquiry, research and trials so that the government, the federal government and all governments in Australia take steps towards being a leader in this space, which is what businesses have really been stepping up to do so that we can unlock all the benefits as a society and as an economy in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both of you for your contributions and for your for the copy of the opening statement, which I'd like to formally have your permission to table for the committee's considerations. Thank you. I wonder if you could just take us through in a little further detail about the recent report of the benefits that arise from the 4-day week, and just give us a little more description about what's been going on, what sort of industries and what sort of outcomes. Just a bit more of that would be helpful. Thank you.
Not a problem. I can talk to that. So throughout 2022, the 4-day week global organisation has been running a series of trials in different countries, the UK, Ireland, the United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, and soon to begin further trials in South Africa, Europe, and again, repeating some of the countries that I've already mentioned. The companies that have signed up, it's been open to any company from any sector. So there's been a wide variety, as you can imagine, that have signed up, from sort of traditional office-based 9-to-5, Monday to Friday jobs, to manufacturing jobs, to a fish and chip shop in the UK, to different sort of remote and in-office or in-workplace flexibility. There's been sort of all different sorts of diverse workplaces that have signed up. The findings are starting to come through now, and what we've found from the first sort of group of findings that came out last week is that none of the companies that have done the trial are looking to move back to a 5-day week. Some are still thinking about it, but the vast majority so far have committed to continuing with a reduced week. So it is proving to be effective. And what we're measuring, so the 4-day week global organisation has had academics and researchers from different universities, the main Boston College in the United States. And what they've been looking at, they've been measuring both worker well-being and their productivity at work, and then all the different aspects that come from that. So we can talk more to that and what they've found, but in summary, they've found that workers enjoy it and they're not going backwards in terms of productivity. They're either maintaining or in some cases increasing their productivity, because through these trials they've found more efficient and effective ways to work.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add, Ms Shaw?
I suppose the only comment I'd like to add is that the trials have included what we'd consider as companies in the caring industry. So one of the companies that are trialling a 4-day week at Australia that have already signed on is Momentum Healthcare, and we've talked about that in our submission. They're based out of Toowoomba in Queensland. It's a really great example of the benefits to organisations and to employees. The other thing I would wanted to mention is there's an international case study which we've also included in our opening statement, which is really fascinating, and it's about nursing homes in the US and what they saw when they changed from 8-hour shifts to 6-hour shifts, and there was various incentives put around that too. So there's more detail in the statement. They saw not only were employees happier, but the actual outputs for people in nursing homes, so the quality of care increased significantly. So there was a decrease in waiting. So when people would call a bell for support, there was a reduction by 65% in infections, and there was also a reduction in falls and in nursing homes. Falls are one of the leading causes of death for the elderly. So this is significant in terms of the quality of care delivered, not only the benefit to the nursing care staff. And in Sweden as well, there's another great example looking at nurses and moving in a government-run nursing home, moving again to shorter shifts. And even though there was a higher labour cost from bringing on more nurses in order to cover all that time, there was actually the recouped costs because there was a decline in sick days and call-outs. Often the caring industry, when you need to get cover, that can be very expensive, or you're asking people to do double shifts, which is not good for a whole range of reasons. But the other part of it was that the state actually had recouped some of these costs through the taxes that these new employees were now paying, and that had moved them off job benefits. So there's a huge, array of flow-on effects that the 4-day work week has. And whilst a lot of people do think it's traditionally more suited to sort of white-collar desk jobs, there's evidence here and overseas that it has such broad application, such broad benefit, which is why we're really interested in the committee considering this as part of its findings.
Thank you for that. Can you just describe a little about the way in which some of these trials were configured? It sounds like they weren't all 4 days. Some of them are reduced hours spread over 5 days. What are the different ways in which it's been structured?
You're right that each company, it's up to them to decide how it best works for them. So in one example, there might be the entire office might shut down on Fridays. That might work for some companies. Other companies have decided that they need to remain open, let's say Monday to Friday. So they might take half their workforce will take Monday off, and the other half will take Friday off. So they've always got someone there to deal with customers and clients. The fish and chip shop that I referred to earlier in the UK is 7 days a week. And I think each day it would be sort of 10, 12 hours that they're open from. So what they've had to do is really look at how they manage each shift and the crossover, like from morning to afternoon shift or evening. And each employee is working 4 days, around 32 hours. But what they've done is they've just had to sort of get innovative and look at different ways to balance the staff across the week. And find those efficiencies in enabling that they can still provide a quality service to their customers. And at the halfway mark a couple of months ago, they reported that they were, sort of wildly happy and successful with how they were going because they had really looked into at the start how to set it up and do it properly. And that's a key aspect for any company that wants to reduce their hours.
And can you explain, before I perhaps go to Senator O'Neill, how this fits with in a labour market where a third of workers, something like that in Australia, are part-time? Like, we already have a whole lot of short hours working relative to the legislated 38 hours normal working time. How do you, is this benefit mostly for people who are working full-time who go to 32 hours a week and no change for all of those part-timers? Or how do you see those two hours patterns fitting together and all benefiting?
Do you want to talk to that, Alyssa, or I can?
Yeah, if you're happy to, Adrian, I might add some comments.
Sure thing. So firstly, the idea that that part-time should definitely not be treated differently. So it is again up to the employer and the individual to whether they, if they were say working 0.6 of the week, do they continue to work if they were doing 0.6 of a 5-day week, do they continue to do 0.6 of a 4-day week? Or do they adjust their wages to maintain the same hours? So they could sort of go either way, but definitely it's not designed to just focus on full-time. We want it to be successful for all employers. And we know that women are overrepresented as part-time workers and casual workers in this country and a lot of similar countries around the world. So what this would do would boost their participation in the workforce by changing what full-time is. So it's no longer a 5-day week, it becomes a 4-day week. And so therefore part-time becomes more invested in the workplace. And so that will then have benefits for the part-time workers.
Can I just clarify, does that mean, like if you're a full-time worker, you're going to go from, you're effectively getting an hourly pay increase? You're doing 32 hours
Yes.
instead of 38 for your full 100% salary, and you're expected to be as
Yes.
productive in those hours. So you've got an 80% reduction in hours with no change in pay. Are you applying the same principle to part-timers? So you're working 3 days a week, you can reduce your hours if you want, but if you want to stay on 3 days a week, you get a 20% pay increase. Is that sort of how it
100%.
works? Okay,
Yep,
thank
absolutely
you.
correct. Yep.
Thanks for clarifying that.
No problem.
Senator White or Senator O'Neill, I think you were going to go next, sorry.
I've got two questions if I can. I just think that your case study that you've put in your opening statement is really like a one-page, very significant reveal, but it actually talks to a highly feminised industry. So I'm keen for you to put on the record here publicly what you've got in the report. But I'm also interested in hearing about where this is working in male-dominated industries and how that's changing the dynamics, and is there any research around the impact on family, on mental health and family relations, mental health for everybody in the family, not just the worker who's engaged in the experiment? So 2 questions there.
Thank you, Senator. No worries. We'll take the first one around the feminised industries and the nursing home, and then maybe Adrian can speak to the other sort of more male-dominated industries. I should also say that we do work with the global campaign, and so because of that, we can draw on examples from across the world. So if there is specific things the committee is interested in understanding, we are very likely to be able to go and speak to our international colleagues to find that information. And come back to you. But in terms of the example you're speaking to, Senator, is the one I just briefly outlined around the nursing home. So we do know that nursing homes is part of the care industry, and that is highly feminised. It's the case I spoke about in the United States. There's 1.3 million people in nursing homes. There's lots of issues with finding people to do those jobs, and my understanding is that is similar in Australia. There can be high amounts of turnover. The case study spoke about that some facilities had an annual turnover of staff exceeding 100%. So the case study that you have to consider is really interesting in that it really fundamentally changed retention and of the employees in that facility, making them more happy. As I talked about, it had much greater quality of care outcomes, less falls, less infections, less wait times for patients. That is significant. The companies actually saw really great retention, but also people interested in being recruited for these roles, so they become very desirable. So there's a range of things I could go into, similar with the case study in Sweden that's in there as well, which goes to a government-run facility and the recouping of costs. So from an economic management perspective, if the government is running nursing homes, there's a significant amount of benefits around creating that flexibility. Picking up on the question from the chair before, I think when we're thinking about the caring industry, we need to think about when we think about people in part-time work, we need to think about who those people are. So we know that it's often women. We know that from the work the ABS has done, carers often want to be in the labour market more than they are, and so they can be really represented in part-time care. So when we start breaking this down and thinking about who's in part-time care could actually benefit from the whole of our society and economy having more flexibility, there's huge amounts of opportunity to move to I guess, increase their work time in the labour force, but also be supported to still fulfil their caring duties. Maybe, I'm not sure if you have any further comments or specific questions there, Senator, but otherwise maybe Adrian can speak to the male-dominated industries.
Thank you. Adrian.
Yeah, in terms of your question about the health of family members, in addition to the workers themselves, most of the studies so far have focused just on the workers. So we don't have data on the family members at home when the worker has gone to a 4-day week. Anecdotally, though, we do have stories coming through of men who are now having, say, Friday off and are able to pick up the children from school or attend the school sports event, and those sorts of good stories that are engaging men more closely with their family and their community. So we have that anecdotally, which is really positive and good. Generally, in terms of the health, both physical and mental health of these workers, a lot of the surveys have focused on the conflict between work and life, and found that in every case, it's always decreasing these conflicts. So they are able to find a better balance between the time they spend at work and then the time they spend in their other aspects of life, both rest, leisure, and those sort of life admin duties as well. In terms of men's industries, yes, there have been both equally feminized and male-dominated industries that have been involved in these trials across the world. There's not a huge difference. I think, like Alyssa was saying, that we keep seeing repeatedly that the worker well-being increases, and therefore it makes it easier for these businesses to retain and then attract other employers. So I really think that there's, regardless of the industry, it sort of leads to that sort of sustainable nature of having someone get a job, enjoy the job, and stay in that job for many years. Because they have a good balance with how that job interacts with the rest of their life.
We've heard from a number of employers who have access for their staff to employment assistance lines and psychological support, and so there's changes there in terms of being aware. But I just note that today, with the evidence that we received from Bunnings, they spoke about people mainly using that line. Most of the traffic was for people bringing up about their personal circumstances. The first thing was the financial challenges that they're facing, which interestingly could be related to the number of hours or the security of their work and the payment rate for their work. The pressure on their marriages, which, often financial pressure is linked to that. It's not the only thing, but it's a critical element of it. I am interested in any international research about in particular, the mental health premium that these proposed work practices might have for the economy at large. Basically just taking the pressure cooker down, because that is
Absolutely.
The feeling that, if I put it in the way that I felt when we were managing 3 kids and both working and no family nearby to support, you feel like you're in a pressure cooker, and it does have an impact. Yeah.
Absolutely, Senator. That it is such a common, scenario that so many Australians are in. And in the opening statement we provided, there's a section called Recent Research, which speaks to the global report that was just released that Adrian at the start. There was some really interesting findings there that goes to the question you're asking. So work-life balanced increased, and that led most notably to both work to family and family to work conflict being declined during the trial. So people actually found more harmonious relationships at home and more harmony in the workplace. In terms of the benefits to physical and mental health, those were both clearly seen in the global trial as well. So there was a reduction in fatigue, increases to the frequency and duration of exercise, which we know is really important for mental health and general well-being, benefits to sleep, reduced work stress, and increased job satisfaction. And it's worthwhile to note as well that the intensity of the work in those trials didn't change. So people are being more productive, but they're not. It's not more onerous, and they're having huge impacts in terms of the harmony in their work, the harmony in their work life with their families, the ability to contribute. There was a really interesting finding around people's volunteering time actually increased when they went onto the 4-day work week. So there's huge different flow-on effects, and mental health is so complex. And different people find rest and I guess restoration in different ways. And so having the space to do that means people can sort of cater to what works best for them.
I just wonder about a decline in domestic violence, if that was manifest anywhere. And the other thing is the cultural element of, I love the Australian spirit of, if it's tricky, we're going to roll up our sleeves, we're going to get in there and we're going to do our best. And that sort of hyper masculine some way that it's spoken about. Culturally, is it fitting in Australia in the manufacturing industries, or is it like, well, no, you're a bunch of lazy bludgers, you can't do what real men do and do the 5-day thing and look after their family. Like, I just wonder how much cultural resistance, how many unspoken scripts that are no longer PC but still are operating in people's language practices inside their own mind. Is there any research around that, about the cultural resistance and the peer resistance?
That's interesting.
I don't think there's any research on that, but I've heard that before. I've had it written to me. I've had it said to me, asked to me. But I think it feels like it's a minority way of thinking, and how we would respond is that this is about working smarter, and it's a better way to work. And I don't know many people who don't want to be on that side of working smarter rather than working longer. It is a new concept relatively over the last few years. So it's going to take time for people to become comfortable with it and confident that it does work. But that's what these trials are all about, is just increasingly showing that, yes, it does work and there are ways to do this. And we need to find how to make it work across different sectors and for different people, because it's not, the 5-day week is not a set in stone construct. It was created in Australia. It was 1947. It was 75 years ago that we still worked 6 days, and only then did we shift to a 5-day week. And then, if you're familiar, even way back when, we won the 8-hour day back in 1856. So these reductions in work time have happened over the centuries. It's just been such a long time now that there is that mindset that 5 days, 40 hours is what we do. But we are finding more and more with these trials that there are better ways to work. And that's what we're campaigning for.
On notice, is there any intersection between this and the right to disconnect?
It's connected, but also separate. A bit like working from home as well. So these are all sort of issues that have come about. COVID has sort of thrown a lot of these issues into the forefront of our thinking. So they are connected, but they're also distinct in their own way, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator, if you'd like, and to investigate if there's any relevant research to those questions you've asked.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyatt.
This reminds me a bit of, like, I guess in another context, where lots of employers used to have rostered days off, right? And but slowly but surely they would try and buy them out because they didn't see it as efficient, and it was more a mindset than reality, and it took a lot to resist it and to keep them. Can I ask you, what are the characteristics of the employers who are participating in this? Because it does take a significant mindset change from them, doesn't it? They have to want it and have to be prepared to upturn how they've traditionally worked. How did you sell the trial? How did the organisation sell the trial to people, and what were the barriers to doing that, to selling it to them, to be involved?
Yeah, I can go first, Elizabeth. You're right that they're definitely not everyone has the same first thought about this issue, and it does scare some people. Some people don't like change or find it difficult, which is fair enough. In a lot of these cases, it's been the leadership in these businesses, whether it's the boss, the CEO, or someone high up they've had to buy in, and it really does sort of need to have that leadership on side. But then the key then is to also have the workers on side. So it's a lot about communication and it's that sort of change management practice. But I think generally a lot of these organisations have had sort of a democratic process of whether it was a formal vote or sort of a shy formality, but sort of making sure that enough people in the organisation were on board, and that anyone who was really struggling with it, that talked it through with them to sort of find out what was the challenge to them. Did they fear that they couldn't do 5 days work in 4? Did it not fit with the lifestyle they wanted? Is it not how they've done things for 40 years? So there are different sort of methods for how to deal with different people depending on how they're feeling about it. I feel like that's sort of a roundabout answer, possibly.
No, it's just because you can imagine trying to change something as large as this. I'm interested in what the pitch is to people, and to particularly to employers, having seen how hard it is to get employers to change the way because they've always done this. You need big evidence. Like productivity is great evidence. Turnover is also good evidence, I guess, too. But if you don't have that evidence, how do you, what it is that breaks down the barriers that they go, let's give this a whirl. Because we heard from the Toowoomba group, and they're a tiny show, and the people would say, oh no, you can't do that, we're too small, we couldn't possibly do that, and the CEO there was just, she's the one that prompted us to think seriously about it, because she was a massive advocate. So I'm just interested in how do you, how do we, if we were to make a suggestion about this, how do we sell it to people whose initial feeling is too hard? That's really where I'm coming from.
It's a very complex sort of question in a way, Senator, and I think it really, I guess I wouldn't want to be walking away from this, leaving the committee with the impression that it takes a certain sort of aspirational leader to see this and sign up. We've seen leaders that, there's different types of leadership styles and personalities, but leaders sort of, that are running vastly different organisations that are coming to this for different reasons. So the Momentum Mental Health, who you've heard from already, we work very closely with Smack Bang, who is a marketing and creative agency that are helping us with this campaign. They really want to be innovators and leaders and I guess thought leaders in particular on this. That's their sort of sell. Unilever, who has just announced that their Australian employees are going to now go into a 4-day work week trial this initially with the New Zealand cohort. So they've seen firsthand, and I guess we're convinced by the fact that they will have more happy workers that are less stressed. They use the 100-80-100 model, which is what our campaign advocates for. So that's 100% of the pay, 80% of the work, 100% of the productivity. And I guess when we're talking to companies about these trials, it's not you just sign up and go away and do it. There is support, there's structured support. We work with academics to get baseline data. We talk to companies about the outcomes they're seeking. A lot of these things are tracked, which is why the global report came out, really had such rich data around the changes and the variances of what people felt. And it's for all these reasons that we can actually go and measure how effective this is for, in all sort of aspects. So that is, I think it's that evidence is really convincing, and the support, because one of the things we did note is that a lot of the companies that do this and are successful, they do need to modify work practices. And, Momentum did that. They probably talked about, the duck time that they have, so people can have focused work. They, cap meetings and have shorter meetings. These sorts of things are really necessary to make sure that it's effective. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was interested in. It's not doing exactly what you previously did. It's figuring out how you can work better to keep the productivity or increase productivity, and how that works. It's a bit like working from home. Nobody would have thought we could work from home, and so many people could work from home prior to COVID, but suddenly, wow, it happened because necessity is the mother of invention. Correct. Is that right? Yeah. And so that makes it. And so I think it's quite, it's interesting how you do that when the necessity is not there. But it's not just we translate exactly what we used to do into 4 days. It's you have to really work on it. Can I ask you one other question then? Have you detected that any of the workers who go on to 4 days take up extra work elsewhere?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of that. I just know that there's extremely high satisfaction rate. I think it's like 96% or over for any trials. Adrian, are you aware of any data on that?
No, I'm not aware. Volunteering would be the closest, or like a pet project, the chance to work on that novel or something like that. Or it might be an entrepreneurial idea that you haven't had time to focus on. But I think the vast majority have enjoyed spending time with their family or doing things that they would have been doing or trying to do anyway in their life, but just doing it at a stressful manner. And now they're finding that they can do it in a more calm and considered way.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for those answers. I'm just thinking about, how we might approach this as a committee in our report, whether there is maybe merit in recommending, clearly there are some ingredients in what you've been doing, which is effective review and research, good baseline data, partnership with the reputable universities to measure and learn the lessons of what you do. You've got a volunteer element, so people are volunteering, which is not a bad thing, but I'm wondering, would there be an argument for regional pilots that are geographically built, and maybe for going for recommending a pilot with some large employers in it, or taking whole sectors, like a large public sector group, education or whatever. What are your thoughts on what the next step that might take things to a larger scale in Australia? Sorry.
So it's a great question, Senator. I mean, we'd be really open to all those things that you mentioned. One of the things we're talking to the ACT government about, who have an inquiry on the future of work, is looking at doing a trial in the healthcare sector. Our understanding is that it is quite hard to attract and retain nurses, for instance, or broader sort of medical staff. I mean, obviously the government as a key has a key ability to look at a trial, so we'd be really interested in a public sector trial. But we also do want to make sure that we do trials that add to an evidence, and Australia really can take a leadership role here in adding to an international evidence bank where we don't necessarily do things just for the 9 to 5 workers. We do things for sectors that people would traditionally see as being very challenging to transition. Some of those things might be quite challenging if you're talking about education and teaching. It would be thinking really quite broadly and systemically about our education system as well, potentially. So we understand there are some higher barriers, but certainly a public sector trial seems very sensible. We'd really like to see a healthcare trial, And Adrian speaks about this better than I do, but it is very much the case that the workers and the sectors that we think of being the most challenging to change to a 4-day week are the workers that are most in need. They're suffering from burnout, they're suffering from stress. So we need to support them with better work-life balance. So not sure if that narrows it down, but yeah, we would really support any level of inquiry, research or trials that this committee could support to take this concept further.
Mr McMahon, anything you'd like to add in conclusion?
Just in addition to that, yes, the trials have been happening over the last few years, and the importance of a pilot program is to plug new gaps, you know, to examine new aspects of this issue, not just to go over the same ground. So absolutely targeting certain sectors or regions would be the way to do it. And any pilot would also want to look at pilots that are about to happen in countries such as Scotland, Spain and Portugal, where governments in those countries have signed on to do something, but the detail is coming in the future months. So we'd want to sort of, do it strategically. And I can't think of better sectors than sort of the care sectors or the health sector as well to try something like this.
Well, thank you so much for bringing your experience to us as a committee. It's very timely and we've found it very interesting. So we hope to be useful in this space. So thank you both for your evidence and your statement and your time today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you. We will go straight on, if that's okay with everybody. It's a big day. So I now welcome Professor Scott from the Nordic Policy Centre. Thank you, Andrew, for coming today. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Yep. For the Hansard record, could you please give us your full name and the capacity that you appear in today?
Andrew John William Scott, Professor of Politics and Policy at Deakin University and convener of the Australia Institute Nordic Policy Centre.
Thank you so much for being here. We know that everything good in the world in relation to work and care happens in a Nordic country. So we've had people make jokes about that to us as a committee, but we really do welcome the perspective you bring to us. And would you like to make an opening statement or give us some material to begin with?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Senator. I guess one thing I should say about that is that Australia, of course, invented gender budgeting, but then the Nordic countries kept it going. And Australia stopped it, is now looking at resuming it, so it doesn't have to start in Nordic countries. But a lot of things, good things are happening there. And what I want to emphasise, having read the committee's interim report, valuable report, that there are two urgent priorities now to achieve a fair balance between work and care in Australia. Soon after the report, of course, the government made the welcome announcement that it would start to increase paid parental leave to 6 months in Australia. I think the first priority is to designate an explicit, unambiguous minimum requirement for paternity leave, because the full potential of an extension of paid parental leave can't be achieved unless there is designated time in association with that for fathers to play a proper role in caring for children. The former government took away, or seemed to take away, the previous arrangement for even the meagre 2 weeks of dad and partner pay, which had been there since 2013. But I think it may still be there. I hope it is. There is lack of clarity about whether paternity leave is still present in Australia, and it's very important that it doesn't disappear. Because a prescribed use it or lose it minimum paternity leave provision for families is a powerful circuit breaker to tackle gender inequality. Much more powerful than vague words about encouraging cultural change, which I'm sure you and many others have heard for decades. That's the thing that can change things. The second priority I want to emphasise is the importance of reducing the dominance of for-profit providers in Australia's early childhood education and care. It's significant that the Victorian government has begun to reduce that dominance by establishing 50 new government-owned and operated centres, which will start opening in 2025. That opens the way for the national government to also build public provision, because that is the only way to properly plan services to fill the childcare deserts in which more than a third of Australian families now live. It will also help to contain fees, and getting a better balance with public and community providers will reduce the extent to which government subsidies now given to private for-profit operators evaporate into the wealth of commercial beneficiaries, rather than supporting adequately the wages and secure conditions of our early childhood educators.
Thank you. Let's start. I'm happy to lead off, and thank you. You've really been very focused, and I appreciate that. There are many things we could have taken from the Nordic experiences, but clearly 100% support for the powerful circuit breaker, as you called it, of dad and partner pay. I don't think there will be any argument about the need for that from this side of the table. We've heard so much evidence about how that can make a difference. And the vague words about cultural change, to quote yourself back at you, it's a much more powerful thing to actually have something which changes people's behaviour. So clearly there's a great deal of evidence on that, and we should consider it carefully. It's a 26-week level of leave we're looking at minimum wage by 2026. What's your view about the length of the leave available, whether, given that you are arguing for a significant portion to partners and dads? What would you like to say about the length of leave?
Well, 26 weeks is better than 20 weeks, but it still only brings Australia up to what the World Health Organisation says is the minimum that mothers need for breastfeeding and attachment to a baby. And so it's a dilemma, of course, to say you want fathers to get some of that leave when the World Health Organisation say a minimum is required of that amount for mothers. But I don't think Australia can yet again try to reduce the paid parental leave it finally brought in from 2011. And there were several attempts made to curtail it, pull it back. That's not what provides security. Dad and partner pay, is it really the right thing for the government and parliament to be sending messages that they don't want men to behave better rather than worse, that they don't want to set high standards from public life for men to play a better role in society? That would seem to be the message if dad and partner pay is eliminated. So I do note the Work and Family Roundtable submission suggested 26 weeks shared and 6 weeks for the non-primary partner. That would be a better outcome, but we are going from 20 to 26. I guess my main point is don't take out designated paternity leave.
But you're not making an argument for longer than that?
I would support a longer. Yes, yeah. I think 6 months is now. It's finally catching up to what has been prevalent in very many parts of the world, not only Nordic countries, but many countries, many European countries, and of course in Sweden now it's 16 months. Of which a minimum 3 months must be taken by fathers. In Finland, we recently had the Finnish Prime Minister visit us. Finland, her government, Sanna Marin's government, has increased paid parental leave there to 14 months, of which 7 months should be taken by fathers, some of which can be transferred to mothers, but not more than half. So there you're getting 14 months paid parental leave rather than 6 months, and you're getting 4 or 5 months for fathers, whereas we may be having 0.
And the fact question there on the numbers. So what's the pay differential between men and women in Finland?
I don't have that figure to hand, but there is a pay difference. They haven't eliminated gender inequality, I beg your pardon. They haven't established complete pay equity. I don't have that figure, but I'm happy to provide that if that's appropriate at a later date.
Thank you. Yeah, just because trying to get the scale of the challenge that they had to face there is pay inequity, but how much? You know, because I've been saying throughout the course, the mortgage has got to get paid, or the rent has to be paid, whether it's a mortgage or you're renting. That reality is very, very pressing for everybody. And when pay inequity is constructing a life reality where the man simply has to keep working, getting 2 weeks is a nice idea that's just impractical to implement.
Well, that's right. I mean, we've had the 2 weeks, and it hasn't been enough to achieve major change in behaviour. It's achieved a little bit. But all the evaluations suggest we need more, not less. We also need to tackle gender pay inequity. I guess one figure I would say from Finland, though, and from Sweden is that the proportion of women in full-time jobs in those countries is 20 percentage points higher than Australia. And that is a very big difference. And that, I believe, is largely due to paid parental leave being extensive and for the fact designation of paternity leave as a significant part of it.
I wonder, in providing that evidence about the gender pay gap, you could extend it from Finland to all of the Nordic countries. I think that would be of interest to us. And I wonder if you could also, when you draw up that table, include average hours of work or give us some commentary about that. We've heard really interesting evidence today about how in Australia, given that so many men work more than 38 hours a week, that structuring of working time means that more women do unpaid care work. I mean, that bifurcation of the hours means a structural driver of putting women into part-time work and lower pay and so on, with important consequences for their health, or their ill health, we should say. So hours of work, because is it not the case that in most Nordic countries there is a lot more hours around the full-time than you've just said it in relation to Finland?
Yes, there's full-time work for women is higher, much higher proportionally, particularly in Finland, Iceland and Sweden. But also regulation around standard working hours has persisted there generally. I mean, weekends are still weekends, noticeably weekends in those countries, and that comes back to other labour market matters, including bargaining, collective bargaining between unions and employers, and agreements. And I noticed the previous witness mentioned smarter companies. Of course, employees get a lot of benefits from this in Nordic countries, in not losing experienced, skilled, motivated employees, having them come back, and those workers are able to resume their careers and to make their contributions. And of course, that means that women are much less likely to end up in poverty or housing distress and so on. And then no one makes a free choice to get poor in old age because it's prohibitive to be a parent and a worker at the same time.
So the pattern that we observe in those countries with narrower gender pay inequity is a pattern of extended paid leave available to both parents, with a requirement for men or second partners to take a big block of that, and then into a system of early childhood education and care, which is largely free. Could you fill us in on that? But also largely publicly provided, just to go to your second point, which is against for-profit provision.
Yeah. Nordic visitors to Australia and immigrants to Australia are often quite startled when they see the extent to which early childhood education and care is privatised. They've always seen it more as an essential service like Medicare, which is what the government and others have said is an objective now. It's strange to them that it should not be. There is a role for private, including profit-oriented providers in those countries, but significantly less than Australia. And there is evidence, of course, your committee will have heard or be familiar with about some of the issues with a dominance of for-profit providers. But it's we recognise the educational elements of socialising of children, interaction from those early years. So after they've had the paid parental leave, parents return to work, children go into early childhood education and care settings from a younger age than they typically do in Australia. They're affordable, they're high quality, they're valued. We've had a paediatrician visit some years ago from Sweden who talked about how valued early childhood educators are in Sweden as sources of information about children's development, because they see the variety of children and they can see when there's issues for a child, emotional, whatever, and that is helpful. And they are treated almost like doctors in terms of the status.
I really am interested in your endorsement of the Victorian model, which is to layer over the top of
a proportion of privatised centres, a set of 50 government-funded centres, which can be directed to the deserts, which market will never put childcare out into those. And we heard first thing this morning about childcare for First Nations communities, how critical high-quality care, which is wraparound, community-based and a broad range of services available, often through strung-together sources of funding, are in a First Nations community to increase the life chances and equality opportunities for First Nations people. So you'd suggest we think about that nationally?
Absolutely. I mean, we need to plan. That's why we've got such big deserts in terms of childcare, because the people seeking profit from early childhood education and care are going to go to places which are wealthier and over-service them, if you like, and not be allocated according to a basis of need. But early childhood education care should be on a basis of need. It should become an essential service. I mean, I think the Prime Minister said it well when he said, how crazy is it that when your kid goes from kindergarten into school, life gets financially so much easier.
Yeah, crazy.
Preschool, and I think that really got to the crux of the matter. Why have we commodified it and made it so expensive to have children in those first 5 years of life?
And we heard it really clearly this morning, didn't we, about Aboriginal families who it's free, and so it takes the financial pressure off, so you send a child who's not school ready. This would be true for any family on a low income. I'm not saying it's only First Nations, but that's what we heard first thing,
right.
How important that is. Yeah. So thank you so much. Who wants to go next?
Oh, I can go next. In relation to the Nordic countries, how quickly did they sort of ease into the current rate? So Norway, I think you said, was 16 months paid parental leave of 3 months, of which had to be for the fathers. Did they ease into that? And if they did, what was the easing in? And are there other examples of how it's been implemented in those countries?
Yeah, it was Sweden. It was that led the way. As early as 1974, paid parental leave was introduced in Sweden. So it was explicitly not maternity leave, it was parental leave. So it was already saying in the early 1970s that both parents should be involved. But the first requirement for a minimum month for fathers was introduced in 1995 in Sweden. Then it was increased to 2 months in 2002, and then to 3 months in 2016. So it's gone upward. And it's all because of the positive evidence of how well having a minimum requirement works for fathers to care for their children, and therefore the value of boosting it. And those benefits are not only in terms of sharing between women and men, it's also actually, there's developmental benefits for children, for good relationships with fathers, and there's good outcomes for men in terms of maybe surprising some of them. And those ones Senator O'Neill was talking about before, the masculinity construct in Australia, I'm not going to leave the kids to my wife to look after, whatever. They actually really enjoy it, and they learn from it, and they change. And that's what we need. That's how change happens, of course. Changing experiences and changing constructs and so on.
So other Nordic countries, what has been the experience? So I think Iceland is one that we've heard a bit about. Yep. How did they implement and get to the position they're currently at?
Well, all incrementally. I mean, none of these countries have sort of overnight, said we're going to have 16 months or 14 months paid parental leave, but they've moved steadily towards it. Sweden used to be seen as the leading Nordic country, the exemplar. It's now being challenged considerably by Iceland on gender matters, and Finland. Finland was delighted, of course, when it outdid Sweden in education. They were asked, were you pleased to be best in the world in education? They said no, but we're pleased to beat Sweden. So healthy rivalry there. So always incremental. Iceland, we actually had an Icelandic academic, Asdis Alberg Arnald, visit Australia during 2019, and her research, which has just been published in a new book, Successful Public Policy in the Nordic Countries, edited by Caroline de la Porte, published by Oxford University Press shows that the proportion of fathers and mothers who equally share the care of their children at the age of 3 doubled from less than 40% to nearly 80% for babies born in 2014, following the introduction of those minimum paternity leave requirements. That's quite a startling finding, because what seems to happen is, in terms of normalising change, is that the fathers don't just do it during the initial required periods of leave. It sets a pattern which lasts, and that's over a very short period of time, a huge increase in more equal sharing in Iceland between fathers and mothers.
Can I make sure we understand those numbers correctly? So 2014?
Yep.
Just walk us through that again.
So babies born in 2014, 80% of parents in Iceland shared the care of those, compared to 40% to the earlier cohort. There's a graph in Asdas and her colleagues have put in that book I mentioned, which he did present as part of a Nordic Policy Centre event, and Dr. Lyndall Skresdens, who I think was one of your witnesses today, was the main organiser of that.
So there's a persistent effect of that sharing of care years on.
Years on, and all the developmental benefits for children in terms of, fathers playing more of a role, telling stories to their children, reading, getting up during the night to attend to the child, feeding the child, changing nappies, and so on. There's even evidence, which the OECD has quoted, about children with highly involved fathers doing better in cognitive test scores.
Thank you.
So we heard this morning from Department of Social Security, I think it was, Social Services, who said to us, you can't compare Australia with the Nordic countries because the workers have to contribute to their parental leave, and that is not the same. We are wholly funded here by the taxpayer. What do you say to that?
Well, as I recall, when our parental leave was introduced, employers do pay a component, no?
No, they can. Some employers do voluntarily offer. For example, we had 14 weeks from Audi paid, wasn't it?
It's like a
But it's not, they don't actually make a contribution except through the tax system to the 18 to 20 weeks.
Yeah, I think that might have been a Productivity Commission recommendation that they did. That's right, yeah. Well, that's not a very good argument. I mean, it's like employers contribute to in the Nordic countries too, as well as citizens do, yes, and they pay taxes too. But they know when they pay those taxes, and the employers know when they pay their contributions, but the citizens know that, I'm sure there's some people in Sweden, Denmark, Norway who complain about paying high taxes, but they also know, and they elect governments and they have multi-partisan consensus for these policies, that when they become parents, they will have that paid parental leave. They know that they will have those schools. They know that they will have the public early childhood education and care. And they connect the two. And as we do, perhaps best in Australia with Medicare, the Medicare levy is the most popular tax of all time in Australia, because everyone can see the little green card and they know what it means. So it's connecting taxes and services. I just think, that argument, coming from the same quarters in many occasions, saying how important globalisation is, but we can't learn from other countries, or if we can only learn from English-speaking countries. And we, often the argument is that Australia's not as bad as Britain and America, so what's the problem? And if that's globalisation, then the globe must have shrunk since I last looked at it.
So it's interesting this morning we heard a bit from the Productivity Commission about their much anticipated terms of reference to the about childcare and what they're going to do. So, they didn't comment, but we heard that they are going to do that. What do you think would be important for the balance of work and care that we're looking at, for their analysis to really focus on? We've heard from you about the Victorian government system and what you think about not-for-profits. Is there anything else that you think that either the Productivity Commission should be steering away from or steering to when looking at the childcare system? Because we've heard evidence it's incredibly integral to the way in which work and care and the balance of life is.
Thank you for that question, Senator. Well, I think, first of all, the Productivity Commission, and indeed anybody, doesn't need to investigate the question of whether quality early childhood education and care is a good thing, because that question has been answered. That would be a waste of time and money to get them or anyone to answer that question. It's well established and irrefutable. I will say also that the Productivity Commission has been criticised for past inquiries for being imbued in its recommendations with narrow economic values which always give preference to targeted, which explicitly means not universal, provision. And it's been criticised for working within traditional gender norms, contrary to evidence that aiming for gender equality brings much better outcomes both economically and socially. So gender equality is an important commitment and democratic mandate, and we know that Australia has slid down the global rankings for women's economic participation and opportunity. So we can't have a Productivity Commission in its own narrow, inert, particular economic framework thwarting the government's or the parliament's or the people's democratic desire for more gender equality. These have to be part of their perspectives. And methodologies can't be narrow. And one of the things, I mean, you've heard evidence about how much more, how many millions and millions could be added to GDP with higher female workforce participation. Well, there's methodologies for measuring that. So you can't say, oh, this outlay of money is so much without saying what are the effects it will bring in the short, medium and longer term. So I think if the Productivity Commission is going to have this inquiry, it needs to specifically consider whether, it needs to look at Nordic countries and whether it might actually be cheaper to provide more public and community early childhood education and care directly and freely rather than keep giving subsidies towards profit-driven providers which get eaten up and don't achieve their policy objectives.
Got a couple of questions if I... Have you finished?
Yep, I have.
Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
What percentage of men in Iceland, which was the highest level of take-up, what percentage of men do take it up?
30%.
So 70% still don't.
Oh, hang on, sorry. No, wrong answer. 30% of paid parental leave is taken by men. So there's still a 70-30% split where women take up the majority.
Yep.
But that compares with 95.5 in Australia. So it's 6 times as high in Iceland. But you're right, it's not complete gender equality by any means, no.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand exactly how many men go, thank you very much, that's a nice offer, I'm not taking it up, and the opportunity cost of me taking that up is higher than continuing with my current. I want to understand that bit of the equation. Can you give me a bit of insight into that?
Well, there's no doubt that some men do make that decision. Some couples, some families make that decision. Because,
how many?
I quoted the figure of how the proportion of parents in Iceland equally sharing the care of their children has doubled from 40 to 80% for babies born in 2014. So I suppose I'm focusing on the rising trend. How many? I'd have to take that one on notice too to give you some precise data. But it hasn't eliminated gender inequality, but it has significantly reduced it, and they're progressing. And that's why they keep, I suspect, that's why they keep adding these other incentives. And they are taking action, of course, on pay equity too, and other matters. There are still issues with gender segmentation in Nordic countries in workforce. I mean, actually, that raises the issue of, should there be a concerted campaign to get more men involved in early childhood education and care, for example, for a number of reasons. One is to reduce gender segmentation, but also to provide positive male role models and so on. That they're things that have been actually embarked on in some Nordic countries, which I've read about. I haven't included them in material I've written yet, but I think it would be good for them to enter the Australian debate in the foreseeable future.
One of the things that I think is a really significant structural impediment to change is the cost of housing in Australia, whether it's your mortgage or it's your rent. When we look to compare with the Nordic countries, what's the shape of housing costs there proportional to income, and how flat is that by comparison to Australia, where you see huge variation from state to state and also from, distance from the CBD?
Well, of course, the Nordic countries, I'm not sure if any of your sceptics on them has made this point yet. They are smaller countries geographically than Australia. That's true of all European countries, of course. And therefore, housing has evolved in a somewhat different way. Home ownership hasn't been quite as fetishised, if you like. The idea of the endless suburban sprawl has never been possible for cities which have had thousands of years of continuous habitation as cities, including Stockholm, for example, Copenhagen, you could say Vienna too. Housing is different, and one of the key things about their housing arrangements is that there are many more options than private ownership and private renting. There's public housing is much bigger proportion, and there is a very significant sector of cooperative housing arrangements, particularly in cities like Oslo and Copenhagen, which are using not-for-profit principles to make housing more affordable and to share some spaces. Like we have body corporates in Australia, of course, we're familiar with those, but they tend to be driven by investor imperatives, as so much of our housing market is. It's actually illegal to own a house in some Nordic places if you don't live in it. That would be a big change here. A very big change, actually, yeah. In Copenhagen, for example. Now, that makes housing more affordable, but they're still struggling with issues there, but not to the same extent we are in Australia. And I think that comes back to, of course, other matters, including negative gearing and the generational debate we're having about, how expensive it is for a younger person to buy a house now compared. I mean, I went through it. I think Senator White might recall the period of the very high interest rates in the late 1980s when I was first buying a house with my partner, and the interest rates are lower now. They're coming up, but the affordability is worse, it appears, on the comparisons. And of course, public housing has been eroded in Australia, and it's good that the government is looking at, is committed to getting that back up. It hasn't been made extinct, but the more that public housing could come up, that would help. But I guess, in terms of this particular discussion, housing costs might be less of a pressure in those countries than, and therefore would be less of a pressure on parenting and for children than in Australia at the moment.
I'm mindful in the Nordic countries that they have been, like for Sweden, for example, they've had national service and then removed national service, brought it back in the change in geopolitical realities, in Finland as well, in Iceland. I wonder what the sociological impact of having, and they're varied models. Some are social community services, emergency management teams, some are, going to military. I wonder what the social impact of that interaction with the broader community, like early in adulthood, does to the sense of men and women working together to prevent some of the immediate gendered structuring that seems to be rampant in our system. Are you aware of any research about that? And Israel, I suppose, is another example. It's just when you push people together who might not normally be together and they are acting in the national interest outside of their normal community, that can be a powerful shift in deeply held cultural practices.
Yeah, good questions. They're exactly the sort of questions that we're not encouraged to very much in modern academia to look at. We have to break it down, something a bit more digestible, but within the parameters of grant applications and so on. Yeah. But I think there's something there because, for instance, when I first started researching the Nordic countries, one of the stories I was told was in Norway, some of the employers and trade unionists had actually been in the same prisoner of war camps together, and they knew each other personally, and they'd been through that experience, and that helped social corporatism, if you like. Smaller countries can have that advantage. And yet the combined size of the Nordic countries is the same size as Australia's population. So there's these five countries, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway and Iceland, together slightly more actually than Australia's population size, and they have a lot in common and some things different. The commitment to the nation as a whole is part of that national service. And the ethos, I mean, it's like the common sense in Sweden and other Nordic countries is very different from the common sense in America. And Australia's sort of in between. In Sweden, they're always talking about making sure no one is left behind or looking after everyone. Because if you don't look after everyone, then everyone suffers from that. Inequality is a bad thing for society. It's not about just an individual being able to get massive wealth and so on. So there is that something going on there. Some people say it's because they're Lutheran. I think Lutheranism is interesting because it's a religion that doesn't try to force its way into public policy as much as some other Christian denominations have. It may be part of the story, but the more I read on it, I'm convinced that
Lutheranism actually is the policy, is the religion of the state in Sweden.
Yes, it is, but
less so actively now, but previously it was.
Well, but you don't see many Lutherans telling parliamentarians what to do all the time on all sorts of issues.
Certainly not now. I
No,
agree,
not for a long
but
time.
Previously it was, yeah.
They take the separation of church and state rather seriously. And I think there's something in that. But I also think, I mean, most of the story of the social democratic policies that have been pursued in these countries is a 20th century story. And it's a story of construction of these policies by leaders of social democratic parties, trade unions, civil society, cooperative associations, and some interesting alliances too. I mean, the agrarian parties in the Nordic countries typically align with the equivalent of their Labor Party, rather than the Country Party here aligning, of course, with the Liberal Party. I don't know if there's any National Party senators involved in this, but that is interesting. And why did that happen? Well, was it preordained by Lutheranism or cold climate or, proximity to the North Pole? I don't know. I just think, to me, it seems that there is generalisable and transferable policy and political lessons from this history. And indeed, we've already started that. I mean, that's one of the reasons we've got paid parental leave. It's one of the reasons they got gender budgeting. They took it from Australia and we stopped it. They learn, the ombudsman, very well-known word, but not everyone knows it's an old Norse word, that is an ombudsman in every country. That came from Nordic countries. Children's commissioners, they're Nordic exports. So it's a matter of the options nations have to learn evidence-based from countries that get good outcomes and possibly adapt things to their own circumstances.
Thank you. A really interesting answer.
Yeah, very interesting. We're in the sociology of country comparison. So I just wonder, in conclusions, whether it's fair to say that the conversation we've had, which is mostly about early childhood and children, those values also sort of penetrate the way in which those countries look after their aged and people with disability. They similarly kind of public, taxpayer-funded forms of care that enable people who are in the working years to keep working. What would you say about that part of the care system?
Well, part of that workforce high participation retention is that older people do keep working longer there, including women. Maybe because work-life balance is better. It's more achievable. I'd have to say that the aged care policy issues in the Nordic countries are not as clear-cut a success story as the early childhood education and care stories. They've grappled with some of those, and COVID has been a particularly difficult period for them. That was one of the main issues in Sweden. There are other Australian academics who've written on that, including Gabrielle Marr from UNSW, I think, or Sydney, not quite sure. They're experts on that. It's not an area of my own expertise. I don't think it's quite as much as a standout. I mean, I think the early childhood achievements are such a standard. In fact, that's one of the reasons I keep highlighting them, because it shows it can be done. Early childhood education and care. And if you get it right, and we all know this now from, it's great the way neuroscience has told us so much about if you get it right for kids in the early years, they stand a better chance, but some countries do it more than others. And they do so through policies like public early childhood education and care, valuing educators and carers and so on.
Well, thank you so much for your work, your research, and thanks for bringing it to us today and answering our questions and giving us your time. We really appreciate it. And could we table your opening statement in our documentation? Thank you. So that concludes today's hearing. On time, I think there's a special bonus for the chair, isn't there, if she delivers on time? Thank you to all witnesses who appeared before the committee today. I remind all witnesses that the committee has set a deadline for responses to questions on notice of 2 weeks, so if we can have them by the 22nd of December, much appreciated. Thank you to Broadcasting and to Hansard for your assistance, and to our ever-ready committee secretariat, Jane, Georgia and Steph, for all of your work, and to senators for your contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Adjourned.